feels like a wicked hangover coming on. Look out below!
Hello, you're more than welcome, Rob. We're happy to be here again. Hello, everyone. We're back. We were gone for a minute or two. I definitely didn't do this big intro, and like been real excited to be here again, and realized we weren't live yet, but that's fine. We're here again. We're excited for another set of matches, and yeah, we've got 4 more matches to come tonight, so we've got a lot of Quake still to play. And if it goes anything like that first match we just had, we're going to be here for a while. So make sure you've got some drinks in the fridge, and you've got some dinner ready to go, because there's going to be non-stop action for the next few hours.
That's what we love to see.
Yeah, we're still joined here by Lucky again. Thank you again for casting before, and it's coming along for the rest of our set here. Our first matchup for the night is going to be our Winner Brackets final, which is going to be Dander King versus Knight.
Rematch.
So, yeah, it's a rematch here. 2 extremely accomplished players. We've seen them, we've seen Knight win split. What AQL was it? Oh, I should have been prepared.
AQL 6.
Was it AQL 6? Thank you very much. It took down Dan in AQL 6. And then we've seen him win before that. And then Dan came back the next season, and I'm pretty certain, I think he clean sweeped and didn't drop a...
yeah, pretty much.
Didn't drop a map, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And this season again, we've got Dan, I don't think has dropped a map yet, and he's probably going to look to try and keep that record going. Knight obviously is going to be here to try to stop that. But I'm afraid to say it's going to be a really, really tall order, I think, for Knight to take this set over Dan.
Yep, I mean, Dan looking like Dan. He's been looking really strong every time I've watched him play. It's been pretty one-sided. And Knight, I think he's been playing alright. There has been a few shaky matches. He did lose against Bandit in group stage, which is like kind of a big shock to everyone, because I think Knight is... Everyone would be like, oh yeah, Knight's won this game, let's just see how it goes. And then yeah, Bandit... I mean, well played to Bandit too, but yeah, so... Knight has had a few shaky matches here and there, but overall, I mean, if you look at his past recent matches, I don't think he's dropped a map, so he's definitely cleaned that up a little bit. But yeah, and he does say as well, in the chat right now, yeah, his hearing is a little bit not where he'd want it to be right now, so that is one thing that he has going against him. But still, I think even with that, he's a very good player, and out of all the people who would say are like newer generation, so to speak, that haven't been playing since like Quake Live and stuff like that, he's probably the best. So best of the rest, I guess you could say. But he won AQL, which is a massive achievement for anyone to beat the veterans that are at the top.
And that's the thing, I say, there's not many people who say they have won, an AQL, because the thing is, as you said, there are so many players at that sort of top, there's like, there's a top sort of like 4 players sort of thing, right, in the Australian sort of scene, and it's like, you've got this, it's like another step down, right, until the next sort of players, and Knight's sort of in that sort of step down, he's sort of like trying to breach into that sort of like very top level of players, and look, if he keeps playing like how he has been and keeps improving, I think he definitely can do it. He's been a phenomenal player, and Knight's, he's shown a lot of promise. So yeah. I definitely think he's capable of doing it. I think the question for him will be, can he keep it up consistently? And that's the thing. That's what he's going to have to really focus on here. He's going to have to make no mistakes in this set if he wants to win this.
He's going to have to bring his best game. And and I mean, yeah, just look at all the other AQL champions throughout the time before we started KDC. It's all players that have been around for ages. So yeah, a tall order for really anyone who's trying to break into the top and like win an AQL, or a KDC split, or potentially even land. But if there is one player to do it right now, I think it is Knight. So let's see what he can do. Dan, obviously, he has been our international representative for years when the Pro League was still going, QPL was still going, and Quake World Champions Championship. So he's got his work cut out for him. We know what Dan can do, so let's see what Knight can do. Obviously the underdog here, but he's done it before, so no reason he can't do it now.
Yeah, let's have a look at our picks bands on these players. Are both ready to go. So we got CK, Vale, Ruins, Blood Cub, and finishing us off on Awoken, with Exile and Blood Run being the 2 ban maps. Blood Run banned from Knight. Fair enough. Dan's you know, again, want to be one of those veteran players, has the experience on Blood Run. It's been, you know, it's a classic map. And yeah, you don't want to play him on that map. You don't want to play him on many maps, but yeah, get rid of Blood Runner there. Dan just banned in Exile. Understandably, again, it's been a common ban throughout the series. CK, we do see Dan on Ranger and Knight on Strog.
I think we've seen probably this matchup.
That matchup on either Awoken or CK, just, you know, what is it to say about it? Vale, we're going to see Eisen from Dan, and exciting to see Keel from Knight. Really good pick from Knight. I think he's one of the few players who sort of excels with that champion. And Vale versus Eisen is such a great matchup for the Keel. He is such a good counter towards that turret. You know, get that rocket nade combo, turret immediately gone, no damage whatsoever. So I think he's got the champ advantage here, but whether or not he can, again, get in control of the map enough. You know, Vale is one of those maps where you really need to be the one who's controlling that sort of high ground position. You need to be able to take space from your opponent, keep the pressure going, even when you're, you know, not necessarily... Even when you're trying to, you know, get these items and all that, you have to leave that position. It's a really difficult map to sort of master, but I think Keel against the Eisen's a great setup for Knight to potentially take that map down. This next map scares me though. The third map we're seeing. Ruins of Sarnath. We get Knight with Galena and Dan on Visor. That's... I don't see a world where...
It's terrifying.
I don't see a world where Knight can win this. Galena, I don't think is going to offer anything much to it, right? You're going to have the totems, yeah, but... Yeah, we've seen previous weeks. Like, everyone here in chat, you've probably all seen it before. You know what you're going to be expecting on that matchup. So, I'm sorry to say that. I think Knight, you're going to be outclassed in that one. But then we're going to move on to Blood Cub, Anarchy, and Athena. Knight with the Anarchy, good pick from him. He's a fan of that champ. But the Athena is going to be a difficult matchup, I think, against Knight. You know, Dan's going to have that, you know, vertical movement, right? Going to have access to that railgun pretty much all game, and that's going to be the key, right? Dan, we know how much Dan loves the rail, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing for him, is just going to have that constant access to it for free, effectively. And then finishes now, if we need it, over on Awoken. Doomslayer for Knight versus Dander King's Death Knight. Yeah, a bit of the sort of bottom barrel sort of picks there. Doomslayer very good though, so I think Knight does have the advantage on the final map, but the question is, will we see the final map? And I think there's only one way to find out. So if players are ready, and if you guys are ready, I want to see more Quake, so...
See how we go. The most common matchup for map 1, most of the time. For this map specifically.
Maybe BJ Ranger, that could also be...
But that could also happen. And that usually happens if Strog is banned straight off, but of course Dan banned the clutch, because Knight, out of the few players in Australia, is one of the ones who does play the clutch and quite well. So,
and not only that, we've seen Knight on clutch just dismantle Dan before, right? Like, I still remember that AQL6 Awoken, was it Clutch v... I can't remember who Dan was playing. I want to say like Ranger or something maybe, but can't tell you off the top of my head. But I remember that was such a good showing from Knight. That was a super entertaining. I love watching a good clutch. So I'm disappointed we won't see it in this matchup, but that's okay. Regardless, we're going to see exciting games. We've got heaps of games to play. And we're starting this off CK, Ranger v Strog. Let's start on the Strog here from Knight.
Prepare to fight.
Here we go. We have to start to see what spawns they get. Obviously, in my opinion, at the moment, you want to get a spawn that really favors towards the LG side. And Knight, he is not going to get the spawn he probably wants. He is going to get shotgun, gets heavy, going to grab Tribal, and then probably try and head towards rockets. Drops down. But no, he actually goes under, and this is interesting routing I haven't really seen before. It allows him to get LG. He obviously doesn't have HMG, but obviously has this head glitch to play with. He's going to do a nice amount of damage to the start EMG. Nice Tribal too. And he's just going to push in. Dan was still there, posted with the HMG, and does good return damage here.
There's good backline by Dan, but Dan just walks in on Knight. He should have heard those two Vile picks up, and Dan going to go down the first frag here. Knight, by delaying this, he's not going to have a chance to get over towards Heavy, but he still wants to get rockets, so I don't think he's going to be too worried about that. Does have HMG now, and Dan still without any weapons to fight this other than rockets. Pika comes out and immediately getting rid of it. Worried that Dan could try and orb in on him. That's the thing too, you got to be careful of. Dan's got that orb. Good LG coming out from Knight, but Dan in that high ground position, he's still well ahead in this stack. And Knight still just trying to push in, trying to keep this aggression going. But he's in no position to keep doing this. The orb comes out, and that's exactly what I was just saying. You cannot get yourself too comfortable next to a ranger when there's still orb up. But Dan, he actually opts to go over, tries to get that extra armor shard, and Knight pushing in aggressively, takes Mega. Dan will have plenty of 25 bubbles to secure to get back up to that full natural stack. No rockets, so Knight does have the advantage in the range. Oh, just dodging that rocket. I think it clipped his helmet.
Yeah, Dan in a good position here to defend this Mega, and he starts with the wrong weapon. Oh, almost loses it because Knight had that health over behind him, but he will. Oh, the Mega's actually not up for another 3 seconds, so Dan might not be able to secure this. He might actually have to back up and go towards Heavy. They do spawn pretty much at the same time, so they'll just split items here. As Knight trying to find some armor maybe, but
yeah, but Knight's delayed this item now. The question is now, Dan's probably heard that, so he's going to have some idea. Dan's just pushing in aggressively. Think, oh, he's got to direct immediately, and that's pretty much ended that fight. I was going to say this could go well for Knight, but no, not a chance. Cleans it up again. Dan now 3-1 lead.
And there's
this time, Dan's got the stack to keep fighting for this, right? He's not going to have to run away, but great initial rocket, and I say that, look at that, 2 direct rockets from Knight, and that cleans that one up. Heavy is going to be the first item, and yeah, Knight, he knows that because he delayed that Mega. So the question is, will he have enough time to get back? He will. The question is Dan. He's sitting on it, he's got no items, he does get the Mega. The LG from Knight is super strong, the orb comes out, great dodging from Knight. Nothing connects from the from Dan's orb, and that's a 3-3 scoreline. And Dan's just pushing straight in with the shotgun. Yeah, too much damage done in the previous fight. Knight did not have the weaponry to fend that off. And Dan will, again, take the lead here. And huge LG damage. Knight sitting there with the wrong weapon out. No way he survives in this spot. Dan's just going to sit here by the Mega. Knight, he really doesn't want to hang around for too long, right? So it's, both items are up. So if he can quickly... No, he's not even going to get the spawn in time. So Dan will secure both Heavy and Mega. Knight fleeing around the corner.
Dan running into the room here. He doesn't take much damage.
Good second rocket there, though, from a good defensive from Knight. And another nice rocket actually coming out from Knight. And Dan, he's not healthy. However, he's the one on the side of the map that's got all the health to fall back on. And somehow Knight actually wins that fight, 2 HP. However, he's only on 20. He does manage to get that armor shard, I think, but didn't mean much when you get hit by a direct rocket if you only have 20 HP. And Dan will, again, continue this control. Knight pushing out with the LG, hitting a huge amount of damage. But Dan's throw with a much larger stack, and the spawn attempt frag here. Dan not healthy, so he knows that he can't sort of continue this fight, because if Knight gets that nail gun out, he will delete Dan for about 3-4 nails, and Knight too aggressive there, pushing out through the window. Dan waiting for armor shard, it's still not here. Kieran Mega and Knight, oh, nice amount of LG in the back, and look at that, he's just absolutely melted Dan's stack.
Wow. That was incredible. He didn't miss a cell, it felt like. Dan thought
I
he was
didn't think Dan was in range, but look at this again. We're going to see the situation of Dan just pushing in with shotgun and orb. I think Knight, he's just been a little bit too... He's not respecting Dan's orb enough. We've seen a couple of situations now where he's just managed to win that fight, and wow, actually the HMG is enough to get that kill. I didn't think he was going to survive that. This time, however, Dan is not... He's going to push him with shotgun, but he doesn't have... the orb. HMG, nice little tickle there from Dan. Dan's full aggressing to the other side of the map, wants to secure this item, and again the LG, so strong from both players. Look at Knight, he pushes down, swapping weapons, and actually mutual frag there. Dan with the shotgun, Knight with the rocket, good hit, but Dan gets the spawn. He gets both those weapons back immediately, and the Heavy. Still 7-10, this is only 5 minutes in, this could go either way.
Yep, the classic mutual frag on CK. We're seeing it once again as Dan now. He's going to have a good position here on the Mega. He takes damage here, sure, but he can just fall down to this Mega and try and rotate towards this Heavy. There's quite a bit of time between these items. Knight does have the better positioning right now, but Dan, he is going to be closer to the item. He'll pick it up, and Knight, well, he's going to have to back off. It looks like he needed some ammo, and so he's going to go back up now towards Mega. Mega not up for 15, and Knight, he's trapped here now. No rockets left for Dan, but it doesn't matter. He has LG, and he's just going to trap Knight here. Knight putting himself in a trap there a little bit too hard, and Dan is just going to push up the spawn. Knight's going to run into it. He's going to orb, not going to connect too hard, but hey, it doesn't matter. He's just going to leave Knight weak, and Knight is going to be scrambling, you know, for health and armor here, while Dan is just going to run the map.
Yeah, and Dan's already denied one of their 2 armor shards on this map, right? He's got Heavy, and he's actually going to go through here This is... He's actually got nothing. There we go. He does get that extra thing. He's just denied every single bit of armor. Knight has got nothing now for about 15 more seconds. That's a good opening rocket here, actually, from Knight. And Dan's just going to keep pushing in those shotgun out. Pika comes out and does a huge amount of damage. He's done a good chunk on Dan here, but he doesn't have the weapons to start fighting now. And yeah, he gets caught out here with the LG. Maker is up, and Dan's going to have time for this. And 20 HP survives on. 4 cells of the LG would have done it, but Dan instead drops down, picks up that Knight. Not ready for Dan to be in that position. Does drive by, stealing away that armor shard. And Dan not really expecting him to be there. Good defense. Oh, look at that rocket jump. Flying to the other side of the map. And what a mid-air from Dan and Knight. I think he was so confident after hitting that first shot that he would guaranteed win that item. But phenomenal damage coming out from Dan. Doesn't miss anything. What a great rocket jump. And Knight just not ready for it.
Incredible from Dan. We know his mechanics are just insane.
We're getting some flashy plays, and we love to see it.
And now, as Knight looks like he just had broken the cycle that Dan had going, he's now kind of back into it, back in the meat grinder. Does hit a nice few rockets here, but the problem is Dan has so much to back up on. If he wanted to grab that light, he could, but he hears Knight go towards it. He's going to grab the heavy. Knight is at a decent stack right now, but Dan, again, has a good position, and he knows the next light is the item up. So he's just going to pretty much cut it off and make sure Knight can't get to it for free, at least. As Knight now, he's trying to find a way in, find some good damage here. But again, that Tribot doing no damage. Pika, in my opinion, pretty much wasted. Dan going to deny this light, and again, this is the brutality of the cycle. Having only 2 light armors on the map. Knight just has to find a way to get in. But it's just so hard, especially when you don't have that railgun.
Yeah, this is just kind of CK in a nutshell, right? Once one player manages to get some level of control going, it can be such a hard, brutal map to get back into. You know, Dan's just been denying so much armor from Knight that he can't take fights. You know, it's like you look at Knight, he's picked up 2 heavies all matched to Dan's 12. And not only that, they're on the same for medium. So it's like Knight has just had picked up no armor. That's what the problem is for him right now. And this match was 7-11 scoreline before, and Dan's now just hasn't let Dan in. Sorry, Dan hasn't let Knight in since then, and it's just looked so one-sided. And I don't see a way, especially now with 2 minutes to go, that Knight can bring this back.
And honestly, it's gotten to a point where Knight probably doesn't even want to do damage to Dan so he can pick up those lights. He just wants to just slowly play, then pick up the lights, and then maybe try and find a way to get back into the game. Doing damage to Dan actually, as weird as it seems, might actually, you know, not benefit him, but he actually finds a way into this mega. Times it pretty well. And Dan... Oh,
how do you hit? See, like, that's just the thing, right? Knight finally gets a good opportunity into this map, and then bam, 100 rocket from cross map. No right hitting that, but fantastic shot. And Dan again will survive, but Knight will be the one on the other side of the map here with the armor finally. This is the first time I think we've seen Knight pretty much with any level of control, really the whole game, let's be honest. But the thing is, look at Dan sitting here. We know what's what. Never mind, I was going to say we're going to see an orb shotty here, but Knight reading it perfectly, flying around that corner, direct rocket, and he's trying to chase Dan down. He's going to catch him here, but Dan's smart. Opts to fall back, and this is the thing, right? We've got a minute to go. And he's going to get another frag here. Dan stealing away Mega. Are we going to see the orb used here? We will not. Knight will get one more kill there, but 45 seconds. 5 frags to tie it up. This is pretty much nice last chance. He actually didn't pick up that heavy there. I don't know if he was opting to leave or if he just accidentally went past it, but...
Nail on the coffin right there, I think.
That will be the final nail in the coffin, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it was statistically doable, and honestly, statistically, and, you know, it's CK, it can definitely happen, but that final kill will pretty much seal the deal. And Dan, with, I'd say, although the score seems kind of close, honestly, it felt Dan was pretty dominant, especially with the control. I mean, you can just see it in the item pickups. And Knight, you know, just couldn't really find a way in, couldn't even find himself picking up light armors. I mean, as you said, it's like, it's pretty much even on light armors. But getting absolutely dominated in the major items, like, how are you ever going to win that? So,
yeah, exactly. And normally you'll see the time where, you know, your opponent's got more heavies than you. You'll be the one who's got extra lights, right, to counteract that. But that's not always going to be the case on CK, because the way that you can cycle these items and cycle these fights, it just means you can put yourself into a situation where you are never able to get items if you are dealing damage. And as you said before, right, it doesn't seem like the right thing to do, but sometimes you do just have to let your opponent get past, right? Because if you do take that fight and they kill you and you've done enough to let them pick up another armor shard, they're going to go and get cycle the next major item anyway. And then you're going to find yourself off spawn without weapons. They're going to be at the same stack they would have been at regardless, right? Because you have major items cap on how much you can get. So it doesn't make a difference anyway. So really, yeah, the right thing is to sometimes leave them up. But CK's so small, and that's what made it so hard. You can't hide anywhere to get those items. You know, it's not a ruins, right, where it's a huge map, plenty of room to move around, plenty of room to hide. It's just not like that. And so, as we saw, you know, just a strong showing from Dan, a flashy play, few flashy plays here and there, and CK goes in the way of Dander King. First map to his name, best of 5. So it needs 2 more to take this set.
Now we're going to have a bit of a change of pace. We're going to Vale, and this is a map that has 3 light armors. So you do have a little bit more on the map to go around and pick up. It's a lot harder to try and control all of the light armors. I mean, it's almost not possible, really. So, you know, if you do get out of control, you can play it slow, you can get more stuff for yourself. And this is the map, if we remember back to AQL 6, that started the whole comeback. It started with Dan. He was pretty much up. Looks like he's about to win, and Knight gets the frag at the last second, and then wins the next map, wins AQL 6. So this is the map that we have seen Knight do pretty well on. And again, we do see the Keel, and a lot of people might be like, what the hell, Keel? Like, isn't Keel terrible? Not in the hands of Knight. Knight is very good on Keel. He's, as you said, one of the few players that can pull it off. Shruls is another player that I think of that can pull it off. Probably the only 2. So,
yeah, there's no one else who majorly picks Keel. And that's the thing, and this is the map and champ matchup, right, that is perfect for Keel. This is pretty much the ideal situation for him. It, you know, negates the whole use of that turret. So it's really going to depend, yeah, if like, how's Dan going to use this turret? Is he going to be, you know, maybe more of an aggressive sort of use? Because if you lose that turret as just a, I'm going to plop you down there, Timmy, and you're just going to do your thing, it's not going to work against a Keel, right? If you come around the corner, it's like, you know, you've got a Death Knight or something, right? He doesn't have a quick way of dealing with that turret. You might get that 35, you know, 50 damage, whatever, off from the turret, and that's good intel, good extra chip damage. But that's not going to happen on the Keel, and he's already got that massive stack anyway. So let's start on Knight here. Let's see what he can do with the Keel. He gets the LG spawn, which is perfect for him. Gets rockets as well, and we'll be able to get into this high ground position straight away. Rocket down towards Rail, which Dan's gone straight for. Does actually connect. But Dan with a railgun is scary, which we didn't see previous map. We're going to see a lot of it, I think, this map. And Knight still high in the high ground. Dan, oh, here we go. Gets caught out here, and look at that damage that immediately comes out with that nade. And yeah, I love that from Knight. He just sits back in that corner. He even catches down straight off the spawn. First rail does connect, but it's not going to mean anything. The reload is too slow. And look at that, 30 seconds in. Knight getting 2 kills, and beautiful rocket jump up. Dan tries to rocket jump up as well. Does manage to steal away heavy, but Knight is going to be in position. Gonna have another rocket jump coming out from Dan. Great play, and the rockets from Dan are so good. It's forcing Knight into this side of the map. Dan's still aggressive. Look at that again. The nade rocket combo does huge damage against Dan. And Rail off spawn too. Look, neither player is healthy here, but especially after that second, Rail Dan is crippled. And is he going to catch him out? Here he is. And this is going to be another kill for Knight. Surely, there's no way Dan survives. And beautiful Rail. 4-0 up in a minute. What is going on? We're about to have it 5-0 up as well.
Wow, that's a crazy spawn. I don't know how that... Oh.
Alright, I'm so sorry for cast cursing that Knight. But 5-1 still is good.
I actually don't know how he got that spawn. That was crazy, but still. This is the thing about Keel as well, is that he can do so much defensive damage with the nades. And again, Dan probably just a bit over-aggressive in this spot. But he does do good damage, but he's still pretty crippled. And Knight is trying to cut off this light. He's not going to do so, but he's going to be in a good position for this Mega, which is the next item up. Playing this powerful top position. Dan comes through, but again, there's the nade. It does so much damage in these defensive positions. And I think that's what's kept him having this lead.
It's actually been a bit of a mistake here. Gone for the Mega was actually the next item up. He should, if he's quick, but I think Dan's going to be able to secure the LG pin right against the wall. Dan cannot do that. Knight's LG is so strong and loads him up there. And look at that, 7-1 in 2 minutes. Can you believe this is the scoreline? And not only that, it's going towards Knight. And again, not, you know, talking bad about Knight. He's been playing phenomenally, but not what I was expecting. And great rails, though, from Dan. Crippling Knight here. He's so low. He needs to just play this quiet, play this passive, and the aggression just so far just hasn't worked out. The defensive nades have just crippled the offensive play. And look at that again, the exact same thing, but somehow Dan survives 9 HP. Look at that, it was 250 damage effectively in like, what, a second and a half. Nothing, there's no damage output that matches that pretty much in this game. Dan opted to get out to this rail side when he wants to try and protect it here against Knight. Knight doesn't have the weapons to fight it. One rail connects, the pineapple does not. 3-7, Dan's starting to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, versing heavies is like, you take a lot of damage in the last fight, they spawn, and they're at such a good stack, it's so hard to like string frags. And oh, Dan making a mistake with the rocket jump there. It's gonna keep him out of the game. It's so hard to get momentum against heavies. And Knight, he's in such a good position now. Dan even getting the mega, but it doesn't even look like he has, because he has no armor really. So it's just the health that really benefits him. And that's just gonna bleed away as time goes on. So right now, he's in such a bad spot. There isn't really much up for him to grab either. Just grabs the light now, but Knight's gonna hear that. And Knight's in such a good position, he's gonna deny that other light. And Dan, he's trying to push in here. Good rockets, actually. But again, yep, he's just gonna fall down.
Yeah, the TP play, Knight learning from Trulls, learning from the best. Gets the kill. And 9-3. Knight did actually miss that 25, he's going to go back for it. Now he's going to have to be careful because Dan, he's seen Rail gone, right? So now he knows the position for Dan. Gets some rockets as well. And potentially going to catch man, but look at the LG from Dan. What was that? The pre-fire LG. He hits literally every cell on that. God, that was insane. That looks unfair. That just looks unfair. What do you do against that?
That's heavies for you. You do have that massive hitbox, so with someone who can aim like Dan, it's just even easier for him. So this is his chance to get back into the game. There's plenty of time before the next major items. So Knight is trying to just play silent, try and keep out of the way of Dan before this next major item comes up, so he has a chance to fight it. Does good entry damage here. Dan returning it. Timmy shoot him in the back. Teaming up with Dan here. And actually Dan ending up with the lesser stack here. Misses the rail as he drops, and now the heavy. It's going to come through. He's going to take it, but Dan is going to be in a better position for this mega. So he is going to be able to take that. And they are going to even out on stacks pretty much. Knight looking for maybe some damage. Good rocket then. And that is going to negate the mega, and Knight has this light armor to fall back on. Dan doesn't really have much. He might have that one near rockets, but that's it.
Yeah, this armor will be spawning soon. But the question is, can Knight sort of progress on, and not ready for Dan to just be sort of sitting in that spot? Does get a direct rocket, and both players though right now are available. And if Knight or Dan peek just a little bit too much, or whoever hits that first shot, there we go. Heavy secured by Dan, and Knight is not in a spot where he can hang around Dan. Having that heavy that he can fall back on means that he's the one who pretty much gets this for free. And is he going to read the TP? He's not get the armor, but no, Knight's not going to jump for it. Opts to go back into rockets, and Knight's managed to get his stack up quite healthy here. 10 seconds before this next major item. Dan's question, can he read where Knight is? Just playing quietly around that pillar. Does take that first rail though. Dan ready for a shucks the TP, the turret down by the edge of the TP. Knight actually hitting good damage, but does force Dan onto the major item. Not what you want at all. And the aggressive play from Dan's not paying out a huge amount, but there we go. Finally towards the end of that fight. That rail does connect and trying to get the angle through the bottom there, but no, there was no rails left. Dan could have potentially got that kill before that major item spawned. Tribot coming out, not actually connecting. Knight does have slightly more stack for this next fight. We're 6 minutes in already. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, and it's 9-4. We haven't had any downtime in this map whatsoever. Knight just dropping straight down. The LG is so good from both players, and oh my god, Dan surviving 5 HP. One more health bubble and Knight would have won that.
This is where heavies are scary, because he's going to spawn on a very good stack. He's going to secure himself this mega. Dan not really in a good spot to fight this. He does have rail advantage, but that's the thing. You can't expect them to not drop down with that sort of, that sort of a stack. But it looks like Dan, he's actually going to hit all the clutch rockets he needs to do. Knight not having the rockets or any nades left. And nice rail off the spawn, but good LG. They're both so weak. One more shot will do it here from Dan. He hits the rail out.
I can't believe Dan's still aggressing, and the heavy pickup saves his life. He takes one LG tick, but because of the heavy armor, he survives. I mean, he should probably die here, I think. I don't see, surely not. And again, Dan has survived. This is criminal from Dan right now. He's just surviving on such low health on so many of these fights. And Knight, whether or not, just not realizing how low Dan actually is, or whether or not it's just purely respect, right? Coming down to it's like, I know that if he's on 50 HP, he can still hit 200 damage in the time I can deal that if I have to push around the corner. And the LG, good amount of damage to begin with, but Knight's the one who gets the rail. Now Knight in the high ground position, the first rocket. Does a little bit of chip damage, and Dan pushing across, jumps over, hits the rail, but the LG from Knight, really powerful mega is there. And this should be another kill. Going towards the shotgun out, does not connect. And Dan, he's brought this back to a 1-frag game.
That was a crucial shotgun too. He needed to hit that to keep himself maybe in this heavy fight. But now he doesn't really have the weapons. It's even stacked, so he's just going to have to give it up and try and, you know, gain some weapons, gain some stack, and see what he can do in the next item. Next item up is going to be Mega, but he doesn't have rockets, he does have grenades, he does hit the first shotgun, 105, double shotgun, there's the nades, and that's the advantage of Keel. You can just do so much damage.
You can do so much damage. And interesting here, Dan's pushing straight in, and I was going to say interesting, but he's actually making it work out, and what is that rail? He just flies around the corner. I guess if you know you're going to hit everything, why not do it? And oh, nice shot there from Knight. Now Dan's actually in a tricky situation because he is railable, not anymore with that extra little that passive now that Einzen got. So was safe to push across, and look at that direct rocket. Surely he's not just going to push straight through. He does. The initial nade is huge, and the bouncing from the rocket's not quite enough. And Knight now will get a 2-frag lead. Dan just pushing in super aggressive here. Knight is not healthy, but he's still got a slightly larger stack than Dan. Would like to go back here, probably, and get this armor shard, but doesn't want to give up the free item is the problem. And missed rail. And with a minute to go, is this the does he start playing this a bit more passive? I don't know if he can, because Dan is just so aggressive. I don't think it's going to allow him. And missed rail, that was a crucial shot for Knight. He needs to start getting some more damage off here, not allowing Dan to take everything off the map. And unfortunately, that is exactly what's happened. Dan's just taken both items, and another missed rail. Knight cannot keep going like this. He goes through almost. Oh my god, that was a telefrag, and Timmy actually gets the kill. And look how much damage Knight did in that fight. The answer was nothing. He didn't hit anything there. He's been caught out. Going for that bottom armor. There's no way he gets in there. I was going to say, he's actually going to get this.
Impressive. Handyman.
Dan securing the 12th kill. That's the one in the lead. Now, can Knight do anything? Dan is really not healthy, but what is that? But Knight drops down. He gets the rail. 12 to 12. There is one frag in it. Timmy's still doing damage. We're in sudden death. The telefrag on Timmy. Bit overkill, but it's done it. Now Knight is still railable. He hits the shot on Dan. Both players railable now. Whoever hits this next shot will win it. Dan does get the heavy. Keeps him above that stack. Now Timmy is still out and about. This is still not putting Knight above a railable state, and Dan's just picked up Mega. Huge amount of health to work for.
Lost a trap.
And he's just pushing straight in. Good initial rail from Knight. Pushes Dan off the edge. Dan just playing aggressive here. He wants to try and take this fight. If Knight can get one more rail off here, this is potentially winnable for him. Great LG. Both players again railable. And no! He does it! He hits the shot! He takes the map! And Dan is defeated 1-1. We are going to see, at least for that, was what a play from Knight. I don't know how he survives there for so long. Really, really, really great defensive play from Knight. Hiding away in that room. Dan not able to connect the damage. And Knight hitting that last clutch rail to secure the OT map win.
Oh my god.
That was
wow.
that was... I told you we were going to be in for some great matches, everyone, and this is the second match tonight. We've got at least, 15 matches to play, so...
Holy. That was kind of like AQL 6 again. It just went to the overtime, and Knight just took it into overtime, and it was able to close it out. That was so close. Literally coming down to whoever hit the next shot. And, oh my god, it ended up being Knight, and that is a massive win going into this Ruins. Oh my god, well done tonight there. Wow. I said there was going to be a change of pace, but damn, it did not feel like it.
Yeah, that was a high scoring match. That was as 6 minutes in, right? I didn't realize, I thought it was going to be 3-4 minutes. I looked at the time, what's going on here? Where's this match gone? This has just been constant, aggression, constant energy from both of these guys. And as we said before, right, Knight, this is a problem, right? You've got Knight, who's such a great, because a good to heavy player, it can be such a hard thing to play against, because that extra stack is just such a good advantage to have. And when you've got a player like Knight, where he's absolutely phenomenally good on clutch, but you really don't want to play against his keel, right? So it's you're sort of forced to, you gotta ban the clutch because you don't want to see him on that, but then you've left keel here, and it's a bit of a, it's a tight situation to be in.
And if you're an aggressive player like Dan, it actually kind of plays into Keel. Because Keel, he has just a machine gun off spawn, or he actually has the nades as well. And you saw it in a couple of fights there where the nades actually ended up keeping Knight in the game.
Yeah.
We never see Keel. Keel's kind of considered to be a terrible champ, but there, you can show maybe he has a little bit more to him.
This is where I wish they tracked ability damage, right? Because I'd love to know how much damage was done by those pineapples. Because I can tell you now, it was many hundreds of damage. Because I feel like every second pineapple he shot, even he'd spam some out, but everyone that was in like a direct 1-in-1 engagement, every single one hit for max damage. They'd direct every single shot, and that's the thing, Keel. If you can master that nade usage, you know, you've got half a rocket right sitting there extra for free. Like that's a huge amount of damage extra. That's 50% more effective than what your opponent's dealing. That's assuming you're doing like a one-on-one rocket fight here, but this is the map we were a bit scared of, right?
Yeah, I mean, it plays into Dan. Dan is, as we know, a super aggressive, hard-hitting player. And if you have Visor, I mean, you can just hit even harder with the free wall hack you get every 60 seconds or so. So, Knight is going to get the spawn down the bottom. He is going to get the weapons to start off, but here it is straight away, Dan. He does not care. He's just going to push in.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's the thing. That's something you got to be careful of. You know, that would be a situation where maybe you want to have LG out instead. In case of that push, if you don't have rockets, and rockets are very good at the close range. So, Dan, he's going to come in. He's going to find the first frag. He's used sight, gotten some damage with a rail, and Knight already at such a big disadvantage. Next item up is heavy, and Dan is going to go down for it. The rocket not doing any damage. He will get Mega, but Knight has no armor to his name right now, so he's got to be careful.
And I think Dan is going to be the play. He is going to punish any sort of attempt at an armor pickup here. Great Rabel from Knight as Dan flies by that corridor. I don't think he was expecting it either. Now Knight is the one in this position here, and another one too. Knight is hitting such insane. Is he the one with sight? Who's playing Visor right now? And the Visor sight does come out, uses it to perfection, and Knight thinks he's got a chance to peek around the corner. How dare you try and do that against Dan? He is going to demolish you. Double directs. Now it's free for him to take both items, unless Knight's going to try and push in. Which he is coming down and aggressive. I like that. The LG in range. Dan knows after he's missed that first rail, he cannot hang around. The LG would have just demolished him. Knight winning himself that item. And straight back into this game. It looks strong start for Dan, but Knight is not giving up.
Yeah, those rails that he hit keep him in the game even though he lost the frag. And again, he's going to hit another one. Knight is hitting really hard right now with this railgun. And Dan, well, he's got to be careful going into this mega room. Knight is posted up with this railgun. He's going to miss that one though. Dan will return one. And Dan, he is going to hit another. And almost hits that one as well. And he's actually made it so he can get this heavy for free. And now Knight is in pretty much full out of control state. But, he's going to come up the jump pad.
He's going to get it. He doesn't give a shit. Straight up the jump pad. And he does survive. He gets the kill. But, I think that's the thing, right? Because the amount of stack that Dan won from those two fights, and got another direct. Knight's thinking, I can take this item, and no, nothing's free here. You've got to pay for everything. And in that case, the cost was a direct, followed by a rail. And then Knight's forced his sent pack, and again another kill. And Knight, again, the same trap set. Love the trap, and the LG from Knight is so strong. He gets the kill. Dan, again, just not ready for Knight to be playing this close in the position. He drops the totem down. He doesn't get the healing from it. That's a really unfortunate thing for him. So I think he wanted to keep the aggression going there, which has been working well, right? Like, if he gets that aggressive play going, it is working for him. But the problem is Dan's just either had too much stack or he's just hit some crazy shots. The first nice rail, Dan. He knows that his opponent's got rail out, so can't keep aggressing. Mega is taken by Dan. 6 seconds toward this item. Dan is going to try and push down, keep this aggression going. Knight with the LG out, tries to catch him out again. Does get the LG fight to him, but unfortunately Heavy is a moment too late. I don't think he would have survived either way. Dan securing Heavy. Oh, Knight with the gauntlet, he gets it. Unfortunately, he's not going to get a second one. He's going to go down here. He's going back for a second one. Oh, I love the attempt.
It almost looks out. He almost pulls the straws, but ends up not doing it. And now,
could you imagine, like, just
that would
falling
be
into that? Yeah, great rail through the corridor there, and this is looking very different from the previous map.
I mean, we're only 3 minutes in. Again, it hasn't felt like that, so it's been so fast-paced, but there is a chance for Knight to get back in, but it's so hard. He's out of control fully right now, and this is a map where the items are, again, kind of close. And of course, Dan has Visor as well, so whenever he wants to try and get a kill, he can pop that and just go, alright, I'll chase you now. I know you're weak. I know you don't have much for yourself. I'm just going to run you down. And Dan, well, he's kind of the king of doing that. He will run you down. He is out of position here for this Mega, but at the end of the day, Knight goes to the off instead of trying to get in the Mega. And he will take a lot of damage here. Knight now trapped. A good rail from Dan. And the Heavy is up. So this spawn will be good for Knight here potentially, but Dan, he is going to go down. Take the fastest route to the Heavy, and nope, Knight's still out of control. I don't even know if he was able to get rail there at the end of the day, so This is looking very dire for Knight, and even now I don't even think he has any totems up. He has one totem up that he just chopped, so there's not much going for him right now.
And on that, look at this, like Dan, look how long Dan's been sort of in control. Well, the gauntlet comes out, he gets 2. Doesn't do enough though, Dan's still super stacked, he's going to push in here with shotgun. But look how long Dan's been in control of this map, right? It's probably been 3 minutes since his last death. He still doesn't even have rockets. He doesn't care, he doesn't need them. All you need is that rail, and he hasn't even got LG ammo. He's walking around with a shotgun and rail, and that's all he cares about. Please, man, pick up some weapons, pick up some ammo. There we go, Knight catch him out with the LG. Dan doesn't have the ones to fight that, but of course he gets that vertical barrel. Why not? Knight still has one healthy. Oh, Knight, that cheeky play. He drops down to jump pad. Dan is not ready for that. Triple totems up as well, actually. So he gets that mega stack. I think Dan's just been too confident just running around. It hasn't been clearing many of those totems. If he'd picked up rockets, he would have got one, but again, hasn't picked that weapon up yet, so he wouldn't know.
Knight's staying around a little bit too long though there, and he's actually out-positioned himself for potentially both items. Dan, now he wants the gauntlet, but he's going to hit a rail, and it's going to send Knight to the skybox.
What is going on? No one can hit a rail! They're both vertical shots. Knight is just flying around, and he is blessed to have survived that. Totem's going to be coming up, but he peeks! He picks up the fire, health bubble just in time, and Dan... Knight's actually still railable here, and Dan's just going to push around with the LG. Knight not able to get any more damage off, and Dan still didn't even clear the totem, he just doesn't care.
Yeah, and...
He missed it, I think. Did he get it?
I think that no, it's still up. We're still
he
up,
missed it, yeah, right, he missed it. There we go, he tries again, he gets it the second time. He comes back. The kill's more important anyway.
Exactly.
And he's got Knight trapped, and this is such a hard spot to go out. And Knight, he just goes aggressive, right? Like, you are trapped there. You don't want to spend the whole next, 3 minutes stuck in that room. So he does just play aggressive, he gets a good amount of tribal damage. Dan does pick up heavy, not giving him that much overstack really when you look at it. So he's only got that 10 extra right now. So as bad as even stack-wise as this match has probably been for the majority of it, and Knight caught looking the wrong way, missed the rail in return. Does have that totem there, does get that, there we go, a couple of shots off and gets that totem heal too, and there we go. Knight is showing some signs of life. He's not out of this yet, but Dan has finally cleared a couple of totems. He was down to the 1.
Oh, he just missed that one there, so there's still 2 up. Knight doesn't really have a good amount of stack here. He will get the heavy, but I mean, look at those rockets. They're really good. And Dan's going to be in a good spot to deny this rail and LG, so it's going to be hard for Knight to really do anything. But because he is weak, he wants to set up for this mega. Knight only at top T has a machine gun to his name. Does like maybe 20 damage, but Dan is going to return with a rail. This light is up, and he'll be able to grab this light and also set up for mega at the same time. He will have visor as well, as he's just picked up these. He hits the totem this time. And now, the mega just taken. He just used his sight, so he knows exactly where Knight is. Going to hit the rail, and the heavy is up for him.
Do it, come on. Fly over there. He doesn't opt to do it, he wants playing this a bit safer. Look, he's well and truly in the lead, and actually going to just leave heavy there, and Knight... Not ready for anything. He wants to try and deny this extra armor shard, but... Like, Knight, look how he's just playing scared, right? It's been free open for him for so much time, and straight away Dan just pushes straight up, hits that shot. And maybe we'll be taking out... Dan might not know what timing this item's on. Knight is waiting here for it, but too slow. Dan comes through and he knows how low Knight is, and almost gets away with it, I thought for a second, but no. You're not getting past him, and that's the problem, right? Like, the issue when you're trying to play against the visor, in the situation that Knight needs is just trying to set some traps so we can take some of these fights, try and win some of these fights, and the GG gets called by Knight Amons in, and yeah, understandable. There was such a dominant showing there from Dan in that match.
Yeah, I mean, that one was... It was quite understandable. I think it was, there was like a, 11 frag deficit, so with 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left, so yeah, very well played from Dan, and I think we saw there the advantage that the visor played for his playstyle. As soon as, Knight was out of control and he wanted to play slow, Dan was just able to pop that visor and really just keep his control going. And yeah, I mean, he had it from the start and he didn't really lose it at all, so there was really no time Knight had a chance to really play the game that you want to play with Galena, because with Galena you do want to play slow, you want to play and get those totems up, you want to have that 3-stack going and then slowly work your way into control, but Dan, with that visor, he just wasn't allowing that to happen.
Yeah, Knight there even saying in chat, nice start with the sight and the speed, and the speed using the sight with the rockets off spawn, and he just wasn't ready for it, and you can see it, right, he had rail out and that first shot missed and that was it, he was done after that.
Yeah. Exactly, you're not stopping visor going at that speed with the rail. It's not going to stop his momentum, he's just going to keep going, and obviously Dan knows that, hey, I can tank a rail here, I don't care if he hits me.
Yeah,
even if he hits mega. 2. Like,
in fact,
even if he hits 2, I'm alive.
Was that the only time that Dan had rail rockets that entire match?
Yeah, honestly, could have been.
Might have been.
I think he had 2 rocket kills that whole game. So so yeah, but I mean, that's not something you typically see, but that is like what Dan shows us. He's really good.
Well, that's the playstyle he plays around, right? Like he knows he's got the he's got that rail that he can rely on, and when you've got a tool so powerful, you may as well use it to its full extent. And we saw it being used to its full extent, right? Like just the rail and the LG usage from Dan was just pretty much perfect in that matchup, and it allowed him to just dominate the pace of the map, just kept Knight out of it. He wasn't even able to get into the match. I think it was one point where I think Knight was able to secure a couple of items, and even then it just took one site usage and a couple of rails and it was back to an even footing. But so that means we're 2-1 up now for Dan. Match point. Winner of this, reminder, does move on into the grand final. And they will be in the grand final for a best of 7 map in hand. So winning it through the upper bracket, there is the advantage of that. You get that 1 bonus map. And the loser of this will be going down, having to fight into the lower bracket finals, playing against either Red Oxide or Lure, I believe.
Right. Well, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to dip for a tiny bit, so I'll leave you here with Rob, and I'll be back in like 20 or so minutes. So
we appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming along and casting with us. It's all good.
No
we
worries.
will keep you covered over this set here. This is going to be a fast one here.
Prepare to fight.
Anarchy, Athena, 2 champions. And
Round begins.
yeah, 2 champions with speed advantage going for them. And I think let's start with Knight. I think with the Anarchy here, let's see what he can do. Immediate inject straight onto this rail as well. And Dan trying to punish it. Not quick enough. Just tries to get the rocket off. Doesn't want to peek it though. He knows that Knight is probably in that position. Doesn't want to risk taking that shot. Knight also not opting to drop down and get that extra armor before picking up heavy. And will now try and secure his weapon stands in the high ground, and he's heading straight for that rail as well, with both players now having that crucial weapon on this map. We're going to see this first engagement on this upper bridge. Rockets secured finally by Knight, but look how much damage has gone out already. Inject is back up already, which is really nice for Knight. It means he'll be above that railable state, but mind you, that little bit of damage Dan did, pushing in with the hook, 3 HP, and there's no way the Knight survives. So it does get a little bit towards the end, gets caught on the pillow, and look, he gets even a little bit more damage than he probably should have, but still nowhere near enough to even put a dent into the stack that Dan has. And now without the weapons, it's going to be a real tall order. Hook comes straight through, pushing straight in, aggressive. Rails? Wow, the LG. Knight somehow winning that. I think the blood pool was actually enough for him to stay alive. They're not going to have inject though. And Dan's just going to keep trying to play a bit aggressive. He gets a little bit more health from blood pool. Nice movement there. Able to get to the other side of the map, gets that upper shard and that little bit of extra health. Still another 15 seconds before the inject's up, and heavy secured by Knight. Dan over on Mega side, and we're going to see another engagement here. Catches him out the last second. Dan doesn't have rail. Using the hook, gets to the high ground position, and the question is for Knight. Where is he? Does a little jump peek, tries to get that first shot. Dan coming in a little bit more aggressive, and neither player wants to peek. And beautiful shot there from Knight as Dan trying to fade away. Inject up as well. Just pops it. Dan not ready for the speed to come through, and this could actually be very easily a kill. Oh, beautiful play from Knight. He hits the rockets, pushes Dan off trajectory just that tiny little bit, but get caught by that rail. And Knight, he wants to get back over to this side so he can keep control of that heavy. And Dan in that position doesn't have the weapons to keep fighting this, but 65 health. He gets caught around the corner. He cannot get around quick enough. Dan getting that kill. He's even just going to push straight in aggressive here. Rail's not connecting. Mega is still up. Now, Knight should be able to get to the other side of the map in time. Dan does not have a hook to get that high ground, and actually, Knight's just going to keep running. He made a little bit of a mistake there. I think he assumed that Knight was going to have that high ground position, being able to use those hooks, but yeah, didn't have any up. HMG right now, the only thing Knight's got to work with. The inject on back up. No, I take that back. He has got the LG. Uses inject as well. Getting that stack back up. Still not healthy. No armor. Dan's going to be ready to play over here for this heavy. This time he is going to have the hook to gain the high ground. And straight over towards Mega. Knight. He'll be over there getting his rail, securing these weapons that he needs to take this fight, getting a little bit of armor as well. Time vials taken away from Dan. Means that Knight going to have, well, that's injects. That's going to be such a crucial tool for the Anarchy in this fight, right? If you don't get all those major items, having that inject gives you that speed boost, it gives you that health boost. We still see 30 seconds off for the next inject, and Dan, if Fueling control. I think he's got a feeling that he might be down bottom there. Neither player wants to make a mistake. Wants to make a sound cue. And there we go. Dan's the one who's got the first lead on Knight. Tri-bolt spam comes out from the bottom. 2-2. 3.5 minutes in, and both players now playing really quiet. Dan securing that major item, and immediately rock jump straight back. And Knight, he's just been a little bit too slow here. It means he's not going to be able to get onto this item. He's actually going to go up the downside here. The LG for Dan's really strong in the missed rail. Knight, he's potentially going to push straight through. He's got the inject up as well. No rockets are connecting, and there we go. Finally, the nice shotgun out too. Great kill from Knight. Does use the inject towards the end. Left with 100 health. He's the one with all the weapons now as well, and great initial rate at the TP. Dan, he is railable. He's got to get past. Great use of the hook. Gets across the other side and shotgun. Damn, not enough at that range. Oh my god, but look at that. Dan, so fast with those hooks. Immediately straight back on Knight, keeping the pressure going. Knight's going to have plenty of stuff on this side of the map to grab. Mega up as well. The problem is Dan has now got this rail. You do not want to allow him to get a chance to get that shot. Knight's still ahead by 1 here. He's stuck on the low part of the map. And a bit of a slow play here. They would have hurt each other then. Knight just does not want to get caught out in one of these traps, right? Like, he knows he doesn't have the sort of stack to keep fighting these. Very little armor still to his name. Dan jumping up top. Great opening rail from Knight. And Dan still just pushing in. The LG's coming out, and huge damage from the rockets. The LG was also pretty much perfect, but the rockets just doing a little bit more damage, keeping Dan in this. Mega immediately there. 3-3 now. We're tying this back up. We're halfway through this map. Knight's trying to go... Nah, good play by him. He opts to not jump straight onto the rail. Knows the Dan's here now, trying to protect it. Spam damage coming through, not connecting. Heavy's going to be the next item up, so it's going to be no way for Knight to really contest this at all. Doesn't have the weapons to do it. Dan, rocket jump straight up. Oh, just missing the jump. No rockets either, so that's actually going to allow Knight to get a free rail. And Dan's safely going to get around the corner. Knight not quite able to punish in time. Getting really, really passive here from Knight. He just wants to get these items up, and Dan, he's got a feeling he knows where he is. He can hear the sound cue, and no, he's done. Great from Knight. That's 2 rails, and oh, he misses the 3rd one. Both players here really low, but there we go. Just a constant rail battle. Neither of these players were willing to go anywhere. They just wanted to keep fighting until they won it. And oh my god, another rail coming out. Dan's going to be the one now. Secures that heavy. Knight, not healthy at all here. Sitting in the blood pool, trying to get any last little bit of health that he can get. Knight just sort of flying around this map, just going to get these time shots. Dan trying to push in aggressive. Look at that, barely even peeked. You couldn't even see him. He gets that rail off. That's from the... No, he's going to get caught out here. No, great rocket jump coming out from Dan. Punishing Knight. And immediately tying that back up and then getting the frag lead. So now we see... I think this is the first time Dan's been in the leads for a while, actually. And pushing up here, the HMG. Holy hell from Knight. That's a massive amount of damage. The rails only getting the 1. It's Knight's going to secure this item here. Dan's trying to get a rail from beneath. Not going to happen. Knight's not going to peek on that angle. Should also allow him now to get to this other side of the map. We're going to secure that rail. The most crucial tool on this map. Players have both knew where each other were. But Dan not connecting that first shot, leaving him in a really low state. The armor shard by Mega does come back up. So it's going to get him back to a healthy enough state where he can start moving around the map a little bit safer now. Still, if he takes 1 rail here, missed shot from... Oh, great shot there in return, and that's pretty much put ourselves back in the exact opposite states, right? Like, whoever took that next rail was going to be the one who's crippled. And mind you, Mega comes up and Heavy both at the same time. So now both player stacks are at a reasonable level. Dan's going to get this extra upper armor shard. Nice. Does not want to get caught out. Spending so much time on this sort of lower ground, and so a lot more sort of safe rooms that he can go between, a lot of corridors and all that. And there we go, first rail, second rail coming out for Dan, and he's going in for the 3rd one, does not connect. The hook comes out, he's playing in aggressive here. Knight gets the health and armor by here, and the LGs are out. Not a huge amount there from Dan, and he's got no rails. So Knight maybe surviving another day, but I don't think he's going to be able to get over to Heavy in time. He will not. Dan's going to hear the armor pick up. He is getting ready for it. This shot's actually to come out. Knight is still just pushing out. He does steal Heavy, so it's something I guess he gets for him, right? So that means the Athena is still not healthy. He doesn't have time to keep fighting this. Mind you, the machine gun, good damage. If Dan does not connect these rails, this could start getting scary, but he does in the end. Connects him up. 60 HP remaining. He's still going to play a little bit aggressive here, trying to see if he can get any damage. Securing the armor shard as well. Still time before this Mega comes up. This is where it's starting to look a bit dangerous, and Slight mistiming there on Mega. Comes up as he jumps off. Knight trying to play the aggressive here with the LG, but Dan sitting above with the rockets. And actually just tries to try and push through there. And the Knight with the shotty. Beautiful kill. And he's going to try and catch Dan out here on spawn. He does find him. And he should be able to get this kill, but look at that, the hook. Beautiful play to get out of there. Going to run out of LG cells, and the worst concern for him now is the machine gun. That HMG at that range, and he just wasn't able to get the LG damage off. Don't think he had rail there either to take that fight, and Dan was able to just machine gun him down. That was Knight's chance to get back into this. I think he just wasn't able to connect enough on that rail too. So crippling for Knight. No armor. Yeah. What is that? How does he even hit that? He just jumped straight across, and I think he's going to come back. I think at this point, yeah, Knight knows that's probably going to be a GG there. 9-5. 4 frags in a minute. Against an Athena with 300 stack. What can you do, Knight? Show us some magic. Otherwise, this is going to be set going to Dan. And dancing around on this high ground position here, and unfortunately not. Nothing connecting from the high ground. Dan using the hook, flying up into position. And that's going to be all zero for the set. Knight just pushing in here. Might secure one more here, but the shotgun, too much damage. 11-5 looks like. That's going to be it. GGs have been called. That's 3-1 for Dan. And so that means, yeah, Dan will be moving on to the grand final now. He has got map in hand there, best of 7 to be played out. Knight, not out of the tourney yet, so we will be seeing a bit later on tonight. Moving down now to the lower bracket. He'll be in the lower bracket finals. So he has the chance to make it back through and rematch Dan, potentially in the grand final. But, yeah, Knight knows that it's not a guarantee to get there, right? Like, any of these other players still in the bracket have got just as good a chance to make it there. They're all like, phenomenally good players. We've already seen Lua playing once today. And, you know, he was playing phenomenally well. He was hitting his shots.
Yeah. Now I am audible. You were hearing me, but the streamer wasn't.
Oh, okay. There you go. Well, so we all want to hear your lovely post roll. So.
Let's look at the bracket. What will be our next match?
Yeah, so next we should be moving on to Lua and Red.
I see that.
Either we need to push through out.
True. And someone needs to confirm.
All right, give us a quickie couple of minute break here, and we'll organise this next set for you all.
Okay. See you guys in a bit. deck.
Right, and we are back again. Almost ready to launch off into our next set of matches here. Lure versus Red Oxide. In our next matchup, picks and bans are underway. So we are starting out here. Lure's pick of Blood Covenants. Moving on to Corrupted Keep, Ruins of Sarnath, Blood Run, and Veil to finish us off for the set. We see Lure getting his trusting Nyx here on Blood Cubs, so it's going to be an interesting matchup there with that. Against the Anarchy of Red, we know Red, usually a movement-based player. You know, he's got phenomenal movement, some of potentially even if not the best movement in all of Australia, I would argue. Definitely up there with, you know, some of the very, very, very top players, and he's got the combat to back it up as well. So Anarchy in the hands of Red is a really scary prospect. However, you know, Lure on the Nyx, he can play that extremely, extremely defensive game, make it so hard for your opponent to frag you. So I think it's going to be a really interesting sort of like clash here between the two mix-up of, you know, the speed of the Anarchy versus, you know, that defensive play from Lure and the Nyx there. Moving on to CK, we saw it before and we're going to see it again. Ranger versus Strog. I believe last time it did go into the favor of... was the Ranger, I believe, was last. Was it last time? Was it the Ranger? I think it was the Ranger. I might be mistaken. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, very even matchup there. Both phenomenal picks there. Could go either side. Ruins of Sarnath. We see the Visor getting picked from Red there. Lure banning the Clutch. Interesting choice there. I do see Red has actually picked up one of the few players who has picked up Clutch sort of recently. And as we all know, no one will allow anyone to play Clutch in Australia, so we're never going to see it ever again. Sorry to say that. And Red banning Keel as well, the prime map. And then we've got the DJ, yeah, coming out from Lure on Ruins. Interesting choice, not a common pick there, but
hello.
I can certainly see him work with it. Cam, welcome in. We have Cameron join us for this set of matches between Red Oxide and Lure. Moving on, we've got Blood Run as our fourth map. The Eisenby Galena. We're going to see all of the spam of items throughout that map. I think both champs have got their merit on that map. It'll be interesting how they go around playing with their utility. And the Doomslayer Ben there coming out from Red. Finally, moving on to Veil, we get Scale versus Death Knight. Scale can be a really strong champ on Veil, especially when there's nothing really to counteract it. And the Death Knight is definitely going to have the advantage there. Sorry, the Scale's definitely going to have the advantage against the Death Knight, because while, you know, Flame Strike can do that little bit extra damage, it's just got no way of stopping that Scale Bearer in charge. So Lure's going to have to be extremely careful to make sure he positions himself in situations where he's not going to be allowed to be left open and vulnerable to the charge close range damage that you're going to get from the Scale. So we'll see how he opts to go around playing that.
How's my mic quality before we get started? It's good? It's fine?
Yeah, I might see if I can make you a little bit louder.
Roger that.
So while you do that, let's have a quick look and see what the predictions are in chat here. Mostly going towards the side of Lure for this first match, and that is totally understandable. Again, yeah, Nyx, Lure, Blood Carve, it's a pretty iconic matchup. Lure also banned Slash, I should have said too on that. Definitely a champ that Red probably would have picked if he had the opportunity to. Is Red, are you voting for yourself there? Are you kind of trying to like steal away some... I'll put a vote for you, Red. I have faith in you, man.
Yeah, we still need the Lure in-game. He's probably doing his push-ups.
Doing his pre-game routine. Alright, while we wait for Lure, Cam, give us your thoughts about this this matchup, this set, these two players.
Well, I think it can go either way. I think in terms of the champion picks, it's pretty even on every map, actually. which is what you sort of want. I think a lot of players get caught up in trying to get the advantage in the champion picks. When the fact is, if you think you're here to play a set, as long as the champions are even, that's all you want, and then you can use your skill to win. I've got caught up myself in trying to get an advantage on certain maps, and it comes back to bite in the ass when you're doing the pick bans. But yeah, I think the picks are fairly standard, and I
think the only one that really, I think, to me sort of leans one way is probably the final map, the Veil, the Death Knight versus the Scale.
I think the Scale's probably a little bit stronger at the moment, but the fact is, like,
Scale.
By the time you get to the 5th map, there's always going to be some funky sort of matchups coming. You know what I mean? But you can still play as DK anyway. So
100%. I think I'm the only person still who likes DK. I think everyone else hates the character, but
Dan still likes him as well. I think. But
Veil and DK is a good. It works. There's a lot of small little corridors, right? You can get a lot of damage off with that flame strike if you get them into the right spot, or you try and zone them off. So, but again, charge coming out from Scale, it's going to be powerful and it's going to be a difficult matchup, but who knows, we may not even get there. That's the 5th map. We start on Blood Cub with the Anarchy and the Nyx.
Yeah, that's how I sort of try and look at matchups too. I've got a bad champion in the 5th, let's not get to the 5th, let's just win in 3, yeah?
Exactly right, win it in 3 and call it a day. That's what you want to go for. I think that's what both these players are going to be wanting, right? Neither of them, because as you say, right, by the time you start getting to that 4th and 5th map, you do sort of get a bit of the wacky picks, stuff that's not necessarily most, comfort zone, plus the maps too, not necessarily what you want to be on. So I think both players are going to feel a lot more comfortable if they can just take this in a 3-0 sweep. They're going to be much more comfortable doing that. Plus, it's good confidence for you, right? Moving on, if you can take a 3-0 sweep into your match, then moving into your next set, because whoever wins this is moving on to play Knight. So no matter what happens, you're going on to an extremely tough match. So
yeah, it helps for the longevity of the day as well. These Sundays on the finals day, you usually got to play 9 or you might be playing up to 15 maps, 20 maps.
Yeah.
So if you can win a quick 3-zip, that helps your focus as well, and also helps the blokes who are watching and got work the next day too. So
yeah, so they want to make sure this is over as quick as possible so they can get to bed. So it's right. If you're from Victoria, remember you've got a public holiday, so we're good. We're happy to be here all night. So
yeah, it's the New Zealanders that I'll get worried about.
I'll say they're already getting ready for bed. It's already 9 o'clock. So.
For us in WA, it's usually fine. So that's the one good thing about living in WA. It's all good.
Anyway, players are ready. We're kicking us off. This first map. This is, I think, going to be the most exciting one. This Blood Cub match.
We just got follow killer on, eh? Yeah.
Yep, 100%. Let's start on it. Let's start on Red Oxide for this one.
Yep. No worries.
It's, as we say, Red. Some really nice movement from him. So I think that's going to be something that's going to really help him potentially take the edge out over in this match. Again, I think this could be another one that comes down to the case of whoever can get an early lead and sort of put the pressure on, start dictating the pace of this map, could be the one who takes this, because we know how hard it can be to get those refrags on the Nyx. So if Red starts falling behind and Lua's the one who's controlling this map, it could be real difficult for him to get back. He's got the speed, but we'll see how it plays out. Again, this could go either way.
Prepare to fight.
And let's see what sort of spawn Red's going to get here. Obviously, being on the Anarchy, you're going to really want to get that sort of heavy side spawn. You've already got the inject, and he does. He gets the perfect spawn for him. He's going to go straight over, grab rockets, and probably going to drop down. Yep, perfect here. Drops down and gets that extra armor, and we also see a major delay here, and actually Lua, not even delaying, he's actually coming over to fight this side. And look at the machine gun damage coming out from Lua. Red, you wouldn't even know he's picked up that heavy. He's going to push straight across there. Now we got the engagement down the bottom. Inject comes out. Invis has been forced. And both players really low. Mega only getting picked up now, and Red's going to have no idea about that item timing.
I think he probably should have realised that the Mega wasn't taken. One, for the amount of damage that he dealt and the fact that your opponent's screaming, but also, the position that he was in so quickly. You can't really have Mega, but see if he can get away. Red armor is coming up, so this is fine for Oxide if he can get to the red armor.
Yeah, he's positioning himself well for it as well, and that rail too, huge, and Lua's trying to run, and the thing is, he used that invis so early because of that early engagement, didn't have it up in the situation then when he needed it, and Red was thinking about the rocket jump there, but not quite end up following through with it. Heard the pickup of the time vials there as well, I believe.
Yeah, I like going to rail there just so that the opponent doesn't have rail. Okay, it's worked out for him anyway, now he wants to set a trap, but the problem is as Anarchy, it can be difficult to actually set that trap, because they can hear you even when you're silent walking.
Yeah, that's the thing. Anarchy, that's one thing that Lua's gonna, I think, probably not enjoy against playing against this, but the big advantage you will have, yeah, as you say, is that just constant sound that the Anarchy's gonna have. So this Red's going to have to definitely play this off the speed advantages he's going to have, and not going to be able to get over to Mega in time to punish. He actually will. Lure delaying the item, missed rail. Still no... Oh, another missed rail again, and the machine gun damage coming out, and Red still not connected with anything. Let's pick up the health bubbles there, and Inject's probably going to get used here as well. He knows that Lure doesn't have a rail, so he's at least safe to sort of peek some of these longer range fights.
I think he should be using his Inject too, because two reasons. You know you're not going to get the next Mega for another 20 seconds, 30 seconds. And you also can pick up the time shards and try and get 106 health as quickly as you can, so that you're not railable in 2 later on in the map.
And
Not sure.
That's good, yeah, good shot from him. Unfortunately, just the way he was playing that. Actually, Lure forced out with the invis there, and he was ready for it. Still no rail for Lure. I don't think he's had one really yet at all this game, and Red's doing a good job of sort of protecting that side of the map with the weapons, but the problem is, it doesn't matter if he doesn't have a rail. He's doing as much, if not more, machine gun damage than Red's currently hitting in rail damage, so it really doesn't mean that much. And again, we're going to see items coming up, but not enough split for Red to make any sort of play here on this mid run. He will catch Lure out, does get that first rail off. Good amount of damage. Inject up now as well. Potentially could be using that and pushing for some sort of aggressive play here.
Yeah, I think he should be, because he's got his Inject. He's also got the green armor that he can't pick up behind him. So you can really take 100, 120 damage. If you can deal, even 70 damage onto your opponent, you're still going to be a lot stronger than them, and on the side of the red armor, which is really important. Now, Lure's managed to get himself onto the rail at the minimum, if not onto the red armor as well.
Funny, actually, Lure's still not able to pick up that rail. I think he's going to get it now, and he does pick it up, but he's so low, and Lure's actually just hanging around in this fight, and he had no right to be there. He should have just run off towards the Mega, but he's going to spawn on this side of the map. He will pick it up, but he's got no weapons anymore now. And look at that, immediately caught out. The invis is there. Is he going to even use it? He opts not to use it. So he does actually save it there for a situation where it could come in more handy. The Inject, again, used by Red now.
Yeah, I don't hate that, because when you use the when you've got no weapons and you're very weak, you're really delaying the inevitable anyway. When you want to use the Ghost Walk to survive when you've got all your weapons, so you're actually protecting something.
Yeah, exactly, and I think he knows that, right? He's a really great Nyx player, so he's going to do that, and so he keeps it there. So 3-0 right now, 4 minutes in. Red definitely taking the lead, but we do see that Lure gets onto the heavy side of the map, probably for the first time, and he's just mucked up that nail jump up towards the to the rail. He didn't actually get it, so he's have to go around the long way to get towards rail, but finally he does secure rail. Missed shot from both players.
Good position by Lure, yeah. When both items are split and they're not up for a while, first damage is pretty crucial. So good position by Lure to try and get some damage before the red armor. Now they're back to a full split. And when Redoxide's getting a Mega that's only giving him 30-40 health, that's in the favour of the Nyx.
Yeah, 100%. And I think I would like to sort of see Red puts more aggression on towards the Mega, the heavy side there, because you've got that Inject ready to go. And look at this, he's taken that first rail. He's now got no armor at all. He's still got the Inject, so it's going to be a good extra boost. The stack does have that 50 shard to fall back on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You want to be putting pressure on the red armor. You've got Mega and you've got your Inject and you've got a big stack, and you can connect the green at the top mid. So just put a lot of pressure on your opponent. Pin him in at the red armor, you get damage, and then he can't really do anything. Whereas now, it's still split control.
An interesting choice for Red. He actually decides to deny that armor over there, and he takes a rail immediately, and now he's pretty much nothing left on the map for him. This one will be coming up momentarily, so it will be there for him as he needs it, but 10 seconds now to the heavy. The question is, does Red have any idea about time for this? Can he get over towards and do a great rail from Lure, pushing through, and Lure actually going in aggressive here. Oh, he takes it direct, and this is huge. And Red, great kill there. He's even using the rocket jump, trying to get over towards this weapon in time. And yes, okay, he's not going to get Red, but he should be able to get this kill. Lure gauntlet out. Yeah, he knows he's got no weapons to fight this, and great aggression from it. He's going to lose out on Mega now as well. Maybe not actually. If he's quick, no, Lure. Playing respectfully there, and doesn't push in for it. Inject comes out. Oh, but Red, he sort of delayed it just that little bit, and means that Lure was free to come over across and take it. Does have timing as one consolation prize there for it. So he knows both items, and there's a good split between both items. There's the key tool there for Red. So he's got plenty of time to get between them both. Rails exchange from both players. Lucky from Lure. He does that little double jump there, and it almost costs him, and then he tries to hang around that little bit longer, and it does cost him. Takes that extra run. He's railable right now. Beautiful rocket jump from Red. Great movement. Look at that.
Look at
Speed.
that. That's beautiful.
A little flare at the end, just a little style.
Just in case he's there, that was beautiful.
And just pushing straight through, and Lua not ready for it, but ooh, actually, yeah, the invis comes out. Red, RJ on the other side, and yeah, he's not going to be there. Lua, not even 50 HP, does get some armor finally. And is there a way, Cam, that like Lua can like get back into this, right? Like we're almost 7 minutes in, and it's 5-0.
Yeah, I think so, but you just have to get that one frag, and then you can, you know, you try and get back into the map. At the moment, it doesn't really look like getting a frag.
Ooh, the invis comes out and it's potentially going to be the telefrag, and unfortunately, he just mistimed it slightly, and Red was the one who got up there first. Secures the Mega. And yeah, he's just not able to get enough damage really off in these fights. Like he occasionally hits a couple of nice rails or something like that, or the good rockets, but he's never able to get enough. And even in that fight there, right, great LG from Lua, but the rockets from Red are just too strong. And what's going to happen immediately is Red's going to go back here, stack up on these, get those few time bubbles, and we're going to inject up as well. And he's not actually going to use it just yet. He's just going to go over towards the Mega side here and just secure that. And look at that, perfect 15-second split. So he's got heaps of time to work with. Not that he needs it, right? Because he's so far ahead at this point, where it's just Red can sort of, you know, he doesn't want to relax it, but he doesn't want to give items up. But he doesn't need to take those risky plays now, where Lua, on the other hand, he is forced into take some of those risky plays. Great initial rail, secures in the heavy, Ghost Walk used. That's the key there for Red.
I think the way he's playing it, just doing donuts in the middle of the map, when you're 7 frags up with only a few minutes left, against a light, yeah, there's not really much you can do, so I'd say it'd be very, very difficult to see Lua come back in this map at all. I think it's pretty much over already.
And yeah, Red's just not going to hang around, right, and take these fights when he doesn't need to. He knows that too. So he's just going to play this sort of not quite as aggressive as he needs to. I say that as he just charges straight in, but he does also know that there's no Ghost Walk up. Good damage off. Probably the inject will come out here. Yep. Swap over to the LG. Good damage from Lua, but again, he's just not able to finish these kills. He has so many situations where he gets Red down to, you know, sub 50 health almost, but then Red, he's either you got the inject ready to go, he's got a major item to fall back on. And again here, he's going to just jump straight back up. Gonna have Mega, actually, he walks straight into the rocket. I don't think Lua was expecting the kill, and he starts walking off. But he might die before it, the starting machine gun. Oh, just to rub salt in the wound.
Yeah, you know you're struggling a bit when you get your first kill around 8 minutes 30 into the game, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And especially when they if you've refragged you with a starting machine gun off screen then too, it's you know, it's all just rough, and I think at this point, yeah, Red's just kind of doing some victory laps. Rockets bouncing, everyone flying. Lua does survive, he gets the kill.
I remember one time a while ago, my wife asked me, do you get nervous when you play in a tournament? I said yes. And she asked, when does that stop? And I said, usually when I get my first kill, but I'm just hoping it's in the first minute, not at 8 minutes 30, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. If it's the same for Lua, then you know, he's spent a lot of this map just sitting there nervous about trying to go in, and Red just dancing around the pillars with a shotty. And that'll be map 1. We might see one more frag either way here, but...
Yeah, I think the Aniki, he's got a lot more out of the ability than what Lua did. Lua was using the ability to, you know, flog a dead horse. You know, he's already weak by the time he's using it, and, you know, you're doing it just to survive. Whereas Nyx is at her best when she's using half the Ghost Walks to set up attacks he otherwise wouldn't be able to get.
Well, that's the other thing, yeah, it's like, so because you've kind of got like three ways, right, you can use that Ghost Walk. You've either got the full-on just aggression, right, you pop it early, try and push in if you've got a read on them. There's the way Lua was primarily using, which was, yeah, almost died, and then popped it. But then, like, I didn't see him once sort of a fight began, he took a little bit of damage and thought, okay, this isn't really working for me, I'm just going to pop it now. I'm going to keep 80% of my stack and get out of here. And it's like, then if you do get caught later on, you've still got something to work with. But if you pop it with that 15, 20, 50 HP left, and you get caught not long after, you one rail and you're dead. And it's like, it's giving you nothing.
Yeah, that's right. And I think Lua's problem on the map was he couldn't get to rail when it was, you know, mid-map. I think the big problem that he had was a lot of the, and I said it for a lot of players, they're trying to get the armors before they've got weapons. A lot of the time that when your opponent's running the map, they've got the heavy. They can't pick up those greens anyway, so they're not going anywhere. Just go get your rail and then fall back and connect up the 2 greens. Whereas you'll connect up the greens before you've got rail, then you just get, your opponent knows what you are because you know what you're doing. You can't get rail, you're taking damage when you get rail, and there's nothing there for you to go get. Whereas if you just leave the greens behind for later, well, your opponent can't pick them up anyway.
Yep, 100%. And Yeah, in that map, it's I think Dread was just, he was playing around his items better. He used his ability a lot better, and again, as I said at the start, right, whoever gets that early lead is going to be able to dictate the pace of the game. And we saw Lure on the back foot the entire time. Wasn't able to play his game. He was forced to try and play more aggressive. He couldn't play that defensive match, and because of that, we didn't see the first frag from him until it was like 8-9 minutes into the match.
Yeah, that's right. That's a problem a lot of the lights have. You can't give up leads because you can't attack off your respawn because you only got 125 health. That extra 50 armor that even the mediums get, and the extra 100 armor or 75 armor that the heavies get, that's a huge difference in what you can do because the staying power against the LG off spawn is nothing when you're alive. Yep. You're literally dead before you even get the chance to shoot a bullet.
And that's the thing, because you got the speed too of Red Oxide on that Anarchy. If you spawn and you get caught out early, you've got no armor, you've got nothing to work with, and it's just immediately cripples you, and you then spend so long just doing nothing on the map. And I think we see that a lot very frequently when you're playing with sort of a Nyx, is it's a lot of time where you just spent doing nothing if you get damaged early. Anyway, the players are ready to launch the next one. Lucky, I will allow you and Cam to run this one. I'm going to rest my voice for a few minutes, so take it away, fellas.
Go ahead. What do we got? We got the Strog Ranger. Yep,
that's a QUAKE Champions matchup.
Yep, and I mean, we saw it, last game with... who were we even watching last game? I can't even remember. Was it Lewis Salty? I think it was. Oh no, Dan Knight as well.
Well, Dan Knight as well. It's just a staple matchup. Now, people have realised you don't ban Strog or Ranger in the first step because then your opponent will have an advantage in the first map or the second map. So you just have to be comfortable with the fact that they're going to get the choice of the two, and you have to be able to play both the champions. If you can't play both these champions, forget about trying to win high-level tournaments. You just won't be able to.
Exactly. And Lure before wasn't looking massively strong on the Strog here. He was playing against the Stall Lad, so it was a bit of a weird matchup. But anyway, we will...
Yeah, there's two schools of thought when you pick which one you want. Do I want the one I'm most comfortable on, or do I want to prevent the one that my opponent's the most comfortable on?
Exactly.
For me personally, I pick the one I'm most comfortable on. I don't give a fuck what my opponent's doing. But not everyone shares that school of thought. Stage and Fraser are more, I'm going to pick the one that's going to fuck my opponent, whereas me and Dan are more like, I don't give a fuck what my opponent's picking, I'm picking the one I want.
Yeah. We're going back to lobby, because as mentioned earlier in the stream, for some reason, Sydney servers are rerouting randomly, so sometimes you'll get 60 ping for no reason.
Yeah, QC things. I had that happen to me this morning, and I used exit lag, and I was still fucking lagging, it was terrible.
Yeah. So we have to, this has been happening for quite a few months, so whenever it happens, people either reboot or they just restart and hope we get a server that routes properly. So for Red Oxide, I don't think it matters too much because he's in Sydney. I think I saw him on
He's the only bloke I've never seen have that happen to.
Yeah, so he's like living inside the server room. I think he was on 9 ping instead of 5, so unplayable. But yeah, no, Lure was on the good old 68, I think it was. So yeah. So
in the words of the late great phrase, Tinkera, fix your fucking game.
yeah, I mean it's been happening since November, so it's a bit unfortunate for us. It's the only server.
It's take the piss, mate.
Yeah. So well, I think Lure is just relaunching his game now. See if that fixes the issue, because he was having this issue as well against Salty. So but eventually they just said, "Oh, screw it, we'll just go." But against, I think, Red Oxide, who doesn't typically get this issue because he's so close to where the server's located, I think he's like, "Yeah, actually, I want to have good ping."
That's the one thing I've never been able to understand about this game, though, and some of the players who play it. They all say high ping advantage until they've actually got high ping, and then they won't log it.
Yeah, then they don't want to play it, yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me. It's like when I was always talking about Salty and that, he's saying high ping advantage. I said, no worries, bro, let's play Singapore. Nah, that's right, you won't play. Of course you won't. Red Oxide, in his defense, he's one of the few players who say, alright, let's play it. No worries.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. So, I'll see if we get a good server this time. I don't know if Lure's just going to play it out. If it is a 60 ping, because I mean eventually you get to a point where you just can't be bothered. You just like, oh whatever, I'll just play it.
I'm still battling on 70 for fucking the last 10 years. So.
It's doable, so it's not like he's on 100 ping.
I'm surprised it hasn't. Yeah, there's a big difference between 70 and 100. To be perfectly fair, there is, but yeah, I don't know how it hasn't turned me insane.
Yeah,
very close at certain times. Let's get into it. We'll start on Lewis, see if he can make a bit of a better start to this game than he did the last. Hopefully he gets his first frag before the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, yeah, and he has had trouble today on the blood cover. He also lost against Salty on it pretty
Oh, yeah,
convincingly
I
as
didn't
well.
watch it, but I heard that he got beat.
Yeah,
pretty
he
badly,
was. It was 8-1, I think, was the final score. So not a good day for him on blood cover, it looks like. But this map obviously a lot more brawly, and we have two very brawly characters. So we'll see how we go. And yep, he is on the 60 ping. So we'll see how we go. He gets the LG spawn, and this spawn I like a lot more currently, just because of the LG. You get better weapons, but here Red Oxide, he's just going to go charging for the LG. Pika comes out early, Orb comes in, that's the advantage that Ranger has, and he did spawn on the shotgun, so he's just going to close the distance and get a couple of pumps, and that's the first kill.
Yeah, that's exactly why in this matchup, you know, they are considered pretty even champions, because Strog's ability, you can't use in such situations like that. Oh, nice frag by Red Oxide at the end, but you can't use in such situations as that because he just teleports faster. You need to be using it when he doesn't have the chance to react before you've got your good damage with it.
Yeah, you need to kind of keep track of when your opponent is going to have that ultimate.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now Lua, he is going to get heavy. It's been a bit scrappy on that fight there at the Mega, but looks like Lua will stack up. Red will have that light, but the problem is right now Lua has absolutely no weapons to his name, so he's just going to be playing quiet now. He's going to grab these rockets, but still doesn't really have anything for the range, so doing damage on this Mega is going to be hard.
Red Oxide didn't pick up the rocket ammo back in the lower green. Let's see if that comes back to haunt.
He's just going to dive straight onto the Mega, which is risky. Lua getting a good rocket and the Orb really doing nothing, just doing around about 30 damage. So Lua is going to grab this heavy. He still has Pika, so he knows that Red has just used the Orb. He has that advantage. And this would be, I think, a decent time to pressure here for Lua, just before Red can get this Orb back up. Mega is up in 15, so there's plenty of time in between. Red Oxide going to kind of trap himself up here. Lua's going to drop down. He's going to try an LG, and Red kind of lucky to get out there. And Lua, he's not in the best position now, as Red does have the higher ground, but not many rockets left. Lua now probably going to get this Mega for free. Now it's just going to be a race to the heavy. Lua is going to try and use a rocket jump to get there quicker, but Lua's going to meet him at the same time. Good LG, but the Pika comes out, but probably a bad time as Red Oxide just goes to the TP.
I think Lua probably should have actually got that frag. I didn't like how Red Oxide played because you're not really getting any damage on Mega, but you're not putting yourself in a position to automatically get Red either.
Yeah, a bit of a no-man's land thing. So, as now, Lua will find a frag here with good rockets, and he will secure himself this Mega. And Red is up, like, pretty much right now, so I don't think he'll be able to get it, but he might be able to do some exit damage. Looks like he is going to go for the light in the Plasma Room, and now, yep, just going to recenter at the center of the map, see if he can find some damage. Red now, going towards this light, trying to see if he can position himself, trying to get the HMG as well. See if he can fight for this Mega. Comes up in 10 seconds, enters the door as Lua's looking the wrong way. The Orb is decent, doing a lot of damage now. 5 seconds to Omega, and Red probably has the better position. But the PP just charges it at him. And it actually blocks damage, I think, onto Lua, so he's able to get that kill. And now, he does have the shotgun, but he doesn't have LG. He will steal that heavy, but he will die for it.
I think you need to be plonked on that red armor. It can be a bit scary when you don't know the exact time, but if you're not exactly on it, then you take critical damage before you even pick it up. You can't use all the armor before you die.
And straight away, Red Oxide kind of caught no man's land once again. Probably a bit greedy to try and go for that LG. He didn't know exactly when Mega was coming up, I think, so stayed around for a bit too long, but he has the better position right now for the Mega. And Lua, he does good job. I don't know how he got that kill. I think Red Oxide kind of caked his rockets there, and
it's because you shoot them too straight.
yeah. But Lua is weak, so he will refrag, but he does good damage though, so Red Oxide, he'll have this light to pick up, but he'll pretty much be the starting stack, so it's going to be even stacks here. As now Lua just dropping straight down, the Orb is not good, and he will be able to grab this Mega and set himself up pretty well for this heavy.
Timing of the Orb's not good either yet. You want to use it as part of your rocket when you're bouncing up, so they'll lose track of where you are.
Now Red, he might be able to get this heavy, but he's not going to be in a good position. He's not going to have the weapons, and Lua, he's just going to do some really good dodging there and keep at a good range for his LG. He's going to secure the frag. Red is going to spawn on the HMG, but Mega's not up for a while. He will grab the light, but I don't think he's really going to be able to contest too much for this Mega if Lua plays it correctly. And yeah, now he's up here, and this is honestly he's kind of trapped himself, as Lua can just sit down here with the LG, do a good amount of damage, uses his Pika, it does a good amount of damage as well. And Red, I don't think this Red is his, really. He's coming to contest it. Doesn't come up, and he's really weak. He might get it, but Lua probably could have contested more for that, but Red's going to get away with it. Now Lua is set up a little bit early, and yeah, he just got caught completely out there. He was spamming, I think, lower, maybe you heard wrong, but he's going to set up there. A bit too early for the Mega, and now Red will be able to get it. And because of how the items are split, he's going to be able to potentially contest this. Lure positioning early on top of the Heavy. Been waiting for it to come up, but good orb that time. Knowing the timing of the Heavy, he will secure a frag, and now gets him into a bit of a comeback.
5-minute warning.
Lure now actually coming back through the doorway on Red Oxide, turns his back to grab that light. Does a bit of damage.
In those situations, you need to be, you end up getting a kill anyway, but you need to be a bit more looking for chip damage rather than outright kill them. Because you got the green behind you, right, so you can get like 60 damage. You can restock in the green and then get Mega, and he can't do that.
Yeah.
Worked out anyway, but obviously he's got the next heal, so now he's looking in a good spot. Oh!
Gonna use the Pika here, does a decent amount of damage, but maybe not enough to get in. Oh, he does do a good rocket in return. I don't know how that hit. I don't know where he shot that from. Son. Yeah, I don't know where he shot that from, but it hits the corner of the wall and kills Red there, and he'll lose the Mega for that. And, as I said before, there is a decent split on these items, so Lure can show up to do damage here. He will grab the Heavy, he will orb in with a shotgun, and it does good damage there. And that's a frag for Red.
Yeah, I think the first rocket it has to be directly at the Red, knock him away from it. Then you can switch to LG. You know he's not on the Red armor. You can get massive damage as he walks back towards it. Whereas when you shoot that first rocket and you haven't got any damage, you haven't knocked him off the Red. You know it's quite easy for him to get back on the Red and have with the orb especially. He's got a chance to kill you.
Now Heavy, next item, Red is set up pretty forward. Doesn't have HMG to do range damage, but a nice rocket placed well. It's going to keep Lure away from doing too much damage on this item. Lure now trying to see if he can find some lights. Good prediction rocket. Doesn't do a huge amount of damage though. But Red has pretty much denied this light. Pika comes out doing a decent amount of damage. The Mega's still not up for a while, so Red can get into a good spot. Still has orb. And he is running out of rockets though, so it doesn't look like he can do too much downward damage. He shoots himself at the end of the day. He's going to have to grab rockets, and this...
See how he shot that first rocket straight? You will never hit your opponent when you're below him if you shoot it straight. You must flick to the other side so that... Because they're watching the barrel, and you flick to the other side, it will hit them. But anyway, he's got back onto the Red now, so it's okay, but that was a good chance to frag.
Still has orb in play as well. He's just sitting Banana here. I don't know if he... Okay, he's just waiting. I thought he timed out for a sec.
Yeah. You don't time out on 14, Bella.
True. Now he's gonna... Jesus, that's kind of like a bait, but he's still on the low ground at the end of the day. He's gonna take quite a bit of damage grabbing that Mega, so a bit of a wasted orb here. He's gonna try and do some damage still, but he's taking so much HMG in return. He does have this light to back up on, but he's gonna rocket jump anyway. This next light will be up for him, so he can link it together. But they're going to be pretty much even stacks, and he's not even going for it right now. And he's going to get caught out with rockets out. Lure's just going to charge, and he gets this light as well. Oh no, he doesn't. But still, he's going to have the Mega, so...
Yeah, I like what Lure's doing. Push out the center map, deny weapons, get damage, and then go get Mega. I see a lot of players just waiting on Mega, and it's just bad. You've got all this stack, and you're just letting it bleed off, not getting any damage, letting your opponent get every weapon that they want for free, under no pressure.
Well, Red will be able to secure that light. Rocket jump here around quite a bit, actually. And he will
push in here.
Lure waiting for some rocket spam. At the end of the day, he does take a lot of damage, but his stack is just so good that now he could probably set up well. He's got to be careful though, because Red does have the shotgun, doesn't have orb though. But Lure, playing at a distance that he knows is decent against the shotgun, but he won't be able to get the Mega anymore, and he actually does take a bit of damage. This light won't be up for him either, so he's in a bit of a precarious spot. Probably can't go for this Heavy. Light's up now. Red does a good rocket there. And this means that, well, he gets this light and he gets the Red, and Lure can't really do much about it.
Yeah, I hate when I see the player makes the same mistakes again and again, because that was the same situation they had against Dandy King in the game that he lost. Where you just be ready for his attack, and then you've won the game. Or you're in a very strong position. And now you're looking like you're going to lose, because you weren't ready for him to just rush in with shotgun only.
And good use of the orb there. He's able to close out the frag pretty easily, taking not much damage, and now he's had a really big stack. He is Lure, and he knows he wants to close out a frag here. There's still 5 seconds to Heavy, and he can go for an attack here and leave Heavy behind him if he chooses to do so, but instead just decides to go for the Red, which I feel is a bit of a waste opportunity. Lure's just going to charge out the TP exit, trying to find some damage. Does good damage with the rockets. He actually might find the frag here. Oh, it's so close, but Lure will find the frag.
Yeah, but it's the same mistake we're talking about in the game. You're in center map, your opponent has nothing, and you're backing off to Red Armor, allowing him to pin you in at the Red Armor instead, even though he's only got one weapon, and you're letting him get everything. So you can't be playing like that. And now, oh, he's recharged. This is anyone's game. So, see how Red Oxide's pushing out for damage now when Red Armor's up behind him? This is good. Get your damage, then you can go get Red later. You don't need it now. You're strong.
And now Lure in a bit of a precarious spot, 10 seconds to Mega, so he can't really set up for it. And he's in a bit of a tough spot. His stack isn't too high. He is going to get spotted all up, and he will get the kill, and that's going to close it.
Lou actually played it right in the sense that he was trying to hot tuck and not make any sound. But when you hear your opponent that close, you got to shoot that rocket. I know you don't want him to see you, but you just got to shoot it.
Yeah. So, scrappy game. Scrappy game for a while there. It was pretty back and forth.
Lou was back on the 22 ping. He must have lost his high ping advantage halfway through that game when Red Oxide started to come back.
Yeah, that's his excuse. He wasn't used to the 20 ping again, so that's why he lost it. He was missing. But, yeah, there we go. Red having a bit of a better last minute there, and is able to capitalize, and he's going to take this map. So he is up now 2-0, and it's up to Lure to bring back 3 maps.
Yeah, it's always hard when you're down 2-0. I don't think I've ever come back in a best of 5, certainly not in duels. I've come back in team game from 2-0 down, but never from duels. I don't think, not against a player that was better than me. Yeah, it's not easy. So
yeah,
what's the next map? Fucking Ruins of Sun F, BJ Visor, which is a fairly even matchup again.
Yeah,
maybe slight edge depending on how you like to play the champions, but both champions have got their way to get kills.
Yeah, the only advantage I think that Lure had there is that match was close, unlike the Blood Cove. The Blood Cove was a bit of a blowout, but this map was a little bit closer, so that's the consolation he can take with him. But
sometimes when you lose closer, it's harder, bro, because
that's true.
Yeah, you lost close, you know what I mean? When you get smacked, it's like, oh, whatever, next game's all good, you know.
That's true. It is a bit heartbreaking, I think. So
yeah, we'll start on Lure again for this one.
Sure. See what you can do. I don't see BJ too much on this map, actually, so I am...
Actually, he's quite good because you can get a lot of damage around rail because you've got the extra 25 health constantly.
True.
And they can't really kill the machine gun against other champions they can. I think he's actually underrated on this map. It just depends on the matchup. You don't want to be playing against like a Nyx or a champion like that. But if you're playing against a Visor, another medium, or even some of the tanks, he's very strong on this map.
And of course, just before we saw Dan on the Visor on this map, so we know what he can do.
Dan loves the Visor.
Very good at Visor.
He loves it on this map.
Yeah, and he did quite well. So I think he used it to pretty much the full potential we could see on that
Dan
map.
loves him as the first champion map on this map. Well, if you like him, you like him. That's the thing. Like if you're picking comfortable champs, then I don't. He's very much a player like me. I don't give a fuck what my opponent's picking. If I'm comfortable, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Round begins.
Let's start with Lure.
3,
Alright.
2,
See what spawn Lure gets.
fight.
And he gets a spawn, so it's pretty much the heavy spawn. And you want to pretty much go this way. And Red Oxide's actually dropped down and gone for the weapons first, but Lure will hear that, but he doesn't really have anything to do damage with, so he's just going to try and avoid damage here.
I think when you've got the dual wield and you've got a damage ability, you can actually go up to rail and just use your ability if you hear him charging towards rail and just kill him. He hasn't got the green armor yet, so you've got an extra 100 health in him. He's only got rail. Whereas, okay, now you can play because you waited. But what if he railed you already? You know what I mean?
Yep. Now Lure, see if he can find a trap here, try and dual wield. Nice opening rail here, 2 nice opening rails actually. And now Red is in a pretty bad spot. He's not positioned well for the heavy. Also not positioned too well for the mega right now. But
I think he should have just kept looking at the teleport. The reason being is if he gets away up the jump pad, you can go through the teleport yourself.
Yep. Lure's gonna pop dual wield here. One more rail will do it, but he doesn't quite hit him. But he's still in a better, he's in a better spot here in terms of stack. Has more armor, obviously on our Red Oxide because of the light, but he's in a better position for heavy here.
I think dropping down to red here is good. Just get away with in that sort of situation. You don't want to take any damage and you can't get the red armor.
Also, actually has time to get to mega as well, but the only thing is he doesn't really have much LG ammo. He only has 24 souls left, so it's gonna be a bit tricky here if he doesn't kill. And there it is. He's gonna bite him in the ass for 3 hit. That's gonna be tilting.
Just stick around here. I think this is good what he's doing. Yeah, nice. Rockets, bro. See, this is where you're backing up from rail and the weapons. I really think this is a mistake. He has no weapon. Just ruthlessly destroy him with rocket launcher if he comes to the weapons. He can't just kill you outright. He doesn't have a weapon to do that.
Yeah. Bit too much respect paid there. And actually now Red's in a good position. I don't know if he has rockets though. I don't think he does. So still doesn't really have the weapons, and Lua's just kind of waiting. He's just going to give up the Mega, not really challenge for it at all.
Yeah, and that's the problem where you've turned a situation where you could be 2-0 up in the same situation you're in to now split control.
But here we go, Red pushing down, but the LG probably not the right weapon choice at the end there. As Red just closed the distance and was able to bounce him around, and pretty hard to hit shots there. But Lua did do a good amount of damage. He has this light to pick up, so he can pick up this light and contest. He has LG and Rail, but instead he's just going to decide to set up early here, not worry about the light, come up, pick up this Mega, and yeah, actually he's in a good position to potentially get both items here. Hits a nice Rail as well, and now he can actually just push. And Red, he's going to pop Virus as well, which is honestly a waste. Not as clean as a frag as he probably wants, but the heavy will be up for him in the back. He's going to grab this light, which might be a bit greedy, honestly, because Red just was going to go straight down to Red.
Yeah, I don't like going to that green. What you have to do is you have to go back to Rail. If he charges, just destroy him. If he doesn't charge, you've got weapon control, you can drop to Red.
Yep.
See a lot of players go for that green, you don't need it. You're 100 health, he can't hurt you.
Stopwatch.
Nice Rail in return there, but Red returning 2 of his own, and Lua does have this light to back up on, but again, he is still going to be the stack disadvantage. Red looking for more damage. Not going to hit the Rail, but he's set up well in a good position to possibly deny Lua to get down to this heavy. So he is going to secure that heavy, and because there is a good split on the items, he is going to be able to contest this Mega as well. The only thing that Lua has in his favour is he has dual wield still. But even then, he only has 16 cells. He's going to dual wield with the Plasma. Does actually a good amount of damage here, actually a lot of damage. But Red is also going to return with the Rails.
I think if you're doing all that damage and you're not railable, you need to be pressing to try and kill here, because it is still 50-50. If you give up on everything and he gets down to red armor, you have no advantage in the map anymore, whereas it was a 50-50. Okay, he has got the lead, so I understand not pressing. He can not press. It's not wrong, but it's not like he's strong either. See what happens. Mega coming out soon. I like sticking around for a little bit of more damage here, because you've got Mega anyway. You know what I mean? You're only getting 50 health out of it, 60 health out of it, where you could be getting 100. Nice shot. Should we drop him with LG? Drop with LG!
Oh no. Oh, he shoots himself as well just to close it off.
Can get away. Oh, I've got to hit them once. Oh, that always hit.
Nice rocket, but yeah, not good enough. Need to hit those middies if you want to.
Just need to be ruthless when your opponent's below you railing, especially when he misses. Just drop it in with LG and carve him up. It's perfect time to frag too, because the red armor's up and it's got split on a Mega. Take all the weapons, get a 3 frag lead, fucking laughing. Now it's 2-2 and it's like anyone's game.
Stopwatch. Tank.
Nice rocket. I like how he's sticking around. You've got the weapon. See, this is what he should be doing. Be ruthless. Destroy it. Keeps coming back to rail. Just destroy him. He dropped down, unfortunately, away from Mega. If he'd stayed up top, he might have been able to frag or at least get onto the Mega.
Using Tribal here to try and do damage. He doesn't really have the LG to return the damage. But he will still secure that Mecha. Does get railed in return, but he is in a good spot to go for this heavy, but just kind of gives it up instead. It's a nice rail, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like he could have stayed around easily there for that heavy.
So I think from the speed of the rail, Lua knew that he'd use sight there, so it's good to back off.
Now Lua's kind of trapped right now. This is a chance for Red Oxide to get the kill. Mega is behind, so if he wants to charge and see if he can get a kill, it'd be good, but he's going to pick up the Mega anyway. But Lua's rockets are really good here. Misses the rail. Red's going to drop down, but they're one shot each, and oh my god, Lua gets the kill. Oh, I feel like that's Red's kill every day of the week, and that will be tilting. Lua is pretty low on stack though, but he will have that light, but it is risky to go for because the jump pad is right there.
Because he's dual wield. Just because you know your opponent's going to be trying to cut you off from Mega, so he's using it too late. If you were to stand in front of the teleporter with 100 with dual wield LG, he's dead, and then you got Mega.
Oh, he almost kills the plasma there, almost every single one hitting. Bit of scrappy fights right now, but it is going to favour Red as now the Mega, not Mega, Heavy is going to come up in a few seconds. He's going to be able to get it. He has sight as well, so if he wants to close out a frag here, he can easily do so. He also has weapon advantage. No rail or LG for Lua here. So Lua is a bit of a dire situation. He has that light behind him if he wants it. He's looking for damage here, but he really doesn't have the weapons to do so. He just kind of peeks into a rail and takes it, and that just puts him even further back in terms of control. Yeah, and still a bit late there to do that, so now he hasn't been able to do much damage in return whilst he's taking, so he's going to have to wait for this next cycle to see if he can do anything. The light is up for him, but Red Oxide kind of knows that. He's just playing around the top of the map, waiting for Lua to make a move. Mega's still not off for like 5 seconds, but Red has gone towards the rocket side, and Lua can go for this light right now if he wants to.
I think the key for Lua here is don't panic. You've still got 2.5 minutes, it's only 1 kill. As long as you don't give up a cheap kill, like now, you're still in the game, you know what I mean? He's got up to 100 now. And this is where Red Oxide's making this mistake. He's dropping down to red for 30 armor. Get some damage, then go get red. Now it's hard to get your opponent off Mega.
Red uses sight right now. But, oh, here comes the dual wield defensively. He doesn't get a huge amount of damage, but he has put himself in a good spot to get Mega, and this is his chance now. Just
Yeah,
has
it's
to
all
find
because
Red.
Red Oxide dropped down to red armor, so no need for it.
And now there's 8 seconds to Red's he's going to drop into the LG. And that is tragic, honestly tragic. He's going to take a rail or spawn too, so Red just further cementing his lead right now. Lua, he is in a good spot here to try and grab this Mega, but like he really doesn't have much stack. And even if he does get the Mega, he still doesn't have rail or LG. He is going to just try and rush in here, try and catch Red off guard, but honestly he just bounces him further towards the Mega, and right now, I mean, it's going to take a miracle to win this game.
Yeah, I think the death knell's coming.
And as you say, there it is, I think. Red just charges in there, knowing he has the advantage, and the weapons and stack. Closes the frag, making sure Lua has no chance to get back in. Here we go, closing another frag here, and yeah, it's just victory laps right now for Red Oxide, and he is going to take this 3-0 over Lua.
Yep, I think that's all you're right. That happened quite quickly. I can probably stay around for another set now.
Yeah, pretty good performance here from Red, honestly. First map was pretty dominant, second map a little bit more shaky, but this map also turned out to be, towards the second half, a little bit more comfortable for Red.
I think his combat was quite strong, you know. There's a lot of times when he's hitting a very strong LG, you know, catching Lua off guard.
Yeah.
One criticism of the game, I would say, is that he's going for items you simply don't need. Get your damage while your opponent's in a weak position and then fall back to the item. But, yeah, past that, you know, 3-0 wins, 3-0 win, mate. You gotta be happy with that.
And if I'm not mistaken, that means he'll be versing,
Knight.
Is it Knight next? Yeah, Knight,
Yeah, Knight,
so...
yeah.
A bit of a tougher game there for him. I think, did he lose 3-0 to Knight? Did he even verse Knight? I don't even know, I haven't been really following the bracket too much, not gonna lie.
I haven't been following it at all.
Yeah, so... but Knight, I think, has bested Red so far this season. But we'll see,
Yeah,
Red isn't playing bad, so... I can definitely see a reality where Red does it. But yeah, we'll have to see. Knight's been looking pretty good today, despite the loss to Dan.
No, he played okay against Dan. I obviously made his mistake, but Dan's a good player, you know. It's not easy to beat him ever, let alone if you're not playing your best, so... And the fact is, it's always hard to beat someone who is better than you, regardless of what's going on in the game, you know what I mean? It's not impossible, but it's not... It's very difficult, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, Fuzzy, you're sitting back, you know, you're chilling, resting your voice. What do you think of the game? What's your professional analysis on this?
My professional analysis was, well, first of all, there was some fun matches to watch, but well, not necessarily how I expected it to go down. Look, I think they could have definitely gone either way, and you know there was definitely some life, you know, in Lua in a lot of those matches there. I just think, yeah, Red he just had the edge pretty much in all the maps, especially in the end there. He really had the advantage, I think, both champion-wise and I think just overall. He was just sort of controlling everything really well. He was hitting hard, and Lua just didn't quite feel as comfortable, I think, as he normally would in some of his matchups. I think Lua has had a really good season overall, and I think it was just, you know, probably not his best showing, I think, for a match. I think he's probably going to be, you know, maybe a little bit disappointed in that, but I think he should still be, you know, happy with how he's played overall throughout the season. You know, top 4 is no, you know, no slight. It's you know, there's a lot of tough competition. Anyone in Div 1 could have made it to top 4, I feel.
Yeah, I think so as well. The one thing I will say about that last map there is, and it was the same on CK as well, he's losing the map because of how he's playing after he frags. And that's like, it's kind of funny because you're the one who got the frag, but if you're not playing correctly after the frag, he actually gets the advantage because you frag. Because he refrags you and gets all the weapons and gets all the armors that are about to spawn on the map.
Exactly,
But
you've got to be so
if
careful.
the situations are the opposite way around where he charges out towards rail or whatever and you're the one destroying him, well, fuck you little ripper, now I've got everything, I've got every gun and I'm strong and I've got 3 frag lead, you know what I mean? That's where he lost that game twice, because he's going for the top green on 100 health. You don't need to do that. Just destroy him when he turns up for rail. He has no weapons, you've got high ground, rocket, rail, LG, whatever you want to do, just destroy him, and then you can go get your armors.
And that's some of the things you just need to be aware about in some of these matchups too, is like just knowing like, all right, so I've killed him here, you know, this is where knowing spawns, right? Knowing what you can and can't do between kills. And the other thing too is you've got to remember that you're playing against someone who's got phenomenally good movement too, right? Red's going to be he's going to be as quick as any other player, if not the quickest player to get to a place. So he's going to, especially playing on Visor, right? You've got these Visor are such a fast champion. He's going to be able to get to that place so quick. So if you try and detour off to, as you say, you went to grab 1 armor, and by the time you've done that, Red's already down there and he's already taken heavy away from you.
Yeah,
So
but imagine you went back to rail instead and just killed him outright. He can't hurt you.
Right,
He's got a machine gun only. He can't hurt
exactly
you.
right. Yeah.
And then you're laughing, bro. You're just thinking, oh, cheers for that, making it easy for me, you know? I didn't want you to go to the green and the tribal and get rocket and wait. Instead, you charged out to rail like I wanted you to do, but I wasn't there to take advantage of it.
Yeah, 100%. And that maybe just comes down to, you know, that sort of, you know, Lua likes that, again, likes a little bit more of a defensive sort of play. He doesn't like to quite push his aggressive, but sometimes, as you say, once you've got that advantage, you really need to push it, and you need to keep going with the advantage you've got, right? And like, let's say, even if you do take that fight down there and hit you for 90 damage, you're on 10 HP, you've still got heavy to fall back on, you've got 2 more 25 bubbles, you know, underneath the, on the stairs and in the ice, so you can get that health back afterwards. You can take that fight. You've got to keep that pressure forced on Red, because if you then let Red through, as you say, Red gets free railgun, he gets a free heavy, and probably a free LG right in that fight, and then
and then you're playing it wrong because you were still worried about stopping him getting these things that he's already got, so you're not in position to get the next mega either.
Yeah, so it's a real, it's one of those situations where, and it's in the moment, right? It is a hard thing to, like, you've got so much going on, you know, you've just got that kill, you got to think, all right, where's he spawning? What's my stack on? What weapons have I got? What ammo have I got? What items are coming up? There's a lot of things going on in the player's mind. It's not as simple as, you know, we can sit here and easy and say, oh, it's simple, just do that. But you know, there is a lot of pressure on your opponent, especially when you're playing, you know, tournament life, right? He's got the thing of, he's like, this is, if I don't win this, I'm out of the tournament. There's so much pressure on him in this situation, so it's a hard situation to be in. And yeah, it's like a couple of those little things here and there, and that could be the difference between, you know, we could be right now playing the next map, and we could be seeing, you know, might not be, you know, we could be seeing later on, it could be Lua moving on, as opposed to seeing Red. But although for that, Red really well played to him, you know, it's not taking away anything from Red. It's not, you know, it wasn't like a Lua through. He still played really well overall.
No, Red Rockside's got to be happy with that.
Red just played a phenomenal. Yeah, he just played a really, really good set. He's hitting hard. I feel like he's, you know, there's a couple of moments there where, you know, something maybe get a little bit under his skin and all that. But I think overall, I think he was just playing a strong, confident game. He was hitting hard, and that was enough to sort of push him over the edge in that one. So,
especially when you're playing against a player at Rockside for Lua in these situations. I know we're harping on about it, but the fact is, on both those maps, that's why he lost. You know he loves fucking charging out for the weapons, right? You know that. Everyone knows that in Australia. So, you know, just punish it.
Yeah. So it's,
that's when your opponent, if he's playing like a bit with a variance in his play, sometimes he's pressing for the rail, sometimes he's going to the tribal, sometimes he's going to rocket launcher, and you don't know exactly what he's doing. It can be difficult because should I go for the green, should I go for the rail, should I go for the red, what should I do? Whereas, you know, against a lot of these guys, their routine is the same every time. You can punish that. That's where you need to make it your routine to be going back to rail there, not to be going to the green there. Because it takes a long time to get to the green and get back to the rail. By the time you've done that, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and as we were saying, you know, he's playing Visor there in that case, right? Really fast champ, and Red's got the movement to back it up, so he's going to get there.
Right, he's fast as fuck. He surprises me with who he is.
If you're not ready to go, like, straight, like, you have to, as soon as you get a kill, right, this is what I have to do. And you immediately have to be on top of that.
That's right. That's where you can't be thinking about it, especially in a tournament when your brain is not working quite as sharply as it would be in practice. It just needs to be routine. So you're not thinking about it, it's just what you do.
And I think that's probably one of the, like, final, like, skill ceiling, right? From going from a really good player to a great player. Like, you watch players like Dan. You watch players like Dan, he's very decisive in his movements, right? And, like, after a kill, he just immediately takes the actions, like, okay, this is what I should do, and immediately starts on. There's no, like, hesitation. You know, occasionally you see the thing that's like you think, oh, go get this. Oh no, hang, I'll turn around and do that instead.
Yeah, but
This
that's because
immediate
again he's put the practice in to the point
Exactly
where
right.
He's not
And-
thinking I'm going to do this. It's just second nature
Just
now for him.
exactly right. Yeah.
You've been in this situation on this map 100 times, 1,000 times. And
Yeah.
you've frag. You know, everyone's been in these situations the same. You get frag, and that's what happens. You know where they spawn. You know what they're going to do. And this is what I'm going to do based on my health and what champion they are and what they can do against me. And I'm just doing it. I'm not thinking about it. I'm just doing it.
Yep, 100%. And that's the thing. That's when I say that's why I think is that sort of separation between the really good and the great players. It's just that there's those small little details that just really help push you over the line of just, getting those extra. And that's the thing, that can lead you to get 2, 3, 4 extra frags in a match, win that tournament, win, everything like that. It's small little things like that which just really help you throughout your game. So
Well, look at the one time that he did show up with rockets to the rail, and then Redoxide was below. He got completely destroyed. Okay,
Yeah.
Lua didn't end up fragging, but he got him. He was 300 health or whatever, and he got him down to 80 health just because he was in the right position at the right time when Redoxide was charging in. So if you think when he's got no weapons, you can't just frag him out right like that. Of course you can. Anyway, next game.
next game.
No, I won't give the fucking foot in anymore. But the fact is, like, that when you kill or when you get killed, that's when you win and lose games with Quake.
Yeah, exactly right. There's so much after you after you get that frag. There's so many things, and the thing is too, you also got to then look at you play it off based off your stack size, your weapons. There's so much into it that determines how you're going to go about to continuing this. And sometimes you just need to get that aggression, even if you are as you say pretty low off spawn, or sorry, pretty low after the kill. You have to remember what your opponent's playing with too. That's one of the key things too.
The way I'm looking at it is when you stand above the rail there, and I'm BJ on 25 health, when they're charging straight to rail, you can see their legs for ages before they can even see you. So you can rail them, and even if it's only one rail that you go for, and then you get the health bubble that's right next to you, and then go to Mega, that's still damage that he can't return. Instead now he's only 100, you know what I mean? Makes a huge difference. And that's if you don't hit a good rocket on him or whatever, and then just destroy him outright. Yeah, anyway. Yeah.
Well, we've got another
that's the skill. That's the skill.
that's-
Honestly, the biggest skill in Quake is knowing what to do when you got killed and knowing what to do when you got killed.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what to do when you got full control. Megas 42, fucking greens. Everyone knows what to do. That's where you can
That's
separate
the
yourself as a
easy
player.
play. Yeah, it's everything
Exactly.
else in between that's the makes it difficult.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, it was a good series, but I think Lou will be disappointed with that result.
Yeah. Well, so look, you're always going to be disappointed. If you don't win, I think everyone's going to be disappointed, right? You're playing to win. You're coming in. You want to come first. But
I think you don't get really disappointed if you thought you played well. Why would you be disappointed if you played well and lost? I think that's okay. But if you played poorly and lost, then of course, you're not happy. Anyway, next game, Redoxide against Knight OC.
Seen in chat there, Red. You got to give yourself some more confidence, man. You played well. No, there wasn't this. You didn't win that because Lua made a mistake. You won that because you outplayed him. So
Feel like I'll get this.
3-0. That's So anyway, we're moving on. Let's look at our next set. We've got Knight versus Redoxide, and we're going to start on Awoken, Moving Blood Run, and Veil are our first three. Exile ban from Knight, I believe that's just pretty much his permaban. And Redoxide getting rid of Blood Cove. This is our lower bracket finals. Winner of this will be moving on into the grand final to play against Dan in a best of 7.
Dan the fucking king.
Dan the King, that's right. So far, I believe I believe that map that Knight with that Veil was, I believe, the first map Dan has dropped.
That doesn't surprise me.
All tournament, I believe. So
Dan Vale, it's like Phrase Vale. Fucking always trying to can't beat Cam Vale.
okay, here we go. We're gonna.
There you go. Yeah. Actually, I was surprised by the kill. He did quite well on that map, actually. Any map you beat Dan King, you played well. But
yeah, I think Keel's maybe a bit of an underrated. Especially, I think it also depends a bit on your champ matchup, right? Obviously, if you're playing against like something like a Ranger, it doesn't really offer that much. Izone. So he was able to just remove that turret from play. So it does match up a little bit. I've already seen we've got a clutch coming out from Knight immediately. This is good to see.
I like that.
I love it. So yeah, so we've got
I actually think Clutch is the best champion in the game right now.
Oh, there you go. Big words. Big words. Look,
No, I know it's big words, but I just think on the right map, if you play well, you cannot lose.
I agree, but that's because I'm heavily biased. So
Yeah, I know you're a clutch player, but all clutch players understand the strength of it. It's non-clutch players who always say he's pissed, he's that. Well, it's just because you haven't played him. You don't know. You don't know how good the cat is. He's literally the fastest champion with the most health. Say no, Walker.
Yeah. I think the problem is just everyone sees like you hit 60% LG against a clutch is normal. And it's
But you can't anymore because well, for a start, when he uses his shield, the rounding now that LG is 7, it's only 4 damage per shaft, which it was before. But now you're returning 7 instead of 6, so he's actually stronger since the LG buff.
There you go, maths.
Yeah, well, that's a huge difference, man. That's a huge difference.
Yeah. So yeah,
So,
I do really like clutch, and that's potentially why we have seen no one's allowed there. As I say, there are very few clutch players really in league, but I don't think we've really no one's really allowed any of the clutch players to pick that clutch, and that's probably part of the reason, right? Like it is very overwhelming when you've got this giant 300, 400 stack fridge flying at you with a shield up. It's like, what do? There's nothing you can do. You pretty much die. That's your only option. And I think that's why we see a lot of the bans. And obviously, this didn't work. And I reckon if Red had the first ban as opposed to Knight, I reckon there was going to be a clutch ban probably coming out. So anyway, we see Strog against the clutch. So it does have a bit of speed. I don't know about it's going to be difficult. Like Pika is going to be there, but I feel like with the speed of the clutch, maybe it's going to not be able to quite work out as well as good as we want. The clutch might be able to sort of get too much pressure on, and he's probably not going to be able to use too much of his machine. It'd be more of just like a basically throw-out suicide drone, I feel. Or he's going to try and get a bit of the intel as well. But Clutch is not going to be going around too quietly. He's got the speed, he's got the advantage rate. He's going to be just flying around this map, a million miles an hour, getting into your face. So it could be difficult for for Red to get the Pika out and do much damage with it. Moving on from there,
I think Strog is usually very playable against Clutch. I think that's like you can still win that.
This is definitely Red needs to keep the pressure on and keep the stack down of the clutch. That's always the key thing, right? When you're playing a clutch, is you can't let the clutch get away.
Yeah, there's 2 ways to play the clutch. You either play extremely passive and let him waste his shield, or you relentlessly attack and then in between the shield. Okay, if he gets a kill when you got shield, you're getting 3 kills back on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. And
you're never going to get a kill. You're never not going to not die when you play against clutch.
Yeah, you basically kind of playing the clutch the same way you're playing like the Nyx, right? You either decide it's like, am I keeping my ability for crucial, obviously you don't want to be playing a defensive shield because obviously you're not going to be getting the value out of it. You never want to be keep using your shield to keep yourself alive because you want to use it as an engagement tool because that's going to be what wins you the fight. If you're using it when you're running away, there's something very wrong, and that's probably the state where you're probably being destroyed and you're not going to be coming back into it, which I don't think we're going to see. I think this will be a close match. But I do have to favor Clutch on Knight in this one. All bias aside, I know
Knight's just a better player,
I think Knight's I think Knight's a better player. Red is look, if Red gets as strong as he has and can do, it could be a very, very good match, and Red could take it. But I just do think I think I have to slightly edge it towards the Clutch. Moving on to map 2, that we have Blood Run, Nyx, Eisen, Keelban coming out from Red. Interesting choices here. You get the light early on. Blood Run, definitely a map that Nyx plays really well on. And the Eisen too, again, you can use it definitely to try and control some of those sort of central positions of the map. Play around some of those islands because of how sort of confined a lot of these areas are. And how some of these really crucial areas on this map, you can definitely try and use it to sort of, not dictate a pace, but try and oppress your opponent a little bit more to try and force them in spots where you want them to be. So, plus you get obviously the intel from it as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that set plays out. Veil is an interesting matchup we've got here. So the BJ getting banned from Knight, so we get Visor v Sorlag.
That's a bit strange, yeah.
That's not a common one. What do you reckon on that?
The Visor's actually surprisingly underrated on Bar. You just don't get him that much on the map because people like Eisen and some of those other off champions. But Sorlag, if you play well, is quite good too. I don't think I've ever seen that matchup on that map. So
no, I don't think I have either. I think I have to. Honestly, I'd almost say I'd edge it towards the Sorlag. I reckon there.
I think so as well, but you can play as Visor against the tanks as well. Like he's actually surprisingly quite good against the tanks because you've got that extra bit of speed, and they can't surprise you so easily with where they are like they can against the other champions. Because what you got to be aware of when you're playing against tanks is, well, you really got to be afraid of their rocket launcher. You're not afraid of the LG and the rail battles because you're going to have the edge. Whereas rocket versus rocket, doesn't matter if they're a light or a heavy. Like the difficulty in hitting the model with the rocket launcher, it's not that much different compared to the other weapons. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So you're really worried about them sitting around corners with rockets. That's why Doom is also good against the tanks as well, because these rocket fights, he's just jumping around fucking above them in midair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Anyway, we're moving on to fourth map here. We've got Ruins.
Anarchy, sort of set up, but I think obviously Anarchy has the advantage. But
yeah, 100%. Galena definitely can work. This is one of the maps where I think Galena's probably best on.
But I think so as well because you play slow.
Yeah, you can definitely play it slow. There's plenty of spots to put stones around, but you know, Red's going to be moving around so quick. He's going to be clearing these spots. I know he's going to be proactive about making sure that making sure that Knight's not going to get just a free triple totem down. So we'll see how whether or not the speed's going to be enough, whether or not Galena can actually get something going. Because obviously, if you keep a Galena's totem suppressed, you're effectively keeping it down to maybe a battle totem or something along those sort of lines. So it's like you're not really gaining much out of it, where you're going to have that constant inject going, right? And being on Ruins, there's so many time vials to pick up. He's going to have inject up all the time. It's going to be constantly there if Galena's not there stealing them all away.
Yeah, I think Galena is one of the champions that's really been hurt by the 60-second ability. Because
100%.
you just can't get overstack anymore, man. And when you do, it only lasts for like fucking 30 seconds of the map.
Yeah, anyway, we're quickly launching this map, so let's quickly just hit the last map. We've got CK, we've got Death Knight, Doomslayer. Doomslayer not offering a huge amount. I do like the Death Knight more in this set. Scale was banned, so that's why we're not seeing anything else there.
I think with the LG buff, Doom's sort of a little bit stronger in a way, because you can dodge their rockets, but obviously Death Knight, I reckon Death Knight's the worst champion in the game.
I picked Death Knight in that one, yeah. Anyway.
You reckon? I reckon he's the worst champion in the game right now, bro. Him and Slash. Even Kill's better, bro. That's how much they're struggling.
Look, Kill's good in some situations. Anyway, let's focus on this first one. We've got Clutch now.
So let's get into it, yeah.
I'm going to take this, yeah, so Cameron, I'll take this one.
Roger
you
that.
Can have a sit down for a bit, and we'll, we're starting on night. We have to, like...
What'd you say? You don't want me to commentate, or you?
No, you come in with us. Yeah, me and you'll take this one.
I'll take it, bro. I'll sit back and watch.
We'll
Roger that. You starting off though.
Let's start on Knight. I want to see this Clutch. Let's see what he can do. We've seen him before. He's got such great movement on this champ. And where's he going to go? He's going to go straight in, get this armor, get the LG, and going straight through for rockets too, which I like to see. He's going to push straight in, shield out, nail gun from Red. It's probably not coming up. Here comes the big one. Actually, does good damage force in the back with the rockets around the corner. And immediately, look at that, straight on the time vials.
I mean, that's the strength of Clutch. If you take an early engagement when you've got a couple of weapons, they simply can't kill you because they can't get any early damage on you. And it's a perfect time to frag as Clutch because you're not going to be fighting for another 30 seconds probably because they're off spawn. So you'll have the shield the next time you fight anyway.
And look at this, we're only 35 seconds in, and Knight's got a shield back. Like, there's no way Red expects this, right? So if he takes a fight close up, Red's probably still thinking, alright, probably got another 10-15 seconds. That's a good entry rocket for this fight. But look at that shield immediately again, and there's no way that Red can do anything against that shield. Huge damage, absolutely destroys it. Now, there's going to be a minute now. The time vials will be ready to go, but Knight's probably not going to be quite as aggressive here on them this time.
That's the thing with Clutch. If you can get the right Cyclone shield fragging, you cannot lose. You cannot be killed.
Yeah. And that's why Red's going to have to be really proactive in making sure that Knight doesn't get a whole bunch of free stack here. Try and keep this at range. Try and get some rails in and, like, that's the sort of shot you can't take. There we go. That's a nice one in return. Still a few seconds left before this item. Knight's just taking this fight in the air. The Mega was on-timed properly from Knight, and because of that slight mistiming there of that item,
I think he shouldn't have...
Frag will go to Red.
Shouldn't have pushed out for that frag, remember you are Clutch. I liked how he didn't pick up the green immediately. I've seen a lot of players pick up the green with 25 armor. He took damage first, waited for the damage, and then get the green. It makes a big difference in the fight.
Yeah, it gives you that effectively free 25 extra stack, right? And that can be the difference between life and death, so... And right now we see the shield come out. Doesn't really get a huge amount out of it. It does get a little bit more LG out the jump pad, but I think did he just run out of LG potentially there? And Red, perfectly red, but the shot's not connecting, and Knight's just trying to push aggressive here, but just wants those time vials. That's the key thing that he's after. I'm going to go under towards the machine gun as well. Gets those 2 extra. And look at this. Again, Knight's now going over the other side of the map, wanting to get the rest of these time vial shards. 15 seconds up for ability.
He can push for damage here if he wants it.
Heavy will be up momentarily. And will be Red's to secure. Really strong stack here, and if Red gets a good bit of opening damage here, I definitely think he will be pushing in here, even with the shield up. especially now after this. Like, I think Red can definitely take this fight. But
That's where he needs to push. He needs to peak for damage with the rockets. Over
yeah,
the
he's
top
just
of
a
the
little
red.
bit too passive on there, and this time we might see the shield getting popped. And with the LG ready to go, nice rail, but Knight's just going to push straight in. Red peeks straight into it. Another kill there for Knight. He's got a bunch of stack here as well. And again, straight on these time battles. Look at this. He's only just finished shielding. It's already halfway off cooldown. It's on 30 seconds. This is the strength of the, you know, playing around these time battles, and that's why. That's another reason I don't necessarily like the Strog per se against a clutch, because you're not necessarily going to be throwing your ability at that often. So you're not denying those, but there we go. Good use of the Peeker again. It gets a little bit of damage, gets the intel. Not on a very healthy stack here. This should be a good chance for Red to push in. And yeah, he doesn't. Look at that aggressive.
I don't understand why he backed off that Mega. He's not reliable. Just push out for it. You're good.
He could have done that. I think he's just hopefully just trying to get out before taking, you know, losing the frag. Because I think in that case, maybe just respecting Red's aim a bit there. And
He literally can't kill you.
in the end, oh, missed rail from Red actually.
Nice shot.
Ready from both of them, and oh, Knight just peeking back again for another one. Huge shot there. The shield does come out, saves his life, but he can't peek there. Look at that, such a small amount of HP. Red, he's also so low. Neither of them really want to commit to this, and Red will be the one to concede the item.
I would like to see Red challenge that, just because, you know, it's against Clutch. If you go up the jump pad and aim towards where the spot is, the problem when you don't fight for that frag, you give up everything. Look, he's given up everything.
Yeah, no, our situation
And you
is...
might die, yeah, absolutely, you might die, but, you know, you're not giving your opponent everything. He's just lucky that Knight didn't wait for that green.
Yeah,
Otherwise, he'd have 150.
Yeah, and now Knight has everything sort of on the map. He's got shield up in 2 seconds. At least the position here is for Red. It's not going to be a huge amount. He gets a huge amount of... He missed the Mega. I think if he picks up Mega there, he would have actually got that kill, but...
I don't think he missed it. I think he got knocked past it by the time it spawned.
Either way, whichever way he went out, he did not go out well in that. Shield just too powerful, and that's the thing with the clutch. When you choose my work, Knight, keep trying to get the aggression on here. Getting the
I like how he's going for damage on rail before he goes to red. I've seen a lot of players drop down for the red, but get your damage on rail, and then you can push out once you got red, because he's a bit weaker. Should still be his kill. Nice.
I am the master.
He's got shield again as well, so beautiful.
Being towards the side of the map as well means Red, yeah, doesn't have that rail gun.
Oh, got
Missed
hit him
shot
once.
would have been huge, and missed another
got hit him
opportunity
once.
as well. Neither connecting to be kicking himself for that, but
It's alright.
still, he's got a good lead. And he's got the shield, as I said, that's the most crucial part here for the clutch. Great rail. And he's going to push it aggressively, he's going to pop the shield immediately. At the speed of that, look at that, Red not ready for him to push in at all and takes no damage in that fight whatsoever.
Didn't see that one coming, Chief, did ya?
That's the thing, you've got to be ready for that flying fridge. If you are not prepared, he's going to be flying right into your face and securing the time shards and the small armor shard. Puts him back up to a healthy stack. 20 seconds again now. Until this next, oh great rocket too. Peeking does come out in from a safe spot from down below, but Red not healthy at all. Dashing across, rail not connecting. Red does steal it, and actually Knight not looking super healthy.
So good. He's got position on Mega. I don't think Red can attack here.
Yeah, there's no way Red can push in, and yeah, he falls back. A few extra seconds delayed on that item, and Red still wants to go get over towards this LG. I still believe he has not managed to pick one up yet.
I was going to say that we're losing in 5 minutes.
Tribal damage not connecting. And interesting, Knight not trying to fight at all over towards that heavy. Leaves it up for Knight, sorry, for Red to grab. But he's got both these 250 shards here, so he's not too stressed here. He gets a huge amount of stack up. Shield going in. Red's just trying to push straight in. The LG coming out. Fight over the Mega. And somehow Knight picks that up, even though he was on top of Red's head.
He split the QC things. I think it was probably gone anyway.
Either way, yeah, it's a nice shot there too.
Shouldn't even explain that.
I think the only thing I think of is it based off like movement speed? Like,
yeah,
who gives it
but
to?
how can the item be so tall that you can still pick it up from there?
That's, yeah, exactly. That's like, I don't know. Either way, look, if I was Red, I'd be a bit mad on that one. That's totally fair enough. That was a bit shit for him. But anyway, can't let things like that get to you. You got to keep playing. No shield in this. The L out of LG for Red and out of LG for Knight, and Red cleans it up. Gets back here.
Still okay for an offside because look, it's the power of Clutch. You can just do these refrags.
He does hit the 2 rails. That's a good amount of damage. And there's not going to be a major item after this. So yeah, Red actually just forcing this in here. I like this play actually from him. He does take that rail, but he's probably should just have machine gun out here because he hasn't hit any rocket damage. If he started with machine gun, he would have got this kill. Knight managed to get out 28 HP. And yeah, again, if Knight Red just came straight through with machine gun. That was an easy frag. Instead, what's happened is Knight's now managed to get a huge stack, has got shield back, and in fact, he's about to get this kill. One little mistake there, just not getting enough damage off in that fight, and there we go, gets the kill. Missed rail as well, just insult to injury, makes that a little bit harder.
Yeah, you can't be giving up that mega if you want to try and win the map. You're behind the 5 frags, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and again, shield already 30 seconds, and great initial rail in that fight. Red steals away. Red. That's a phrase. Just can't. Red Oxide needs to change his name.
we just need to stop calling it Red Armor.
Or to stop calling it Red. That's probably the smart thing to do, but nah.
Fuck that. I've done it for 15 years, but I'm not changing now.
Exactly, yeah. It's been Red from before he was born, so.
Exactly. Yes, some of the boys we play, yeah.
But anyway, we're seeing another engagement here. Up on rail, and again, there's the speed and the power of the clutch. You're just throwing the weight around.
Your time is over. Now it's my time.
Red jumping across the LG, really nice from Knight. Hit huge amount of damage, followed up by that rail, and now Red, yeah, he wants to go for it, but he knows he can't. Railable. And he's actually going to come back after grabbing those 2 bubbles, and actually manages to secure it. Doesn't take any damage from it, tries to push in here, but again, Knight reading it really well. Pushes straight through now himself. He's got shield, he's actually not going to use it, and it's going to cost him a lot. And really, interesting choice from Red, I think, and from Knight. I think he believed that Red was lower, and in the end he does get the kill, but it did cost him a lot of stack.
I think he'd already sort of won the game anyway, so.
He has won the game, it's true, but, you know, he's going to keep the momentum going, and there is only 1 minute to go. I will admit, I thought there was a bit more than that.
Yeah, he sounded like Mike last night when we were playing. I got 7 frags on the cam, and I said, yeah, but how many did you get before the game was lost? 1.
And another kill there for Knight. And victory lap for him now for the last few moments.
Yeah, I think the outside Watt is coming out a bit early in the first map. You can see Knight's had a lot of practice as this champion as well. You're watching the QPR, a lot of the players know a lot of the movement tricks for Clutch on this map because he is a good champion. And honestly, I think come to the LAN, if they haven't changed the damage for the LG back to 6, I just don't see Clutch losing too many maps that he gets picked. He's just going to be first banned on any map.
Well, I was going to say, I think we're going to see a situation we've been seeing throughout most of this this split anyway, of just the case of we're just going to have, you know, players are not going to allow these, you know, top tier players who've got that clutch in their pocket. You know, not everyone has a, you know, pocket clutch, but those who do, they're just not going to be allowed to play it because.
Yeah, but that's fine because then that's actually okay. Like, yeah, you want to play him, but the thing is, if you're not able to play him well, then at least you're getting the first choice of champion that
That's true. It means there is
you know what I mean?
Exactly, there is a ban. Yeah, that's something they have to ban.
They have to ban it, or it's 1-0 to me. You know what I mean?
Exactly right. They are forced to throw that ban out, or they've down. You know, they've, as you say, effectively either throwing a map or, you know, really risking playing against your best champ or such a powerful pick. And as we saw here, 13-2, and like, you know, Red was playing really well before, and it's just the dominance that Knight showed just didn't allow Red to get into the map. And even playing the heavy champ, yeah, it's sort of like accuracies there. It wasn't like, you know, Red was, they were hitting about the exact same.
Exactly. Like, I just think it's it's difficult to play against the Clutch if he gets a good cycle against you. He's just you can't do anything. He's got too much health, and he just kills you. And shotgun's weaker now too, so that makes Clutch a lot stronger as well, because that was one of the weapons he was weak against. Okay, Plasma's a bit stronger, yes, but you know, it's still difficult to hit him unless he's running in a straight line. So yeah. I just think with the LG buff, he's stronger. With the shotgun nerf, he's stronger. With the 60-second abilities, he's stronger. He's just fuck. I don't want to play against him myself. You know what I mean? Even if the bloke isn't actually that good at it, I'm not even gonna let him try.
Yeah, there you go. And that's I think that's just what happened in this situation, right? Red didn't get the opportunity to ban it, and that's what happened.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about that Clutch as well. A lot of players aren't even thinking about him when it comes to the pick bans. They don't think about it.
Not really a. Yeah, and I think it's because you only really think about it if the opponent you're playing against is like a, you know, someone who knows you're going to really love playing Clutch. Other than that, so it's like there's a few people who've started picking that Clutch, I think, sort of realizing that, you know, oh, I might be able to, you know, get in here and then throw out the Surprise Clutch, and then, you know, a lot of people aren't ready for the speed and stack and what you can throw around.
Well, especially if the other guy is worse than you, just ban it, because if they're worse than you on an even matchup, normal champions, you should have the advantage. Whereas don't give it this, like, it is a different duel when you're playing against the Clutch or as a Clutch. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll get quickly into the second game. Eisen versus Nick. On a bit of ZTN.
All right. Well, me and Lucky might take this one over for you. You can take a break. I know
Roger
you
that.
hate this. I know you hate this map, so
That's right. I don't know. I might be able to cast the final if that's all right. Unless you got someone already locked in.
we've already got Dazblock lined up for that, but I appreciate it though. You can
Roger
cast
that.
the one after this. Yeah, we're getting Dazblock in for the finals. He's been around all season. I know you're waiting to see him, so he will be there for the grand final. Quachi in chat, love to see you, mate. Nick's on Blood Run. Who even does that? Exactly right. Who even picks Nick's, mate? Come on. Anyway, Lucky, let's do this. Let's have a look at this set. Let's
we
give
go.
yeah, let's give Nick some airtime here. Let's see what Red can do. Getting the light champion, we've talked about it before in this, these matchups today. It's like the light champion can be really difficult to play if your opponent is in control, and let's see how Red's going to go at this. He's actually going to opt to go straight in the center, and I like to see this. Good damage immediately from the LG, and the turret there on the ground. Good pressure. Look at that.
So
That
well
was
played.
so smart from Knight. Having that sit down the bottom there. Red didn't even see it when he pushed out. Forced him into turn. Red, immediate ghost walk, so he didn't take damage there.
Yeah, that's the counterplay that you have with Ison on that spawn. Yeah, usually they'll be fine for Red to do that play. In fact, that's the right play, but because you have the turret, like, that's the one counterplay you can do, and there you go. Knight with 2. It feels like it should be a trap for, like, you, the one who's LGing the person, but then that Timmy just comes in and it just absolutely destroys you, and then by the time you've realised, yeah, you're just done for, and now Red is already 2-0 down on Blood Run, but he has done a good amount of damage. And he actually does have a stack advantage, but that doesn't really, I don't know, it's still very hard on this map to convert that stack advantage. As you can see, this is why the doorways are all so tight, and it's just so hard to get in on someone, so already this is not where you want to be.
Up all the armor on that. It's like, right now, Red, he's got to win this heavy, and the problem is Knight, he knows the time, and great initial rail opening, a 2 there coming from Red. What is that? There's no way that Knight should have lost that heavy, but it's great damage. He's going to get both items off those first 2 rails, so really, really well played by Red. Now the situation's pretty much been exactly reversed. Now Knight is this one desperate to get some armor. He can't hang around on the far side, he's just been caught as well. Can he get across the tri-bolt? Good damage, and he does get him in the end. The final tick of the tri-bolt goes just far enough. He's actually caught out at the bottom here as well. Just out of LG range. No, he can't quite get in there in time, and the rail does connect. Red low on armor. He's going to catch him out of the jump pad. Perfect timing, and what? No, he actually goes down 2 HP. I am so shocked that he actually survives there, and Knight given a bit of a blessing. I think both items are up, and they're both going to go over to Red though. He gets the spawn. Knight was just a little bit too low afterwards to try and take the aggressive fight. Had to fall back, stack up.
Oh, nice rail though. Massive rail, and that puts Red in a good spot to potentially do some damage. And Knight just missing the rail here, but he's kind of trapped now. He has to really make his way, trying to get away from Red here. And he has done a good job of that, but I will say one of the advantages of Nex is that you do have that Ghost Walk, and I feel like that Ghost Walk can really help. Oh, no, hang on! Knight, the Timmy clutching up, giving him all the information at Knight. He's going to try and capitalize, and that Ghost Walk is now
I feel
gone.
like that Ghost Walk was just way too late, right? Like, if he just Ghost Walked as soon as he starts getting pinned, he keeps most of his stack, but he used that Ghost Walk on, what, 15 HP? It meant that he's now going back from nothing. He just got both major items, and they both got deleted instantaneously. If that Ghost Walk comes out earlier, he's in such a good spot to continue the fight. But instead, Knight now, taking away the light armor, he's going to get the heavy as well. And Red's actually not ready for him to be here. LG, great weapon swap, and Red just walks straight into it. That armor's not going to be up for ages, I'm afraid. Red, you're going to be waiting for a long time.
You can't just charge into that sort of a spot when you're out of control and you don't hear them. Like, it's where they're going to be. If they're not making a noise, that is where they're going to be. Just at the top, shotgun, chilling around, waiting for you to do something. And Knight was like ready.
Yeah, because if you're the one who's he needs to get back up, get the items, and look at that, he's just hanging about, not paying any attention, and Knight just pushes straight through. LG hits every cell, and you got to think, right, where's your opponent going to be looking for you? And it's like, well, there's 2 armors, right? I'm a light, I've got no armor. He's going to be somewhere looking for that. So I can't hang around in a spot where he's going to be sitting there trying to watch these armors. That's why this map can be so difficult to play when you're out of control, and when you're playing, especially as a light, just sort of makes that even more of a factor. Just because you're so desperate to get those armors. Missed rails from both players. They're just playing a really dangerous game here. Knight just walks in, picks up the Mega, and eventually he just decides to leave. Doesn't want to keep fighting that. Respecting the aim there from Red.
I'm sliding through though, and oh my god, this is too strong. That's the light. And here we go, Red typing in chat. When you see this, it's never good for Red, because you know he's Not the best state of mind.
Yeah, Red's a very emotional player, right? If things are going well for him, he can be almost unstoppable, but when the Ghost Walk comes in at the last frame, and not only that, actually, there's no rockets there for, no, they're great rail from above. Can Red continue the pressure on? Turret's being destroyed. The LG down now. Red Oxide can't just jump across, even through the side jump there where he wasn't ready for it. Good amount of damage. Oh, the rail comes back from both players. Knight, extremely low. He does get enough just to go through that TP and not die. Machine gun out. Doesn't connect. Both players were left, I think, on 2.
Yeah.
Red gets the heavy. Knight will get the 50 shard. But neither of them are still healthy.
And now, can Red secure this Mega? He's in a good spot, he will get it, but he has to make up this frag deficit. And it's going to be very hard on this map. There's a turret as well to make things even harder. So Knight can really cover 2 doorways as one player. And, you know, Red, he's doing this, but there's a turret. Completely stops that push. So now, and there, another rail, because Knight knows exactly where he's going. This is really hard for Red, but the one advantage it does have on the next, you can do aggressive ghost walks, and that can get you through doorways, and, you know, potentially get a nice unexpected attack on someone, but all these ghost walks, they have to be defensive, and there we go, there again, another defensive ghost walk. He has 9 HP now. He got that Mega, but it doesn't matter. He does have the items around here to pick up, but again, Knight has other stuff on the other side of the map. He has the 2 bubbles at Tribal. And he could potentially have this light down below if he's careful about it, which, oh, he isn't, but he is going to hit the rail. And that's what Knight's doing. He's just keeping a Red Oxide stack just so modest that he can't actually, like, you know, secure a frag or, you know, link things together.
Gets the rail glitch there on the...
yeah,
anyway, we see the case of, yeah, right now I think just Red's not able to use his Ghost Walk ability anyway to sort of really benefit from in these fights, right? He's just getting out. He's using them purely used just to survive. And even Timmy coming across there do a little bit more damage as well. I think Nyx has potentially got, you know, a good tool, right, to get him. And there we go. That's exactly kind of what I want to see, right? He gets that initial engagement, takes that first bit of damage, and see use the Ghost Walk. It's like, yeah, it hasn't worked out really well for him in that exact scenario, but he's going to be able to get the Mega, not able to connect with any rails, and it's unfortunate for this. Not walk straight through the TP into the Tribal and then the LG as well, and I think that's pretty much a GG. But I think I would have liked to maybe seen use an aggressive Ghost Walk to try and push in and get yourself into a position where you can sort of catch Red off guard, right? It's a situation where, because he was so far behind, right? Like, there's a point even when it was 3 frags, that's still a scary point on this map. Good damage coming out from Red. He gets the Mega as well. But again, Knight, he's just, while he's not winning any of these major items necessarily, he's just getting damage off constantly. So it's like, yeah, Red's going to be the one in position for this. But Knight is constantly always fighting with these sort of 100-100. He's got these 50 shards to work on. Falls back to him. Make sure he's got all his ammo ready to go. And then the defensive rockets like that. And this can now fall back and get ready to play around the next place.
Yeah, exactly. He's been getting all these items, but as soon as he gets them, he takes like just the same amount of damage, if not more. So they've really meant nothing for his game. And that kind of reflects in the score. And I mean, even here, he got the Mega. Look at his health now. It's netted him 1 frag, but he can't string them together.
And I think the only reason he got that kill there too was because Knight ran out of LG. It wasn't even necessarily because he was actually going to win the fight. So it's, you know, he's sort of, yeah, he's just playing around these spots so smart, and Red just pushing out a little bit too aggressive. And beautiful rail there from Knight. Read it absolutely perfectly. And like, it's not even like Knight's necessarily hit. Like, he's only hitting 33% rail right now from Knight. He's only got 8 of 24, which is got 45% LG, we'll have to say. But yeah, it's not like the rails are a crippling factor at the moment.
No, not really, and I think that also has to do with, you know, you're playing a light. All the damage that you take in return is technically a little bit more, you know? And that's really been showing. It's really been hard for Red to continue any sort of momentum he gets, which hasn't been much, but, you know, when he does get a frag, it's usually like 2 HP. He might get this one. No, the Mega's coming up, so... yeah, I mean, this is pretty much... I mean, yeah, I mean, it has been GG for a while, I think. And, yeah, I mean, you just have to be focusing on the next map if you're at Oxide, maybe take a couple of fights, you know, warm up your aim a little bit, but yeah, this map is pretty much over. Look past it, there's a rough map, just gotta focus on the next one.
Yeah, 100%. I think I'd like to see Red maybe take like a 1-minute timeout after this map. Just to be like, you know, give him a second just to stand up, take a little walk around, have a refresh, and just, you know, reset the mental.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this map would have been tilting, no doubt. It felt like he was getting items, but like at the same time, he just really wasn't able to convert. And Knight had a pretty good grasp of this one, and he had a pretty good grasp of Awoken too. So, yeah, you really just got to reset and go, okay, what do I need to do differently now? What can I do to change the outcome of these games? And yeah, not get too down on yourself at the moment, because that, you know, if you're going into that mindset until the next map, it's going to be even harder. So.
Yeah, it's exactly right. I'll say it's, you know, such a you get, you know, players like Red who are very sort of, you know, they've got very mental games, right? Like, you know, if Red's on a roll, you know, he's playing really well. You know, he's one of the best players, but you know, this can happen too, right? If it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
If things start going poor for you, you know, you don't hit as well, and then the problem is it sort of then snowballs too, right? Because you're not feeling it, you're losing your confidence, then you miss these easy rails that you normally hit when you're playing well, and then that pisses you off more, and you get more upset, and then it just kind of snowballs down to the point where it's just like, well, you know, may as well throw the game away. And I don't think, again, this scoreline 18-2, it's like, it might look terrible, but it doesn't really mean too much, right? The game was sort of, it was until like there was what, like 10 frags in the last.
Yeah, it was over at 5
so,
pretty much. So the rest
it
of it was just running out of.
Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting. I hope you can sort of like reset for this next map. Going to give us a close set, because I think, you know, we're going into Vale here, and like that was Red's pick too, which was unfortunate. But you know, Vale here, I don't think he's necessarily that behind champ wise. I think it's pretty even. I think I might slightly give the edge actually to the Sorlag, because Vale can one of those matches where you can sort of hear the whole set, but I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how Red's going to play with this. I think, you know, Visor's going to work well for him. I think, you know, he likes, if he can get his aim going, he can start hitting some shots. I think he'll be able to hopefully build some confidence right in this.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't really seen Visor too much in this map this season. I think we saw Bandit play it actually against Knight. Was it on this map? I don't even know. I saw Bandit play it once on this map, and he actually ended up doing well. But okay. Yeah, I just don't think you see many reps of this. And the other thing too,
you've got a lot of those doors, right, that are opening and closing constantly. So you're going to hear that from pretty far, and they're loud, so you can hear them from pretty far away. So it gives you quite a lot of intel. So it's not necessarily the best champ, but I think Visor is one of those champs who is always good, right? No matter how small the map is, a wall hack is a wall hack, right? Like, yeah,
it's a very generalist style, I guess you could say.
So like, it's something that, it always is going to work.
It always provides some sort of advantage, but just some maps you're going to be able to utilize it better than other maps type stuff.
Yeah,
so
100%.
Like,
anyway, Lucky, Cam, do you guys want to take this one away?
Yeah,
go for it, boys. You take this one away.
All right. So what are you thinking here about this matchup?
Well, it's a bit of an interesting matchup. I think you just got to limit the Sorlag mobility. Yeah, constantly putting pressure and using the sight at the right time. The problem with the sight on this map is they can probably hear you most of the time you use it, but let's go through Rock Side off the spawn.
See what he can do. See if he uses this sight early, or if he...
I think he's fairly tilted.
Yeah, he hasn't said good luck, have fun. He didn't say GG last map, so I'm a bit worried, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's been doing that to me lately as well, eh?
So he's going to use this sight straight away. Hits a rail, but of course, you know, you're close range to an LG. You're not going to win that fight. He will go down. So first frag going to Knight. Knight, he's a heavy. He's going to have quite a lot of stacks already. Not in a good spot if you're Red. Once again, close range rails, not paying off for him. Knight just has the better weapons. Knight forcing the spawn at rail. He's going to go for the spawn damage, and Red just kind of, unfortunately, doing something he's unfortunately a little bit known for, just kind of running at you when things not going his way. So, as you can see in chat, so yeah.
I've never understood why he says what hit me, because yeah, you got around the corner, mate. It's obvious I'm holding the angle that hit you before you were peeking. Just because the registration was like, oh, you got a kill. Thank you, I was surprised by that.
Yeah.
Not that he got a kill, it's just that he got that kill.
So Red got a tiny bit of a foothold in this game now. Got his foot in at least. He can potentially go for an item here. He's in a good spot to decide which one to go for. He sees him go through the TP, so he'll go for the heavy instead. Split items, he's going to use his sight here and see if he can get some damage. Nice rail off the side. Just misses that one, hits the ledge, and he will take it direct, so that's always not going to be ideal. And Knight with a good splash off the side. As now, he does have these items to back up on, but He's going to have to be careful of not running to Knight here, because Knight does have a pretty good stack. He's going to take a rail, and Knight is probably just going to charge him here, because he knows that Red's weak. Good defensive rocket into rail, though. That was huge.
Combo kill and all, but it's not.
That's where Red should be realizing you're probably not gonna, if he spawns there, you're probably not going to be able to get the item yourself because you're only 50 health. Let's get damage, and then make sure we hit 1, maybe 2 rails, slow him up, and then we can go get everything else. But that's played now. Now Knight's got a good stack and a couple of weapons.
So we are just going to set back into splitting items once again. Knight in the good position right now, the power position on the map. It's a good spot because, yeah, as I said before, you can really decide what you want to do. That's which item you want to pick up. You can go for damage on one and then go for the other, but currently, as it has been played, they're just going to split items.
Yeah, I think Red Oxide would have been better off pushing forward. The reason being is because Mega's only giving me 50 health, so let's get some damage. And then, even if we're back to 1 health, we're going to have 100 by the time it's all said and done. If we can't actually outright kill it. Nice shot.
Yeah, good shot by Red there. And Knight, he's going to grab the health bubble down there, but Red is in a good spot to potentially deny his heavy. He's going to come to the TP, good attack, and he will close out the frag there. He will take some burn damage though, but it's fine. He's going to secure the heavy. Probably won't be able to fight Mega, but that's okay, because he will have weapons. He is going to hit a rail there, but Knight is going to jump down with the LG. So, a bit of a wrong weapon choice there. It was a nice rail, but yeah, he has such a good stack.
I would prefer to see him go to rocket launcher, because that way you can hit a rail onto the LG, you get the health bubble, stop the burn, and then you can get damage, and then your red armor's still there for you.
Now Red, he's in a bad spot here because, you know, teleporter is obviously risky to go for an item here. Knight is guarding it, but Knight probably could have done more damage on the map.
I'm sorry for not. Yeah, just get some damage, bruh. The red's behind you. The health bubbles are going to be behind you. Hit a couple of rails, and then get the red armor. You're strong. It's worked out for him well now because you hit that shot and you saw the green behind him there. But that can be the problem. You know what I mean? You're not getting the chance for damage.
But it has worked out. He has hit the shots, and Red has used sight, not got much off of it. And Knight, as you can see, very well aware, using the spit there to get him off that position. And there is not really any split in these items, so Red will probably get this heavy for free. But he only has 100 armor now. Hasn't really netted him too much. And Knight obviously has an overstack on health and 125 armor. So Red in a pretty bad spot. Probably gonna have to play it a bit quiet for a bit. And going out the jump pad is probably not how you want to play it. This is going to be the easiest frag ever for Knight. As you know, a little bit harder than it should have been, but that's fine. He does get the frag, and he's going to come down for the spawn damage. Doesn't hit the rail, but Red is now under pressure, and he's going to be out of position potentially. Heavy is first, but only by a couple of seconds, so he actually might be able to get heavy here. But Knight, he's going to hit a good rail to start, and now he's actually going to be in a decent position to get both. And yeah, Knight. Good shots there. He'll get the Mega, and might be able to get the heavy too. No, Red gets a spawn there, but it's fine. Red has no weapons right now.
It would have been better for him to go towards the top mid and then just see if he'd spawn at the red armor. If he has, you can hit a rail, then Mega's still behind you. But yeah, as played, it's alright. Problem is for Oxide now, so he's got that red armor, he's got a couple of weapons, so it's making it harder for you now.
Yeah, Knight hopping around the map. Nice roll by Red. He wants to see if he can close the frag here. The split is going to help out Knight, but not enough. It's now Red knows that he forced the spawn there, hits a good rail, but Knight, of course, he is a light. He picked heavy. Sorry, he picked up the light. So that rail doesn't net stack advantage, but actually Red is going to be able to get both items here as Knight, because Greedy went for the light at the rockets.
I got hit them ones.
And now Knight looking in a bit of a bad situation, but Red comes through with the railgun, and that's going to cost him. So, a trade frag, which is probably worst case scenario here for Red, apart from, you know, just dying on his own.
Yeah, that was in Knight's favour to get that double kill. Absolutely.
He will be able to get the Mega, but again, the items are up at the same time, and that only benefits Knight, who's in the lead. He is going to use the sight. He has kind of trapped Knight here, but doesn't really get much damage here. Yeah, only gets around about 30 damage in total with the LG on the side. And Knight's able to get out and probably get a decent position on the map now. Red actually is going to go up the top first, but Knight doesn't really have to challenge too much. Since the items up at the same time, but he is going to come through and challenge. Uses the spit, but yeah, good rockets from Red.
Should we just push it through?
Yeah, quite a lot of respect there.
You do a lot of damage, you gotta have a look for the frag, you know what I mean? Because now he's gonna get damage on you, and you can't pick up the green armors to stop him getting the greens because you picked up red armor.
And Now, a good push here, but Red takes a lot of damage, so he probably can't go. Oh no! I was hoping he wouldn't do that, but he jumps.
I did not
in the
understand. I didn't see that. Did not happen.
It didn't happen. Well, the game says otherwise. And that's just so tilting. That's a really bad time to die too. And now Knight has just killed him off spawn, and he's probably going to do the same again. Oh, just
You should have
jumping
been
in.
looking for the spawn damage towards the LG. See how Knight's doing now. He should have done that instead, because you're very weak. You need to get some damage, otherwise you're giving up full control of the map.
Good damage onto Knight here. See if he can close it out. Nice rail. Unlucky for Red there. It's the right play, I think, to try and go for that kill since he's
Yeah, I think you have to go for the kill, absolutely.
Knight weak once again. Red probably has to go for this again, but misses
Oh,
the
that
shot.
one's straight.
That's now both pretty weak here, and yeah, just not hitting the shots that he needs to now.
It's going to be very difficult from here.
Red is up. Knight just doing damage on it. Actually pushes him off. It's 2 good rails. And I mean, if it's not GG now, it's going to take a big mess up here from
It's
Knight.
GG. I'll probably leave the rest to you.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm cracking with my wife now, I should say. Yeah, she's cracking with it. So.
Yeah, I hear that. Alright, no worries.
Yeah, I'll leave you to it. Prediction for the grand final. I go down the fucking king, and I'll go for. He hasn't been playing so much. I'll go 4-1, but I wouldn't be surprised to see 4-0 either.
You heard it there.
No worries. Alright, catch you boys. Thanks for that. Good luck in the grand final.
There we go. So now, pretty much doing victory laps now for Knight. Jump to 4 on Red Oxide. Seeing if he can get some frags as consolation. But he's looking like it will be a pretty clean 3-0 for Knight. He's looking pretty good going into this grand final. One advantage he does have, even if he is coming from lower bracket, is that he has been playing, he has warmed up. But you know, against Stan, will that matter too much? I'm not sure. Stan doesn't really practice that much. And he comes in and still plays really well, so but hey, you never know. Knight now, 15-4 up. Honestly, I've been really impressed with how Knight's playing. Personally, been on his pole for most of these games, and especially that clutch on a Woken I was really impressed with. And Red, obviously, gotta say to Red, it is unfortunate to lose this game, but he has played a really good split this split. I'm not exactly sure how he ended last split, I can't remember. I think it was around about 5th, 6th maybe, I'm not sure. I know, yeah, I think it was around then. Maybe top 4 again actually, because he beat me I think to get up to 5th and 6th, but overall a really good split. He's finished 3rd, that's a good amount of points, and I'll definitely get him deeper into the top 6 that auto qualify for Div 1 at the land, so he can't be too upset. I think he's played a really good split this split. He's been looking probably the best I've seen him, so I know he'll probably get down on himself for losing this game, but yeah, I mean, he's versus a very talented Knight at the moment. Knight's been looking pretty good today, and in the second half of the split, so...
absolutely phenomenal, he has. And yeah, it was 4th that he ended up last split, and just an amazing performance by Red.
Yeah, honestly, he's been... His mechanics have been looking better than ever, his movements always look good, and yeah, I mean, you can't be upset with how he's done. So
no, he can walk away from this and be proud with what he's achieved this split, to be 100% honest.
100%, I think.
Losing to a player like Knight is that's not a negative. That's just a learning experience, and
exactly.
It's
I mean, Knight's won an AQL, and he is the only other player other than like veterans of the scene like Dan, Fraser, and Steve who have won AQLs. Knight is the only other player that has, and that's a pretty hard thing to do considering your competition. So that's the sort of competition you go up against when you verse Knight. And so, you know, unfortunate loss, but you've got to be happy with your split, and honestly it's a good look for Red Oxide going to next split. He's looking strong. Just, you know, keep it up in the off season. As I said, I think he is the one to get down on himself, but I don't think he should be with a 3rd place finish. I think that is a lot of people would love to get a 3rd place finish in Div 1, so not many people are able to achieve that, and Red is one of those people who can, so good on him, I say.
Yeah. Sorry,
especially when you look at the competition throughout the rest of the season. You know, as we were saying earlier, right? Anyone in Div 1 could have been here. I think everyone had the skill to be here. Obviously, you know, you can only ever get, you can only have 3 in the top 3, right? That's how it works. So, but any of the players in Div 1 could have made it to this point. So I think it's full credit to full credit to Red's done a fantastic job getting this far in. And
Yeah, 100%.
yeah, you should be really proud of that performance and overall.
And
And I
credit
think-
to Knight for being so solid and consistent as well. I mean, he was second in split 1 for KDC. He's obviously gunning for, you know, gold tonight. And just the consistency that he's shown over so many tournaments now, it's commendable.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's easily solidified his spot as the best of the rest, you can so to speak, as much as it doesn't sound the best, but you got to think about, you know, as I've said before, your competition was like Phrase, it was Steege, it was Dan, all these people who have been competing like Quake Live and stuff like that. I think he's really shown that he is a newcomer, so to speak. You know, obviously newcomer's a little bit different when the game's been around for so long, but that he, you know, he can take it to these sorts of people.
Yeah.
And I think
And
it's
actually-
good for people who are newer to see like, oh, it is possible to actually get up to that level. It's just obviously it's a big task to try and get over players like, you know, the ones that have been playing Quake Live for a long time as well.
Well, so Zemesh just put a good point in chat here, saying that Knight's the only non-QL player to win AQL.
Yeah.
So everyone else, yeah, they've been playing, you know, well before Quake Champions was even conceived, right? Like they've all had thousands of hours of experience before this game even came out.
Yeah.
And then now look where, you know, look where it is.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
we've got some players who are dating all the way back to the Quake 2, Quake 3 days, so we're talking 97 to 2000 on release dates of those games where they've been playing from.
Exactly.
In Div 1 themselves. So being someone who didn't come in Quake Live and has achieved so much success, that's bloody awesome.
And that's, I think that's a lot of the players now in this Div 1 sort of bracket, right, who've started to, you know, show that they are capable of taking games to these top players who've been playing for, you know, we'd normally say how many thousands of hours, but these guys are how many years they've been playing, right? Like they've been playing 10, 15, 20 years even. And yeah, I think yeah, 100%. It's really exciting to see, you know, the next sort of generation of players, we'll say, sort of come up and, you know, they've only experienced the Quake Champions and how quickly they are getting to that level that we've seen, you know, these other players who've been playing for so many decades now. And there's, you know, not quite there yet, but I think they sort of, you know, if Knight keeps playing how he has been, I think he can very potentially get to that level.
I'd argue, at least here in Australia, he is at that level.
Well, to
already.
be fair, actually, yeah, he has, right? Like, we've already seen he has beaten Dan the King in a one grand final, so, you know, he's proven himself. It's not like he still has to prove himself. He's, you know, he's cemented his name in Australian Quake history, I would say.
Yep. And now he's got to see if he can do it again against Dan. And again, on to note as well about that, I think the KDC Div 1 is like even stronger because you have the qualifiers, right? So, yeah, I think Div 1 at this point is like the strongest, you know, in any other like competition that we've had in this region. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, hey,
Yeah.
know it, Dan versus Knight now.
Yep.
Grand final.
for the big one. Obviously, Dan won last split. So let's see if he can
Win,
repeat
you've
that.
got to come first.
Exactly. I think, you know, Dan probably looking for the good old clean sweep, split 1, 2, 3 and land, but Knight is now in his way, and Knight has beaten him before. So for the picks and bans, from what I'm reading in chat, the first map that is picked, which is Exile here, is not played. So we're not playing Exile, I think is what's going on. So so you're seeing Exile on stream right now on the overlay, but I don't think we're playing it, is what I see.
Yeah, so that map is the one that is being picked as the map in hand.
Yeah,
set.
yeah.
So
Technically, Dan's already played it. He's won. Sweet, there you go. He's
Yeah,
won up.
we
So
are-
Exile is, yeah, it's all done. So we'll move on to the actual first pick, and that's by Knight, and that is Awoken. Then
Not surprised to see Awoken coming out. Also
No.
not surprised to see Ruins coming out from Dan.
No, Dan was strong on Ruins, and Knight was strong on Awoken. I was actually like watching Knight play Awoken with the clutch. I don't think he'll get clutch this time. I think Dan will probably get rid of it, but yeah, it was really cool to see. I was like, wow, he's really playing this well. Like, how he
I would like
managed
to
his
see Dan
resources
leave
and
the
stuff.
clutch up and do a rematch of AQL 6.
Yeah,
Let's see that happen again. If Dan's in chat, this is a challenge to you. Leave that clutch there for Knight. play against the clutch on Awoken.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a trauma ban. Like he's he's like, fuck playing against that. I don't want to play that against that
Maybe
again.
that's
That
the
would be
case.
good
Look,
to
he's
see.
here to win. I totally get it. He wouldn't actually want to leave it up. But,
I think
you know.
the bans against like these players, it's definitely a trauma ban. Like you've played against them in scrims or something, you're like, I got shit on, so I am not going to play against that. That is not what I want to see.
The question also is how much confidence does Dan have going into this that he can wipe the floor? If he's got confidence that, you know, he's just going to walk away with it, he might just leave the clutch up as, you know, a bit of a self-challenge.
Maybe.
Well, I think he just usually bans clutch immediately as the... Well, actually, to be fair, he doesn't need to get the ban. True, it's actually Tonight gets the first ban. So unless Dan picks clutch, then Knight can pick it here. So...
Well, that'd be crazy if we saw Dan clutch. Have we ever seen that before? I don't think I've seen that before.
Ranger, and do we see it? Come on, Knight.
I think
He
we all
gets
know
the-
it's going to happen.
It has to, yeah, surely. I think that's I think that's what it was back in AQL 6. I think it was, yes, there we go.
There we go.
Clutch v Ranger.
Alright, well, we
Um,
saw how good Knight's clutch was on Awoken. His resource management, his use of the shield, everything was really strong. So I want to see how Dan attacks that, and if he can learn from his AQL 6 trauma, and see if he can take it away from him.
Well, there's something else to point out about this and why seeing Knight taking the clutch is like such a pivotal thing. Knight's the only one who has taken a map off of Dan this entire split.
Yeah.
True.
Last week when we saw him in the meet up in the semi-finals, Knight was able to take the second map off of Dan, which was a Veil, where we were seeing Keel versus Eisen.
Yeah.
So seeing another heavy versus medium matchup straight out of the gate on the first map, a champ that Knight is incredibly strong with. The question is obviously, can he take a second map, but will that be the start of an avalanche for him to be able to take the set?
And I think Knight overall is stronger on the clutch than he is Keel. I think he...
Okay.
Like, I keep looking back to how he played against Red. Like, I was amazed with how well he was playing and everything he was doing. As I said, I was on his point of view the whole time. I was just like, wow, this is really cool to watch. Like, to see how well he's playing the character. So I think, you know, you compare his Keel on Veil versus his clutch on Awoken. I think it's better. His clutch on Awoken. So, and I think clutch just like as a champion is better. It allows you to do more. So yeah, and obviously Dan doesn't really get too much practice in, so he won't have many reps against the clutch. I think in general in Quake, I think not many people play clutch compared to the other ones, so his
There
reps
haven't
against
been
clutch
many
isn't
clutch
high.
players in Australia, right? Especially not at the
Yeah.
high tier level.
Exactly.
So, I think like
Except
Praise and
for
Cam both
Knight
liking
and
the
Gallant.
clutch here and there
Yeah.
in the early stages, and then now Knight, you know, he's definitely still like the #1 clutch player right now. And then I believe Billy, as I said before, has started picking up clutch as well. So you know, there are starting to be a few more people who have realised clutch supremacy. But
Your agenda is finally taken over.
I was trying to keep it neutral for a while, but you know, it could only last for so long. And but no, we see BJ pick here coming out for Ruins, and see, I like Knight immediately. He bans the visor, right? He's still got trauma from that previous set. So he's like, he doesn't want to have anything to do with that, even though he didn't want to ban it for Awoken. He just wanted to get it away on Ruins.
Yeah.
Which means, though, to be
Bit of an
fair, he could have got it himself, but because obviously, you know, Awoken, not as a scary choice to get the visor on, but I totally 100% understand why he wants to just get rid of that. You just don't want it to be available. So that's out of here. So yeah, BJ on Ruins. Seen that already.
all-round pick. It's a good
Interesting
all-round
choice.
pick, yeah.
We saw
Sounds
it. Didn't we?
neat.
We saw it picked. I don't know if we saw it played.
An
to be
interesting choice to go here from Dan. Another
fair.
champ I
Definitely
know
have
he
seen
does
this before.
particularly like, but on Ruins. There we go. Quachi,
Not
please
surprising either.
give us if you're still in chat, please let us know what you think of this pick. The Ruins next pick.
I think it's okay. I actually don't mind it.
Yeah, look, I think it can definitely work. Like, Nyx is a champ who can work. I feel like it's kind of like the Visor sort of argument, right?
Yeah.
It's excuse me. It's a champ who can work kind of anywhere, but sort of excels in certain areas, in certain scenarios. So, and also he certainly can work against the BJ, right? You see the jewel get popped, bam, instantly just invis out of there. You don't want to fight it. You don't want to take any of that damage.
Yeah, that is true.
If anyone can do it, Dan can. There you go. There's official words from Kuachi. It's the first time ever Kuachi has not said Nyx is terrible. So that's
No,
saying
he
something.
didn't say anything about Nyx not being terrible. He just said that Dan
Yeah, but normally
is
he'd
good.
respond by saying Nyx is the worst character in the game. So,
He didn't say Nyx is terrible. He said Dan is good. The difference. Semantics matter.
yeah, I think the question will come down to more. It's how much does the BJ is it really going to offer much on Ruins? Like, you're not really getting yourself in a lot of those sort of,
Against the Nyx,
LG
not
battles.
really.
Dual wield rail's not necessarily the best choice. Like, obviously it's better than normal rail, right? You've just got more damage output, but it just
Yeah, but against a Nyx, it's not a fantastic pick. But at the same
Yeah.
time, not knowing what Dan was going to pick, kind of had to try and go for something relatively safe.
exactly.
Fortunately,
Well, we
it's
could have
not a
seen like a
favourable
Galena
matchup.
pick or something though, or what else could we have even seen? You know, there's maybe even like Nizen or something. Mind you, saying that
We've seen. Is this a?
we've seen
Yeah,
a repeat
Gil
now
Eisen-
of the,
Gil
of the
Eisen on Vale, that's a
upper
repeat.
bracket semi. It's
Yeah.
the map that Knight took off Dan, the Vale Eisen heal exact matchup again. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not Dan has, you know,
We're not going to get a rematch on Corrupted Keep since Dan was originally on Ranger in the last Corrupted Keep. So Galena and Anarchy are entirely new picks for these two on this map.
I think the Anarchy is going to have a better run up in the CK, having that speed, especially also having the inject, right? Galena, effectively, right, Galena and Anarchy have almost got the same ability there, but the problem is the Galena's got to get that triple totem up before you get any benefit from it, which the Anarchy doesn't have that problem. As soon as you start throwing out a few injects, you've just got all that extra stack, you've got that speed. It's such a massive boon that's always there, and that's the key point, right? It's always there for you, no matter what. You don't have to try and build anything up for it. And it's a smaller map. It's, you know, usually you get your totems sort of built up around the tri-bolt kind of area, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not Galena can do that, and Knight's able to get enough up to work anything. So potential there for the Galena, but I am leaning towards the Anarchy again. Blood Cove, Dan on Slash, Knight on Athena again. We see the double light matchup, very common throughout this whole season. We've been seeing a heap of the dual light on Blood Cove.
Can you tell we're at the dregs of the champions?
Well, see, the thing is, mind you, this is, I think, the third time now I think we've seen Death Knight versus Doomslayer. Well, sorry, Death Knight versus Doomslayer has been picked on Blood Run, this final map. Hasn't been played out yet, but it's been picked a few times. But yeah, the Blood Cove, though, map is the one that's interesting of this, because that's still two very, very solid, very good Blood Cove champions. Slash is always probably felt most at home on Blood Covenant, and Athena is just, again, same deal. Really, really good for
Sorry, stream, you've got to suffer through.
Oh,
picking
Rob,
it
you
all open.
can't crave to his pressure. Only one though, okay, Rob. Please tell me it's only one. It can't be more than one.
Yeah, it's
I
only
will
one.
cry. It's only one. Okay, all right. I'll concede one map. So you know, unfortunately, it is going to be the map with clutch in it. So I am really apologise to everyone. You have to see the poor quality clutch and for just the singular mobile viewer here. But no, let's not keep ramming on about let's get into our match. I think if the players are ready to go, I'm excited to kick off this first map. Yeah, so to say, Exile was technically the first pick. That map is map in hand. This is a best of 7 map in hand going towards the player who came up through the upper bracket. So technically, Dan is 1 map ahead already before we begin.
I think there's a loo break, so we can speculate a little bit more.
Yeah, well, let's do some predictions on these maps. So, Awoken, does Knight take it again, fellas? What do we think? Can he do it second time round? Clutch.
I
V-Ranger.
think so. I think he played so well against Red. Just how he was playing that, I think.
I also happen
he wins
to
that.
think there is a very good chance that Knight could take this.
I'm gonna come out and go completely opposite. I reckon Dan's just gonna do Dan things, and we're gonna see a close game, but Dan's gonna win it.
There you go. All right. Well, I put my channel points where my mouth is. I put this towards Knight.
All right,
Last
I'll put
time
this
I
in.
told everyone to put their channel points on Knight, and last time I did it, I was right. So I will put
If
my
Lua's
money
in the
again where
chat,
my mouth
ask
is.
him. If Lua's in the chat, ask him who he's putting his channel points on, and then put your channel points there.
That's true. Lua is always correct. That is, we've confirmed that. Both players have said they are ready to kick this off. So
Oh my.
we've got a split here in the commentary booth. Dazbok, let's take this one away.
Sure.
We started AQL, both of us sitting here, screaming into our mics. Let's
Both
go
of
out
us
the way we started.
sweaty, uncomfortable fans turned on.
1,000K on Dan. Oh, that's a lot more. Okay,
Oh my.
that's a less than 1 million channel points onto Dan from Lua. So I don't know if he has 1 million channel points to put down onto Dan, but
Rob gave him some more. There's been some channel point laundering happening.
I've been
happening
earning
here.
my channel points, Lua. How dare you?
Is that possible?
No.
No.
The channel. Unfortunately, the channel owner can't put their own can't put channel points on them. Even though technically you have infinite channel points, you can't use them. Rob hooked you up. Ah, yeah, of course. No, but anyone who hasn't just joined in, or sorry, anyone who has just joined in, you are joined here by myself and Dazbok. Lucky is here as well, but Dazbok and I are going to take this first one away. We are on the
Limbering up.
final set of the night. This is the grand final.
First
The
map.
split
Super
two of the
excited.
KDC. Technically map 2, because Dan technically does have map in hand, but this is the first official map. Good luck as fun has been thrown out. We are starting on night. We want to see this clutch. I'm sorry about the pick map of the stream in advance. Knight, he gets this heavy spawn straight down. Gets heavy. He's going to want to start playing Dan, trying to push in really aggressive here. And look at this, pushing straight in here. Great play with the shield comes out. The rails are connected for Dan, and they just do not miss. The thing is, Dan, he doesn't have the. Oh, he's only got the rail to fight with, and shot doesn't connect. The rocket's coming out from Knight. Does a good amount of damage. Again, we're going to see Knight playing this same sort of style. He's going to look at that though. Dan, he knows he wants these time vials. Another rail connects.
That's
This is
a
the
lot of
difference.
MG damage coming out there. And we're looking at both players resetting back to their items. Dan's got his... Did he actually pick up the Mega then? No, he did. He just dived straight on Knight. That was a ton of damage coming from him. Knight's pushed off of the heavy. And all of a sudden he's in a world of hurt. As we said, Dan can just do Dan things, and that's what we saw appear there. With him appearing out of nowhere and really surprising Knight.
So it's the aggression, I think, is the difference here, right? It's working so well, but that missed rail initially. Dan tries to orb straight in. Good damage, and the rail is enough to finish the kill off. Dan, he does survive, has Mega as well to fall back on Knight. Gets the spawn here towards the heavy side, but the question is, can he
have the
actually
shield either.
push in here? 60 HP left on Dan. Knight is healthier, but he's going to take that rail. He is now railable. The machine gun is doing work. It is not doing enough work. And Dan pushing up into center T. He's got all his weapons. He still doesn't have a fantastic stack. If Knight can get a rail off here, Dan's actually going down, but he does get the armor shard.
Not railable
above that
anymore.
railable state. Rail from Bob doesn't connect.
Both players just giving a lot of respect to each other and avoiding each other at the moment. Dan's got that quick early lead and put himself in control. Knight jumping in, shield comes out. We've seen how effective that's been all night with the shield pretty much winning, and he does get his first frag of the map. Isn't able to get that conversion with the rail off spawn there. And it looks like Dan's getting into position for the Mega there a little bit early.
And this is one thing
That's
I've
Knight in.
noticed immediately with Dan, this matchup versus the previous one that Knight got to play here is because Dan now on the Ranger is using this orb quite frequently. There's already been a couple of times where Knight has tried to go in for these time vials, but the time vials just haven't been there because Dan's been taking them away. I think it was previously against the Strog, and there's, you know, you're just not using that peak as often. What a great rail by Dan, catching this spoiler of Knight as he flies around that corner. Right now, stack advantage heavily in Dan's favor.
I was going to say, it looks like Dan's pushed Knight away from the Mega as well. He's not going to jump on it yet, though. He's here for the fight. And the damage is fantastic, and he had the Mega there as a fallback for quite easily. 4-1, he's going to go for that conversion frag. The shield comes out from Knight, and it's just melting down away. You just can't get the damage off as quickly as Knight's able to deal with.
And that's the thing, I say, in an LG v LG, yeah, as Cam was saying before, right? Like, as long as you're hitting as well, pretty hard, you know, you're going to be doing more damage than what your opponent is. Great rockets coming out from Knight, but not quite enough.
Not quite
Dan
enough.
gets launched just a little bit too far, wasn't ready for it, and beautiful rail there off spawn. Gonna have to hold the aggression back now from Knight, because taking that shot and can't really aggress, but Dan reading this perfectly, pushing straight through, the rocket doesn't connect, and 6-2 in 3 minutes. I might have to eat my own words, I think, Daswell.
It's only 3 minutes in. Both players are explosive and have done amazing conversions in both of their matches. So definitely do not write Knight out here. The match is still young. The night is still young. Although the rails are missing, and Dan just looking for that 7th at the moment.
That's what it's going to take, right, is a situation where Dan misses one rail or Knight gets a good shot in, and orb mistake. That's rare to see coming out from Dan, but he does mess up the orb. Doesn't quite get him onto the platform. And Knight getting that kill, 6-3 now. And Dan is in position for this heavy. Knight, he's quite aware of where Dan is. The rail not connecting. Dan doesn't have the weapons really to fight this, but he has got machine gun, and now scary enough for it. Now he's got the rail as well. Beautiful initial damage, massive amount coming out from Knight, and he gets this next rail. Dan is dead. Dan actually forced to go back, and Mega will be one over here. Dan's just going to push straight in. Mega will be there, and Dan just does not have the stack to take that fight. Knight clean this back up now. 4-6. The problem is, great rail, and he hits them both. Knight, he's pouring this back. He is
Knight
not
was in
out.
such a vulnerable position there, but
He
as we said,
refuses to give up.
you were saying that you might have to eat your words. We're now looking at 6-5, 4.5 minutes in. Knight's brought this back so quickly.
And that was a beautiful rocket to begin that fight. Dan, though, the orb straight in. The shield comes out, unfortunately for Knight. He took that first bit of damage before the shield came out. Now, he's caught here. He did actually manage to get that LG, but now his rockets are powerful, and they are just launching him flying. They are sending him left, right, and center. Knight is just flying around the joint. Not able to stay on his own 2 feet. Now he's down to 75 HP, does get back up to 100, so he's not railable. It's something for him, but still 30 seconds until shield comes out. And that's the difference we saw between this match and 1 versus Red, was every single time Knight used that shield, he was immediately back down to 30 seconds, but this time he's just had to wait so much longer for it to come back up. And he's almost got it back in 5 seconds.
We're seeing that with the way he's having to play as well. Like, yes, we've seen him explosively be able to close up that gap. But as soon as Dan's been able to put himself back in a position of power, put himself back in that position where he has even a slight advantage HP-wise, he's just hitting Knight really hard. We're looking at 48% LG, 56% on the rail. Just incredible numbers for a final when we're talking about accuracy here. So Knight's going to need every little bit of advantage that he can get from that shield from Clutch. And yeah, he's just not getting it as frequently as he was against Red. Dan seems to be back in a position he's comfortable with when we're looking at items and the way he's setting himself up on the map right now. More than happy to slow it down, but you're not going to see him shying away from the fight.
Look at the silent play from Dan, though. Knight, he's just sort of hanging around there waiting for Knight to go inside. Oh, look at this. Huge engagement here. The shield comes out, and Dan goes up top. The orb comes out as well. Beautiful play of the orb, so it doesn't get blown through the air. Damage coming out from both players is huge. Either player right now, rail, well, no one wants to go towards that Mega yet. And Dan with the hugely ballsy rock jump. Knight with the rail doesn't quite connect. Well, imagine if that shot hit, that would have been insane. Dan's got to get that out of the way. The LG5 comes out, and oh, so close. 17 HP in it.
Nothing in that.
3 cells was the difference, and that wins heavy for Dan.
And that's where that disparity in the LG accuracy is coming into effect. 46% to 38%. Like, both players were very healthy. He had the shield. Knight's coming in, he's making Dan regret his time there for the Mega, but if he didn't pick it up, he would have been dead. Dan escaping that with only 48 health left.
Again, we see in the same sort of situation where Dan's winning these fights just based off these major items, and it's like, it's nice, you know, it's nice taking these fights. He's doing great in them. The problem is Dan's just got enough stack to keep these fights going, and I think with this 11-5, Knight's just pushing. He's got to try and do something, but look how quickly that stack is melted away. He's just nothing. That 53% LG being hit right now from Dan. 1,300 damage. Sorry, wrong weapon. That's 50% with 2,200 damage, and it's just so hard to fight against it, even when you have your shield up.
I mean, it's the finals, and Dan's not going to miss.
He's here to win, and he's putting on a good performance right now. He is showing why he's the champion. Knight pushes in again. LG strong. The rockets are coming out. They're good rockets, and Look, Knight survives, but at what cost, right? 4 HP.
4 hit points. He's not in a position where he can go back and try and get the refrag off of spawn. Like, because all Dan needs to do is cough on him, and he's a goner.
His problem wasn't even the refrag that he was after. He just wanted to win the next major item, but he still couldn't even win that. And even this fight here, he has 2 almost directs. But because he couldn't take on that, to go towards the heavy and take his heavy, it means that he's just going to, like, yeah, he just dies there. And Knight will keep the aggression on here. Does win over this next item. Dan pushing with shotgun. I like that Knight actually, even though he's just picked up that mega, he doesn't get in too close and risk taking that fight there. Nice couple of rails from Knight.
Yep, there we are. He's up to 8 now. He can bring this back. He's got shield back, but Dan's using all of the time on that respawn timer. He's not hitting respawn until he absolutely has to, until the game's forcing him. And with less than a minute on the clock, that is the smart play that you're going to be doing. 14 to 8.
Comes out. Unfortunately, it might have been up here. The rockets are really good. I like the play from Knight going around this pillar. Dan tries to push up the jump pad. Knight will actually secure the kill. But again, look at the stack that he's left with. He's got bugger all remaining after that fight. Not that there's time anyway. There's only 30 seconds left. And good rail.
We're back in a position of lure isn't wrong when it comes to predictions.
That's true, never wrong. And mutual frag there will not mean anything. It is going to be GG. It is going to Dan's favour. And look, it's not that the clutch looked bad per se here. It's just that the damage output from Dan the King this match was just so much higher than the previous set, and Knight got to play. It just meant that his clutch it felt like he was just a walking target sometimes. I mean, at risk of sounding like Will Braxton on Drive to Survive, it's not that one of the players played poorly. They both played fantastically 100%. And just played better. If you hit 50% LG and 55% rail, you're probably going to you probably do it. Plus, if you've also got the majority of major items, you're probably winning the game, right? Let's be honest. I can't imagine many scenarios where you hit 50% LG and get 13 and 16 major items. It's compared to Knight's 5 and 3. Yeah. Knight even though the problem is for Knight is those major items were won off winning a fight versus Dan, right? So you look how many major items he got, that's pretty much equal to the same frags he got. The problem was, after that fight, even with that major item being used to win the fight, he was then left in a situation where his stack was so low, he wasn't able to continue fighting on. He had to then go off and restack, which meant Dan was free, like, okay, thank you very much, I'll go over here, I'll take that heavy, or I'll take that mega. And then he would be the one with stack advantage. He'd be the one in control immediately after the refrag. Knight was just never able to chain those frags and those kills together in order to start building a momentum, building a comeback. And that's why it was always towards the end. It was just always sort of one frag for one frag. We never saw a chained frag, a lot of chain frags together, allowing them to sort of potentially win the set. So, unfortunate for Knight, he played still really well. But now it's time to pick yourself up, get yourself ready for the next match, which is Ruins of Sarnath, which unfortunately for Knight, I'd say he definitely has the not as great champ choice coming into this. I mean, I'd be happy to eat my words. I'd love to see him put up a fight here, but I want to see this go all the way, right? I want to see this blood run, but we're looking at a map that Dan's known to be fantastic for. You can look back in the Shaftastic archive and watch a bunch of matches. Not even in the archive, just watch the stream half an hour ago or an hour ago, right? Like, but we saw Dan on this map shows. Yeah, it's one of his best. Nyx against BJ is a fantastic choice. How far's Dan going to run with it is more the question that's in my head here. Not how's Dan going to win, but how much is he going to run with it? Look, it's definitely possible, but I think if Knight can start hitting some more shots, getting enough damage off to the point where Knight can start forcing some ghost walks, keeping Dan a little bit more on the like obviously Dan's always going to be an aggressive player, but if he can keep Dan a little bit more on the defensive, then maybe it's going to be a chance for him to sort of push in here. So looks like we're starting here on Knight, and he gets he's a little bit not entirely sure where he wants to go from here. So he's a bit of an indecisive start. I mean, Ruins can be one of those maps where if you don't get the spawn or a spawn that you're hoping for, the start can be a bit confusing. I think Ruins is probably one of the only maps where it's like there is a spawn there, which was pretty much that one there, where it's like it's not set in stone. It's like you pretty much spawn the same distance away from both items almost. So it's like, yeah, which item should I be going for here? And if your opponent tries to do something funny, it's then like, can I then try and get through and steal one of the items? In this case, we didn't really see any funny business here. 40 seconds in, and there still hasn't even been a shot fired. And we're going to see the first shot coming out from Dan, and Dan is the one who hits it.
And that comes back to what we were seeing in the last game. Okay, Knight had the starting stack advantage, but Dan's making sure that the major he picks up is going to be almost worthless. He makes sure he hits that rail before Knight could pick up the mega, then getting the heavy for himself. So Dan's in a fantastic position coming into this engagement. Both players not able to really connect though.
And the biggest thing here for Dan is look at the place he's controlling, right? Look at weapon. Look on the side right now. Look at the weapons that Knight has. He's got nothing to fight with. He cannot take the range duels. And Dan's done a good job of protecting that rail, good job of protecting that LG. Good job from Knight to just sneak down past, grab that rail. So he's got something now, and he knew he had rockets, and Dan probably didn't, right? So he could just go quickly jump down, rocket jump back up, he gets that. However, Dan has got a shitload of armor, and Knight doesn't. So he cannot take a fight now until he was able to secure himself a little bit more health.
If we're looking at the weapons they both have, I mean, okay, yes, Knight's just secured himself a rail, but for the most part, he's got all projectile and splash. Dan's got all hit scan and really no projectile or splash to his name, so his close range combat is going to be a little bit hampered compared to Knight. So keeping him at arm's reach like he currently is the way he wants to be doing things. The rail's fantastic, 25 HP left on Knight. Little bit of a tickle from Dan's shaft and Knight's down. And that's first frag on the board for Dan.
And you can see Dan pushing in on that mega health, how just decisive he was on that play. As soon as he started pushing there, he just went for it. He saw the position that Knight was in. He knew that Knight still didn't have LG, and that was the crucial part of that push. Because Knight didn't have LG, Knight couldn't defend at that sort of mid-range play. Rockets were still available. Great Ghost Walk as well. Look at that. The second Jewel gets popped, immediately the Ghost Walk comes out, removes it effectively from the field, and then they're just playing a 1v1 Angel. And I'm sure Danny's very confident in taking that 1v1 Angel.
And he got the time shards back, so he's going to be getting that Ghost Walk back sooner rather than later, although both players meet at the mega and Knight's hitting his rails.
Yeah, I think Dan expected that maybe Knight would have been going down towards heavy, and he did not. And securing both items, good split between them as well. We will see Knight now try and do kind of the same sort of play around these two weapons that Dan was just doing. Try and control the rail, control the LG. You've seen what Dan's done with that railgun in the previous map. You've seen how he's already been using it on this map. If you can deny that from him here, that is a huge boon to you right now. And you can see Dan just hanging around the bottom there. He really wants this weapon.
He's snuck in, he's got himself the rail.
That sneak. Jewel comes out, again, immediate force of invis. Great rocket shot. I love the decisive play. Push straight up. However, Dan takes that and he immediately goes straight down to heaven, right? Oh, and then the rocket as well.
Rocket straight to the face.
So rough there for Knight. Sorry, he still wants to keep this fight going. He's done enough damage to push Dan off, so he will still win this mega health.
Yeah, but it's not putting him in a super fantastic situation. Knight's having to just hang around, play with those small armors at the moment. He's had so much of his stack eroded just in the combat, and Dan's avoiding any meaningful combat that he can't win great at the moment. 4 seconds until the mega's up, and you know Dan's going to be in the perfect position to pick it up. Yep, there he goes. Dan's got it. And both players pretty equal stack. The rail is fantastic from Dan there as he's going to start pushing in. Knight's got no choice but to back away.
Not going to read this. Beautiful read of it. Oh, it doesn't actually connect to the Jewel. Comes out again. Dan's got the invisive need, but he doesn't even need it that time. He hits everything. Phenomenal damage coming from him. Just dodging the shots coming out from Knight. And it means he's ready to take this next fight. He's probably going to RJ straight up top. Knight, not going to have the weapons, and look at that, Knight. He's
just like, I'm out of here.
But look at the read coming in from Dan. He knows exactly where Knight wants to go, going straight to the TP. Knight still just trying to run, and he's doing a good job and trying to go back up. He hits his head on the lip of the jump pad, and unfortunately for him, he does not manage to get away.
Dan was
trying
not
to check
let him get away from that.
And that's the thing, once Dan's caught side of you, he will not let you go. He is like a bloodhound. Once he smells the blood, he will get that frag.
3-1 up at 5 minutes. It's been quite a slog to get here. Exchange of the rails is still going to benefit Dan a little bit here, although the tri-bolt. Dan hits his...
Oh, beautiful
Nice
tri-bolt! The
read.
timing was phenomenal. He goes for the rail last one, doesn't connect it, but unfortunately Dan just so quick. Running straight down towards Heavy, and yeah, Knight, he knows he's missed out on this. Maybe going to try and catch him over by the jump pad, but it's a beautiful read. It knows that Dan still needs that LG. If he's fast here, he should be able to get to the other side of the map, potentially try and get some damage off on this, and he does. Great rail up through the center there. A second one too. Knight still really healthy. Dan, 1 HP. What is he going to do? Can Knight continue the aggression here?
He's getting away is what he's going to do.
That's the problem. I think Knight needs to be trying to play a bit more aggressive. He knows how low Dan's got to be after that, right? You've just hit 3 rails on a light. There is no way to... And not only that, Dan just stole Heavy. Like, that's just such... Like, that should not be the case, right? Dan is now significantly healthier, I would say, than what Knight is.
Yeah, Knight would have had to have known. Knight would have had to have known after 3 consecutive rails hitting on a light. Dan's not going to hang around to fight for the Mega. He's gonna get his HP back different ways.
Yeah.
But Knight just played the standard play of expecting him to fight for that Mega. You're not going to do it when you're low.
Here's the sound cue, thinking that Dan's closer than he actually is, believing that Dan's going around the bottom way there. It doesn't happen. Oh my god, the rocket's coming in from Dan, and look at that. He even invises as he comes down in case that he doesn't get that kill. He doesn't take damage from that final rocket. So he comes out of that fight so healthy. He's immediately ready to take another fight. He's got plenty of ammo. He's got plenty of stack. Major items about to come up. Not connecting anything there for Knight. Mega will be the next item up. The question is, does Dan want to drop, try and go for this Heavy instead? Knight's down bottom, and after picking up that Knight, will try and rush down to low ground. Dan, not going to try and take the fight. You're going to allow Knight to take the Heavy, conceding that item, and again, quiet play. Moving to this high ground, and the Jewel gets popped, coming through the TP, and great first 2 rockets from Dan, forces Knight away, and that's another thing, right? You don't even necessarily need to use this Ghost Walk. If he can hit rockets like that, as soon as the Jewel has been popped, it immediately stops that move. The double jump up the wall, dodging the rockets, and Knight not able to connect with the final shots. Direct would have done it.
Dan was just all over him over those stairs there. Don't think Knight had any chance of hitting him with any meaningful damage at all there. I mean, I was watching it and I could barely track where Dan was. But nah, Dan's now defending the rail and LG from on low. Sees Knight going up towards Mega and just 1-2 rail. There you go. The lead is starting to expand more and more. 6-2, 8.5 minutes in. I think this is the point where we can start saying with some confidence we can maybe start talking about the 3rd map soon.
I think you might be right on that one. I think Dan's just playing this too well. The great use, and even the suicide there as well. And force spawn as well.
I thought this was going
I think
just came out.
I think the champ choice from Knight really hampered him on this map there. I mean, we're only the 2nd map in. There was plenty, the GG's come out. There was plenty of other champs that he could have picked. Yes, BJ's a safe pick,
1
but
minute warning.
I feel like there are a lot of better options potentially here. And I feel like the
We
Nyx
still
was also
had
just a good choice against the BJ, just because like you saw it like 2 or 3 times there. Jeweled came out and Dan's just like, alright, I haven't taken a single bit of damage from your Jeweled. I'm just going to pop the invis, and you're going to miss out on your entire Jewel wield, and it's going to do absolutely nothing for you.
Yeah.
And so, because of that...
I think people are misjudging what I'm saying by safe pick. I'm not saying safe pick as in a safe good pick. I'm saying a safe pick as in a champs that you can use in some way, shape, or form against most other champs. Not necessarily effectively, but it's, you know...
A neutral kind of ability sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those abilities that, yeah, it's always going to be there, and there are only a few champions really who can sort of like Nyx, and unfortunately Nyx is kind of one of the few champions who can effectively just negate your ability there with the dual wield. You can just go in Viz, and then you can just walk off.
Yeah,
or hang around, right?
But even for like one of those neutral champs, it's still kind of a weird pick because, I mean, we still had champs like Slash and Strog, who we've seen many people use effectively.
Strog was banned on Dan ruined. Dan banned Strog for that second
Yeah,
map
it was
there.
banned
So
on the second map. Okay, yeah. So sorry, we still had Slash available. We still had Galena available.
I think
Still-
Galena would have been a better choice, I think, for
Anarchy
Knight
even?
on that map.
Anarchy could have been a good choice just for the mobility. There were a lot of other champs that could have been more effective, but now we're going into Vale. We're seeing the rematch of Eisen versus Keel.
Yeah, this isn't the one I'm super excited to see the rematch of, because this was such an exciting matchup.
And if I remember
Right.
correctly, this was the map that Knight beat down on. Yes, this was the matchup that Knight beat down on. So who are we starting with?
I want to start on Knight again here. Let's see what the Keel again has got to offer. See if you can. I'm going to stand up for this, so I'm prepared for this map.
Okay, so Knight's just straight in, heavy and rail straight away. Shoots off a little machine gun to see where Dan's going. Dan's already out of there. The LG's coming in strong. He's not going to let a repeat happen. And he just mows Knight down without a care in the world. And Knight going in for that LG, and Dan's just there waiting for him. And not much you can do about this point. Dan's still in a pretty healthy situation here.
Yeah, Dan definitely using a lot of aggression here to begin this map out. And it's going to be 3-0 in 37 seconds of this match. And
Dan
definitely a bit
is
of a different start to what we saw last time. I think Dan has looked back at what happened in that previous match. Maybe he rewatched it in his downtime. He had a fair bit of time to wait between his two sets. And thought, alright, what did I do wrong? How did I allow Knight to get away with this? And
how did I get this blemish on my track record?
Exactly. I think he's going to be disappointed he's going to have lost one map, and he's going to make sure it stays at one map for this whole split.
But, I mean, we've got to look at this now. Dan is in a fantastic position on the map. He's got a great split between the Mega and Heavy. 3 frags up. Like, he's pretty much in the perfect position, and he's just able to take this fight tonight. Like, not even having to worry about it at all. Having said that, Knight manages to get Dan, but he's in quite a weak position and out of position for these items. But Dan's just raining in rockets. 2,
And Knight
3.
actually stays alive in this way. He's so low that if he's not careful, he's going to have to go straight on for this Mega, and you will get it down. Again, though, same situation we saw earlier in the clutch matchup, right? Knight would get the kill, but he'd be so low after the kill that this exact scenario happens, and there's nothing that he can do. Dan will get the other major item. Knight will get one just to, stop the bleeding effectively. And then now Knight's left on the back foot again, and has to try and get his way back into this map.
I don't know if it was a deliberate...
there.
I was going to say, I don't know if it was a deliberate choice by Dan, but he had in his rotation set up that the Heavy was the item that came first, which he's just lost to Knight, and he's going to get the Mega instead. But in that exchange, he had the Heavy as the first one to spawn, and, most of the fights are going to take place on the Mega strong side of the map. So he just had the Heavy there free to take after respawn, which is what he did.
Great rail from Knight, hitting the tip Ryzen's head, and a second one too, and beautiful shots coming out from Knight. He's going to read the run back, doesn't hit the third one. Oh, the rail spam from Dan. Gets it direct.
Rocket spam.
Sorry, rocket spam, yes, same weapon. And all the rocket jump up doesn't pick up the major item. The question is, can he get here in time? Secure his item. The pineapple was nice, doesn't quite get killed. And a second one goes up, does more damage too, and the machine gun swap, beautiful weapon choice. Turret gets thrown out as well, tries to get the rail too. Dan not quite peeking the angle yet. Oh, the Reaper, there's no rails left for Knight. That's going to really cause a problem, because getting rails on this map is the one problem when you're in control. You love holding this high ground, you love holding this center position, you've got access to both, but the rail's there and it despawned in front of his eyes, he's got teased by it. Oh, that's a
just
bad
QUAKE champion things.
And Dan Knight's made a bit of mistiming here, and he could potentially miss out on both these items. No, it's right, Dan not going to play in the aggressive. Oh, here we go. He comes to the TP a bit later on. Nice, with a huge stack, but the LG fight, it actually goes in the favor of Knight. The stack advances, he's going to try and push down here. And
Knight's now
Knight's
in the
going to be
lead.
so careful, because he's got no health to take this fight. And the question is, is Dan going to be able to get the shot off? And the jump from Knight was probably what got him killed in that spot. There's a rocket spam coming down towards rail. Knight's going to hold off a second before he decides to pick up that item.
Yeah, I won't even say that was... That wasn't Dan counting the hit points he was taking away from Knight there. That was just Dan reacting to the pixels on his screen. Timmy not able to get any damage on Knight. Knight's now relegated to the lower levels of the map, and we're back to a tied situation. Knight comes charging through the teleporter. It's a lot of damage out, but not enough to really worry Dan. He's actually in a really healthy position after that little engagement there. Picking up the heavy for himself, he's gonna actually be in a great position to wrestle the control of the entire map back for himself now. He sees Knight and he's just gonna go and fight. Takes the rail, he's fine to take that. He's got the small heavy to back onto there. Rocket.
I thought that was a beautiful rocket just passing by. And one thing I'd just like to keep in mind for everyone, Dan had a map in hand to begin this with, and he's already won 2. So this is currently 3-0 for Dan right now. So this could very potentially be our final map of the night. And look at that, the combo damage between the turret, and Dan is not making any of the same mistakes that he was making on this first set in the semi-final. He is making sure that he takes this down.
How many times did he do that jump between the telly and the telly exit, though? I was getting a little bit dizzy from going round and round there. But yeah, Knight's in struggle town now. He was in such a commanding position for a solid 2.5 minutes there, but Dan just wrestled it back.
Now he's just playing this sort of quieter game, right? He's got that lead. He's got the kills and he's got the stack to work with. He's got a beautiful split between these two items. Perfect 15-second split. Knight setting the trap. Unfortunately, the damage does not really come out. He does towards the end there. That final pineapple does good chunk. But Knight is not healthy and he does hit a beautiful rail coming through. But unfortunately for him, Dan was on 100 health. The rail does not get the kill. However, he's not healthy here. And if Knight hits that shot, Dan will still survived. But
in Quake, the player who hits more of their shots gets the kill.
That's usually how it goes, and in this case, right now, Dan is the one hitting more of his shots.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Dan's just in such a great position with map control at the moment. If we take a look at the item pickups, Knight's only got 2 heavies and 4 megas to his name. Dan's on 10 and 8 respectively. And it's reflecting that in the score, where we're sitting at the 6.5 minute mark and Dan is on double. Timmy does token amount of damage, a little bit more coming through.
So that's the thing, right? In that first set, we saw this. I don't think Knight took a single point of damage towards that turret. This time, we've already seen probably about 300-400 damage on the turret alone, and getting caught out. Oh, but Dan actually runs out of LG, but the rocket from Knight isn't enough. Can't hit the mid-air shot. He needed to hit that as a crucial shot. Misses it, and then Timmy. Oh my God, Timmy's just putting in work today. He's making up for the previous one. Heavy sitting there for Dan. Freebie for him.
To be
and I think
perfectly
Murder's
honest,
correct in chat. I think this is a GG's. I think Dan is going to be taking home another championship to put under his belt. This has been a strong showing. 2.5 minutes left. What has Knight still got for us? Can he bring this back? 5 frags. It can be done. I have faith.
It's Vale. It's not only can be done, we've seen it done many times before. But it's just going to be a case of, is Dan easing off or is he going to keep going for score here? Knight's not confident enough to take any fights yet. We're rapidly approaching that 2 minute remaining mark. And Knight really needs to get on the hunt if he wants to be able to have any sort of comeback at all.
Oh, look at that sneaky play from Dan Knight. Rocket jumping up to the exact perfect spot. Timmy again, more damage coming out. What a little champion. But again, Dan at this point, he's not even playing to take these fights necessarily, right? He's now just playing this quiet game. He's just putting the pressure on. He knows that unless he makes a big mistake, mind you, Dan has fucked up on this map before. He's got to the final 2 seconds and then died. So I don't think he's going to make the same one again. He is going to keep focusing until the last second, no matter what the score is, and trying to get the damage off there. Knight does come out better in that fight. 1.5 minutes. 5 frags.
And this is where it's starting to get away from Knight, I think. I'm personally following Knight's point of view.
Yeah, let's move over to Knight for this last minute and a half. Let's see if he can get into this.
Dan has... It's now Dan's map to lose. Knight...
And we're straight back on Dan there, but that's right. We'll go back to Knight. Let's keep it on Knight here. Let's just see what he's got. 1 minute to go. 6 frags. This will be GG, unfortunately. Knight, second place finish. Dan the King winning split
Knight,
2 of the KDC.
unfortunately, the bridesmaid once again in KDC. But
Again,
really,
he
he
shouldn't
has
be too disappointed
taken
that
it.
he's played really well. He was the first and only player to take a map off Dan this split. So that alone should be an accomplishment. Exactly right, Miko. No shame in second.
No, because the fact that you came second mean that there was other people you defeated who were sitting in third, fourth, fifth, and sixth.
Plus, then, you know, these guys are top of the world. You know, there's so many other players, you know, all these other dudes. Oh, even going in for a little gauntlet there.
Him out.
Cheeky play from Knight, and the GGs are
GG
going to be
is
thrown
cool.
out. Well played, come out. Congratulations to Dan. He has won the KDC Split 2. And look at that, confetti on stream there. Love to see it. No, really well played. 4-0 coming out from Dan in the finals. He was disappointed with dropping that map, I swear, in the semis. And he came back with a vengeance. 52% rail, 35% LG. He was hitting shots. He was hitting them hard. And it just felt like that match. It was just so hard for Knight to get back into it, right? Like, it was just, it was never really got a chance to get to it. And same deal with the first map, right? He was playing this scenario where he'd get the kill finally, but he didn't get anything from it. He was still really low after getting that first kill. So it meant that he was just never able to bring, you know, continue that momentum going. He was never able to chain it together. The momentum was just never there for Knight, and I think that was the biggest key throughout most of these sets. I think we could have potentially seen the Woken go differently. Definitely could have seen Vale go differently if Knight was just able to get one more or two more of those clean frags. But that's one thing a lot of players always say about Dan, right? Is he's always such a dangerous player on any amount of health, right? If he's on 50 HP, he'll still hit you for 150 before he goes down. He's going to hit those 2 rails. And that's why you've really got to get that kill when you can.
Yeah, Dan's just Dan. As he exclaimed at the last LAN, he's still the best fucking Quake player in Australia.
Exactly right.
And he's just cementing that in these 2 splits at the KDC. First in split 1, first in split 2, only dropped 1 map. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do when it comes to split 3. When that gets announced. But yeah, just solid performance the entire way through this entire split. That 1 map drop is obviously a blemish, but I mean, 1 map drop. All the matches played. How many weeks did we see Dan playing? And this guy dropped 1 map, and it took a semi-final map making.
That's exactly right. And welcome and congratulations, Dan, on your victory in the KDC Split 2 finals. Well done, well done. We are all amazed at some of the matches you played
We're
today.
blowing all the smoke up your ass right now, mate.
Exactly, we have.
Yeah, thanks, boys. I love a bit of smoke on my ass.
Well, you would have had enough of it by now, but I guess we can keep going. So,
nah, look, I'll take smoke anywhere. You know what I mean?
So I want to ask you. You dropped obviously in the semi-final against Knight. That was the first map you dropped all split. In that Vale match, if I'm not mistaken.
It was the Vale match, yeah.
I was pretty certain that was the first map you've dropped, yeah?
Yeah, I think it was.
Only map you dropped all split.
All split. So, did you want to come back in the grand final there with a bit of vengeance and take that as a clean, like, 4-0? Was that the plan? Just knock him out the park, learn from your mistakes in the previous one? Because obviously it was exciting to see the same champ matchup on the same map through both. So, did you, like, adjust your play around that when you came into that second set?
The first map, like the first time in the semi, he got off to such a good start, and it, obviously, like I tilted a little bit, and I think I was down like 7-1, so I kind of I let it steamroll a bit too much, and then some bullshit happened through the middle. He hit every fucking nade, all of the kind of things that could go wrong did pretty much, and so when I was coming into the grand final, I was like, I'm definitely giving a rematch just so I can smash his kill. So I had to just so I could at least redeem myself. It was purely
just to redeem, because it was just to say, I want to redo that. I want to rematch Knight.
100%, 100%. I knew I played like terrible in myself on the first like game that I played him, and I just wanted to, prove to myself, honestly, that.
I mean, it wasn't horrible. It wasn't horrible, the scores on the first one. It ended up being 12-13, but I mean,
yeah,
it did put a blemish on the otherwise perfect.
On the perfect track
Oh,
record,
thanks.
exactly.
Yeah,
right.
thanks, Darcy. Thanks, Steve. Just remind me, why don't you? Just keep it burning it in.
Rub it in. Look, we've blown steam up your ass. Now we're gonna rub in a bit of salt in the wound, all right, mate?
It's what they
Actually,
pay me for,
I do
mate.
want
It's
to
what
watch
they
it
pay me
back.
for.
Like, I do want to watch it back, to be honest, because like he hit a rail on me to tie it up with like 10 seconds left. That must have been like really good rail, because I couldn't even see where he was, and he hit me from like above where the TP is, and I was in like the mid platform, and I feel like I was like dodging around the corner enough, but I still got clipped. So must have been a sweet shot, honestly, in that first game too.
He was playing really, really well in that first match, in that Val matchup particularly. Like overall, he played really well, but that one particularly, like I think every nade connected. But going on to your actual grand final there, seeing the not being able to ban the clutch, was that something you were worried about when he got first ban?
No, I was going to let him play it, like as long as I could.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as I could. I was really confident if I could get Ranger. So if I could set it up that it would be a clutch v Ranger matchup, then I was super confident that that was just like a good champ pick for me.
Yeah, okay.
And I could take a working if I got that. So the fact that it just worked out that he had to pick first and couldn't ban a Ranger off of me, that was perfect. I was kind of like, yeah, that's exactly what I want for that scenario. Or he banned the Ranger.
Well, he banned Visor from that.
He banned Visor, yeah.
After the previous set, I think he was a bit overwhelmed by the Visor on Ruins, so...
Yeah. I mean, fair enough, honestly.
Yeah, that was an extremely strong... Like, that was just a... From the first get-go, right? It was just +4 instantly from the first 10 seconds on frag in the first 15 seconds. I think it was like 3 frags or so within the first minute, or not even. And
yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Visor is like he's a lot better than people think, especially in this meta, because the way you're playing like right now is you try and get a kill and you try and rack up like 3 or 4 kills off that, and then you want to kind of go into a defensive mode. And like with Visor, if you kind of get that first kill either via using your sight, or if you can get it clean without using your sight and then use your sight to get 2 or 3 frags off the back of that, off spawn frags, he's super strong on multiple maps. Like he can be played on a lot of maps that people kind of don't think he's very good on. Even like Corrupted Keep, you can kind of make him work. So I would have picked Visor guaranteed if he didn't ban in that first one. But it worked out well for me, because then it opened up the fact that I got Ranger, and I was super confident that if it came down to Ranger versus Clutch, I definitely had that awoken. So I was just going to play my ability, you save it for when he was going to push me with his. And that's how I kind of kicked off the first fight. He kind of thought he was going to trap me there above red at the little 25 bubble, but then I just repositioned on him and I had the weapon advantage, so he kind of just completely killed his momentum, and that just gave me control like within the first minute. So I was like, perfect, that's exactly what I was hoping would happen, a situation like that where I can kind of reposition with my orb, get a kill, and move on to the side of the map that I want to be on to collect the next major item and deny him weapons. So yeah, it's a good matchup, honestly. I think Ranger versus Clutch, that's one where, Clutch may not have the advantage, but let's be honest, Clutch outside of that probably has the advantage on a lot of champs on that map.
100%, I think, well, as Cam was in the chat here talking with us too about it, was saying that, Clutch is super strong, I think, but I think just the pressure you were able to put on him was also enough to sort of just keep me, like, there was never really a situation where he had that sort of like overwhelming stack advantage over you where he could just push on you with shield. Like every fight was always pretty even, if not you were ahead, right? And so the shield wasn't giving him that extra, it was kind of just making it a more even fight. And then when you're hitting 50% LG versus 40%, obviously, 50% is going to win on an even fight. So it just seemed like, you were able to do enough damage in all those fights to keep it ahead. And you played really well. And so that was a, we were excited to see that matchup. We were hoping, because that was, if we're not mistaken, that was the exact rematch from AQL 6, we believe it was. When
I think, was AQL 6, I think I played Visor. And he
was
played,
it Visor, was it? Oh, okay.
And he played Clutch, so maybe you should have given me the Visor, but, notes for next time for him. He's going to probably ban Ranger now and pick Visor next time, and I'll inevitably pick Visor and probably get smashed.
There you go, Knight, if you're still listening, there's some advice for you.
But Awoken was still a close match. Like, even though the score, you get those few frags ahead, but that's kind of stoppage time frags where he's got to kind of go aggressive as well. So you just kind of rack up a few here and there because he's pushing where he has to get frags. Yeah,
100%. So what about the Ruins match then? Nyx on Ruins.
You had to have felt good going into that one, seeing you're up against a BJ.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, BJ is like a good pick, and I understand why he picked him, because he feels confident on him. And like, let's be honest, obviously there's good like matchups and bad matchups, but if you're confident on a champion, that's worth so much more in my opinion than like the actual matchup itself. Like me on Visor, even if it's an unfavorable matchup, I just feel confident on him because I know how to use his ability. I know how to make him as effective as he can be. And I feel like that's why Knight brought the BJ. But on the counter to that, I actually think Nyx is probably like one of my most played champs. And I feel completely at home playing Nyx. Like I would happily pick Nyx on any map. Blood run it everywhere. Like
Could
the
see
style of play, it's just she can be super effective as long as your opponent's not hitting 70% rail. If your opponent's hitting 70% rail and you're on Nyx, you are fucked. There's no winning that game.
That's probably the case with any champion if your opponent's hitting that much rail. So
Galena might be able to take it if you get in total stacks.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, I think on that map, like my kind of goal was get a like good frag on him, try not to use my invis for the first one, and then if like I can get that frag just before a major item, get the full control, and then just kind of let him feed into me. I don't have to push anything so aggressively. I don't need to go for aggressive ghost walks or anything like that. And to his like credit, he actually got a frag back on me that was kind of unexpected and put me in a shit position. So I had to then kind of like reassess and go, all right, now I've got to go kind of on the defensive for a minute, build up my stack, look for my opening with rails, and then work towards basically renewing that full control that I wanted to have on the map. And once I got it from there, Nyx moving around the map, getting shots on spawns, you know, cutting them off at certain areas. Like she's just so fast at that kind of stuff. And if you're hitting your shots, it makes it really easy. So it ended up being a really good pick, and the invis came out to full effect on multiple, you know, BJ abilities, and just completely nerfed him as well. So it worked in my favor quite well.
Last thing, we did notice that every time the duel would come out, you sort of had the invis ready to go, and it completely removes the ability at that point. And then if you're hitting harder than your opponent, you were hitting so well, and I just don't think Knight had a really like counter planned for the invis to come out and the play around it. And as I say, the dual wield it gets completely removed from the matchup when you can just, you know, go invis and that's it. Yeah, exactly. There's no target to use. He's got to just run at that point. So yeah, really well played on that map as well. So yeah, overall a really, really strong showing. We'll rub it in again. Only one map dropped, so you know.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, at least I have something to aim for.
Well, that's exactly right. This gives you something to look at for split 3. So I'm sure we're going to see you back for split 3.
Yeah, I'll definitely be playing. Okay.
Wonderful, perfect. I'm sure you've already, with how many points you've got now, you will have already guaranteed your spot at LAN anyway. But you know, I'm sure you'd like to keep tallying up the total and get as high as you can.
Just for the other guys as well, get some practice against me. Maybe they can figure something out and destroy me on LAN. We'll see. Give them the opportunity at least.
That's being sportsmanship. I like it. Yeah. So, anything you want to say before we finish up here?
Oh, just I guess thanks Rob for the stream as always. We know it's an absolute cunt to wake up in the morning and do it, but we super appreciate it. The high quality stream is always, you know, appreciated. So thanks as always. And to all you boys who casted throughout the season, like thanks for casting as well. You know, I absolutely love watching old competitive gaming. So when I get to come on Twitch and see that this Quake Champions being played, like my favorite game as well, it's just such a plus. So yeah, thanks boys.
Well, thank you for the show. You know, we wouldn't be here casting if we didn't have the you know, the exciting matches to watch. So you know, we love doing it. So as long as there's going to be competition, we will be here to cover it. I'm sure you feel the same about that, Dazbok.
More than happy to ruin my voice on a Sunday night all the time if this is the quality of matches we're going to get to watch.
Exactly. We saw some exciting there was some super like hype moments in throughout tonight. So if you did tune in late, 100% recommend going back and rewatching all the sets. Plus, go back and if you didn't catch all of them, go back to the kuachicups Twitch channel as well. There was one match prior to the start of tonight's stream. Red Oxide versus Lure, was it? I think. Yes. Which was a nail biter finish. So do go back and check that out as well. Yeah,
also I was going to say, also keep an eye on the results. The other divisions are all wrapping up over the course of the night as well. Division 4 all the way through to Division 2. So make sure you send some love to the guys who are putting in the hard yards and getting the results in those divisions. And
yeah, exactly. Some of those might be streamed over the night, so keep your eye out in the Twitch channel, in Twitch or in the KDC streams channel. See if anyone's put up anything there.
And I think Hamo would kill us.
Don't even start with Hamo here. He's going to kill us for not doing pick map.
I was going to say.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I think Hamo would kill us if we don't mention KDC Split 3 starts on, where are we? Sign up starts on the 24th of March with Division 1 qualifier happening on the 14th of April. And obviously the LAN after Split 3 is June 28th to 19th. June 28th to 29th. Hamo messed me up in the chat there. You can't reverse time.
Unfortunately, you cannot. Yeah, so Lucky, thank you for coming along for casting out the finals. It's been great, man.
And that was great. Always love doing
unlucky
it.
For you. Unlucky for you during the finals with your whole internet and all that being a problem. But we're really looking forward to seeing you in the in Split 3, and hopefully by then it'll all be fixed. And
come to LAN, the internet won't matter for him.
Exactly.
Zero ping, baby.
Exactly.
Zero ping.
Exactly.
But yeah, thank you for casting with us tonight. It's been a lot of fun.
It has been. Thank you for having me. It's always fun, and yeah, I enjoy casting. So yeah, it's been good to come back and do it for a bit.
Awesome. Good to have you on. Hopefully we'll see you again, both playing and maybe casting as well next season. Dazbok, anything you want to add?
Nothing to add from me, mate. We've said everything that needs to be said already.
All right, I'll go through and do the normal. Thank you to everyone for being part of this split of the KDC, whether or not you be a player, admin, supporter, spectator, donator, anything between, streamer. Thank you to everyone who has streamed their matches throughout the season. It's been great to be able to just boot up Twitch and check out all the matches getting played, whether or not they be casted or not. Thank you to Rob, obviously. Many thank yous for getting up every morning, doing these amazing streams. They are much higher quality than what we usually throw together last minute. So we really appreciate that. Again, yeah, thank you to all the players. You know, obviously we wouldn't be doing this if we didn't have, you know, we've got 4 full divisions worth of players. It's great to see so many people coming into. Hopefully next season we get just as many, if not more. So tell all your friends, you know, there's any skill range we welcome in. So yeah, thank you to the admins, Shrilzy, Hamo, Knight. Lewis done some work helping out as well. So thank you to you guys. You know, this wouldn't be happening without them. So if everyone in chat can give them all a big thanks as well. And as we said, LAN is coming up soon. So a lot of work has been going into that. So we're going to make that hopefully the best LAN ever.
Zero.
You guys. So make sure you, if you haven't bought your ticket yet, make sure you do get it, get that done. There are limited number of seats, so we only get X number of PCs. So make sure you get your ticket ASAP. Plus, then you can arrange flights earlier and all that while it's still cheap. So make sure you do that. And I think that pretty much sums everything up. Congratulations again, Dan, for taking the win.
Yeah, GG's everyone, and I'll see you all next split.
GG's. Thanks to Cam as well for coming on casting with us on. I think that's covered it. If I've missed anyone, I apologize, but know that we all love you very much. But we will see you again, as we said, Split 3 for another series of Quake. I'm excited for it. That'll be bye from me, though.
See you later.
Yeah, good night, good fight. Bye-bye.
God, I really need to...
No, I was just no, I was just thinking there are always people that just want to, yeah. Hang on. So let's see. cameraman.